Ever since he was a child, this young man has shown exceptionally outstanding magical talent. At the age of 6, Luin could sense mana and was able to summon it by the age of 7. When Luin was 10 years old, he surpassed countless descendants from prestigious families at the Ignite Magic Academy, the top magic academy in the Radiant Kingdom, to become the valedictorian of the entering class. People called him a genius. Luin began to dream about the future. He would elevate his family's name to new heights, but his progress stalled at the academy. On the first day of class, Luin realized he was nothing. He couldn't even release his mana externally. In front of the entire class, Luin failed due to mana disorder. For a mage, being unable to release mana from the body is no different than a terrible curse. Everyone started scrutinizing his background, a common family, and he had no talent at all. Their attitude did a complete 180 from respect to contempt. One guy intentionally bumped Luin's shoulder and sarcastically remarked, "Oops, I accidentally bumped into a useless bastard. I wonder if I'll become as worthless as him now." Luin was someone who couldn't cast magic in a magic academy. To those who had been jealous of him from the start, he was now nothing more than a plaything for them. Luin thought everything would end there. Little did he know, a miracle was waiting at the bottom of despair. As the player's artifact activated in his life, turning a new page, Luin felt as if his body was sinking deep into water. He was in a vast, endless space. A system window appeared. "You are the incarnation of Draka, the world destroyer." What the hell? Before Luin could understand anything, a giant with blazing red eyes suddenly appeared in front of him. He saw the giant's lips moving as if trying to say something to him. Then suddenly, everything changed like a whirlwind before his eyes. A few hours earlier, at the Zenith Academy training grounds, the combat magic instructor, Professor Twoheads, was having the class practice. Now it was Luin's turn. The professor simply asked him to create a fireball, aimed at a dummy 3 feet away. A fireball is a type of magic that any student can easily perform, except for someone like him who couldn't use magic. Luin was extremely nervous. Could he do it this time? Professor Twoheads looked at him with an encouraging gaze, and Luin began. "That's right, I can't give up." Luin conjured a fireball, and its size made the other students gasp in awe. Can a single person really have that much mana? Professor Twoheads furrowed his brow with great anticipation, and Luin was just as anxious. Now all he had to do was launch it like throwing a ball. But it was happening again. Luin's arm started to tremble. The inside of his body churned like he'd just been on a roller coaster. And he ended up spewing out his breakfast. "I can't do it." Luin wiped his mouth. Professor Twoheads still tried to encourage him, but Luin truly couldn't release the mana. He didn't even know what to do. The professor felt completely helpless. He was already a final year student, but if he couldn't even perform a basic spell like a fireball, how could he possibly pass the graduation exam? "I'm sorry, I'll practice more." Although Luin said that, deep down he was cursing himself for being so useless in this training session. Students needed to create 10 fireballs and aim at the target, but he couldn't even cast the spell, let alone hit the training dummy. Could it be that he can't even become a third-rate mage? How could a talentless nobody be the top student of the entrance exam? What a disgrace to the academy. The familiar whispers and comments echoed through the classroom again, because Louis was a no-name noble who stole the title of top student from the scions of prestigious families, so he was disliked from the very beginning. But the bullies were the least of his worries. What really got Louis down was that he was making zero progress and had no glimmer of hope at all. It was all because of the mana disorder curse from 6 years ago. Louis now asked himself how much longer he could endure this. In the academy's main hall, the two guys who always bullied Louis blocked his path. Well, look who it is. Is that dumbass Louis? It's time for you to pack your bags and go home. Not only his peers, even the underclassmen gave him the nickname Dumbass Louis. You're dragging down the entire final year's performance. Why don't you just scram and go home, to that backwater territory of yours? Ha. Louis's face darkened, but he stayed silent in the face of their taunts. Seeing he wasn't reacting, they pushed him even further. If you've got no skills, you must at least have some money, right? I'd never even heard of the Adele family before I came here. My dad even said they're just a bunch of empty barrels making a lot of noise. That was the last straw. Louis couldn't take it anymore. He whirled around and punched the blonde dude right in his smug face, knocking him flat on his butt. Bark one more time. What about my father, huh? Louis couldn't stand by when they insulted his family. You son of a B-word. The blonde guy clutched his gushing nose. Benfon, you should know when to stop. Who the hell do you think you are to mess with my father and my family? Do you have any idea who my father is? The other lackey charged in, but Louis immediately planted a fist in his gut, making him double over, trembling and unable to stand. You arrogant piece of crap, how dare you hit me? Benfon was so furious that he used combat magic right inside the academy. Wasn't he afraid of getting expelled? Go to hell. Faced with this magical assault, Louis was frozen in place. Professor Hido heard the commotion and ran over to stop them, but it was too late. Louis took the full force of the magic attack head on. He thought he was totally done for, but now he found himself in a different dimension, facing a giant in a cloak with that familiar system window. Lewin Adel. The man calling his name startled Lewin. Slowly, Lewin came back to his senses. The voice calling his name now was Helen's, a high-level healing mage. Where am I? Lewin shot up, startling Helen. He felt a little dizzy but was able to sit. More importantly, that dream he just had, it felt as vivid as if he had actually lived through it. Helen told him he'd been out for nearly a day, but thankfully, his condition was stable. They still needed to keep an eye on him, but Lewin looked incredibly healthy for someone who just took a direct lightning strike. There were no wounds, no burns, not even any internal damage. Helen had never seen a case like his before. Even Louis himself couldn't freaking believe he was alive. Lightning magic was a terrifying spell on its own, capable of incinerating a body in the blink of an eye. And on top of that, he took it head on, yet his body was perfectly fine like nothing happened. Excuse me. A person walked in through the door. Helen said she'd go check on the test results. The newcomer was Professor Hido. He crossed his arms and asked how the boy was doing. It was a relief to hear that Louis was as healthy as an ox. Professor, saying that a meeting is being held among the professors about this incident. First off, Ben will be expelled for using powerful attack magic with the intent to kill, and for spreading false rumors about the Adel family, and for unfairly treating and bullying him. Based on all these incidents, the teachers have made their decision. Of course, Lewin also has to face punishment for attacking Ben. He will be required to participate in the Academy's volunteer activities for 1 month. After explaining everything, the professor had one more thing to ask Lewin. Are you in possession of the artifact? What? Lewin was surprised by the professor's question. If he had an artifact, he wouldn't have been bullied in the first place. Anyway, considering its value and rarity, the head of the Adel family must have already used it for the family's benefit. The professor pondered. Lewin was curious why Professor Idle would ask him this, remembering that when the professor ran over to him, he was sure he saw a red light enveloping Lewin's body right before the lightning struck, just like an artifact. A high-level one, protecting him and repelling Ben's spell. What are you talking about? Lewin asked innocently, then suddenly remembered the dream from earlier. Could they be related? Aish, I must be going crazy, Lewin thought to himself, reaffirming once again that he didn't have an artifact. Professor Idle just nodded without another word and left, making Lewin wonder what on earth he was thinking. What Lewin had experienced was just like a dream. Draka's artifact, the world destroyer, and the player. Lewin heard another phrase too. He tried to recall it. Something like status window. The moment he thought of that phrase, a blue screen suddenly appeared before his eyes, startling him. What the hell is this? Just then, Helen burst through the door to check on him, and Lewin immediately pointed at the screen. Do you see that? The blue screen? What are you rambling about, Lewin? Did the lightning fry your brain or something? Helen asked curiously. She couldn't see it, which meant only Lewin could. On the screen was information about Lewin, the incarnation of Draka. The sorcerer, Draka, who perished along with his world after pursuing infinite power. Born lacking mana, strength became the source of his power. Lewin is a player, and can open the status window and infinitely increase his strength by completing quests. It's nothing. My eyes were just playing tricks on me. Lewin quickly changed the subject so Helen wouldn't think he'd gone crazy. According to the test results, Lewin was perfectly fine and was allowed to return to his dorm. Today was truly the strangest day of Lewin's life. He survived a direct lightning strike completely unscathed, met a red-eyed man in another dimension, and saw a status window claiming he was the incarnation of Draka. Plus, with Professor Idle's questions, it seemed likely that the sorcerer Draka's artifact had been transferred into him. Lewin opened the status window again, and a quest box appeared. A repeatable daily quest consisting of punches, kicks, and roundhouse kicks, 100 of each, for a reward of 10 strength points, and to unlock the punch and kick skills, which, hey, is related to strength. But Lewin wondered how this would help him become a sorcerer. For now, he'd just give it a shot. Lewin took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and threw a punch, one with his left, one with his right, and the count went up, giving him a boost of motivation. At this rate, he'd be done in no time. Lewin went for a third punch, but the count didn't go up because he swung his arm the wrong way. Lewin roughly understood how it worked, so he got excited. Alright, which is the right way to punch? The moon was high in the sky, and everyone was sound asleep, but Lewin was panting and drenched in sweat, finally finished. Lewin was curious about the quest's reward. Suddenly, his body felt light and refreshed, and all his fatigue vanished. It felt like something even more fundamental than mana. Lewin hadn't experienced this feeling in a long time. This is something you can only feel when you truly get stronger. Let's see. Lewin immediately tested it by throwing a high-speed punch. The air resistance and destructive power had both changed compared to before, which excited him. The strength infused into his magic had truly gotten stronger. Now, he was curious about the skill reward, so he opened his status window to check it. It was called the Power Circle, an innate skill that replaces mana with strength. The mana circle changes into the power circle, and all magic and movements are affected by his strength. Replacing the mana circle with a power circle? This means that his mana would be replaced by strength. He placed a hand on his chest to feel it. Anyone who learns or senses mana has a mana circle surrounding their heart, which plays a role in releasing and enhancing mana, increasing stats depending on the length and amount of mana a mage can control. Lewin possessed 4 mana circles, more than his peers, but because of his own defect, they were all useless. After a moment, Lewin was astonished. His mana circles had actually disappeared. The powerful circle spinning wildly right now must be the power circle. Lewin felt confused. If he didn't have a mana circle, he couldn't be a mage. And if this new circle couldn't do the things a mana circle did, then what would happen to him? Lewin felt a bit disappointed that his life as a mage was about to end like this. But his specialty was being optimistic in the face of despair, so first, he had to give it a try. Lewin tried to summon a fireball. The summoning speed was faster than usual, which surprised him, and it even looked more powerful. From the moment he saw the size of the fireball, Lewin realized one thing. This was definitely the power of the artifact. Sorry about that, Professor Two Heads, but magic has a basic activation mechanism. It takes 10 seconds to charge up energy before releasing its power. But Lewin could skip those 10 seconds and directly create a fireball with the strength in his body. Lewin clenched his fist in excitement. Is this the power of the artifact? What's this? The status window popped up again with information about Berserk. The mage concentrates mana into their body and attacks the enemy. When casting magic, a strength enhancement effect is added, and the magic attack will deal additional physical damage. At first, Lewin didn't understand a thing, but that mage Draka also had the same mana disorder curse as him, and he fought by concentrating mana into his punches. How on earth did he manage to create a method like this? Lewin was incredibly impressed by Draka's persistence and creativity. A new quest was added, which was to practice using the Mage Berserk method, using the power circle and strength to attack a target. Lewin had never thought of this method. If he could become a mage that way, he absolutely had to try it. Lewin cast a fireball, using it like a fist to aim at the target. All right. Lewin was overjoyed as his magic successfully hit the training dummy for the first time. Quest complete. And he was rewarded with 10 more strength points. Not only that, but Lewin's morale also improved significantly. He happily lay on the ground. Lewin had always failed at releasing magic, but in the end, he succeeded by using his fists. At that moment, Louis grew curious about Draka. What kind of being was he? But his body was starting to feel incredibly heavy. What the? Did he train until morning and actually fall asleep right here? He's not dead, is he? He took a full-on lightning bolt and was completely unfazed. The surrounding whispers woke Louis up as he groggily got to his feet. The students jumped back as if they'd seen a strange creature. Freakish, he's awake. You scared the daylights out of us. Louis had no clue why they were all gathered here just to watch him sleep. Was it their first time seeing a handsome guy sleeping on the ground or something? It made sense though. For a noble to suddenly ditch a warm bed in the dorms and sleep on the ground was indeed a strange sight. Hey Louis, were you drinking? Drinking what? I was just exhausted so I slept. Then watching Louis puff out his chest and walk away with his head held high made them look at each other. It was like Louis had become a different person. They saw the tattered scarecrow, with only a stake left in the ground. Was that Louis' doing? Whoa, no way. Lewin returned to the dorms. His buddy Jason Damon, a 6th year, was brushing his teeth and looked at him curiously. Huh? You were out all night? What happened? You don't normally stay away from the dorm for so long. None of your business. Louis replied coldly to Jason's enthusiastic attitude. He was the eldest son of the Diamond family, famous for mining. At least Jason still treated him like a normal person. However, he was a guy who was addicted to both booze and women and frequently snuck out of the academy. Don't tell me you went to see some lady? Could it be that after getting hit, you finally learned how to enjoy life? Tell me all about it. Louis threw his shirt right in Jason's face to get him to shut his trap. Louis soaked in the bathtub, enjoying the feeling of being reborn. He suddenly remembered he still had his daily quest. Today was 100 punches, 200 kicks, and 200 roundhouse kicks each, but the reward remained the same. Lewin shot up. Don't tell me it's just going to double every day from now on. But the reward won't? I guess nothing in life is easy. But if he could become a mage with this method, then it wasn't a problem at all. A month later, Lewin diligently completed his daily quests. Just as he predicted, the requirements kept increasing while the reward was zilch. If Louis didn't complete the quest on any given day, all progress would reset to 0 the next day. So Louis never skipped a single daily quest. On the bright side, the quest requirements didn't go up to 3,000 reps, because if he had to train any more than that, Louis would have croaked from the quests before even becoming a mage. Over the past month, Louis had diligently thrown 3,000 punches, kicks, and roundhouse kicks every single day and unlocked a new skill. Passive skill. Body Arts increases the body's capabilities, making it stronger and more agile. Following his training regimen, the image of Louis in his classmates' eyes also changed, from a bookworm who was always attentive in class, to a guy who sat in the back of the class and conked out the moment lessons started. Is that all you see? Lately, it's like he lives on the training grounds, and all he does is punch and kick. They thought Louis was doing something to deal with his mana disorder, but not a single person believed he would change. As time went by, Louis continued to train while searching for clues about Draka, but there was absolutely no information or similar names. Not only that, things like World Destroyer, Player, Status Window, or quests yielded not a single clue. Lika, is he an A? I? This question kept swirling in Louis's mind. Louis, come here! Jiasun suddenly called out to Louis, asking if he had heard the news. But Louis didn't know a single thing. So you really don't know anything, just chilling and reading a book like this? Jiasun's face showed sympathy, making Louis curious. The hot gossip was that the head of the Adele family was here, or in other words, Louis's father had come for a visit. Louis immediately ran to find his father, who was with Professor Haido. Seeing his son, his father's face lit up. Louis, my son, you're here. It had been 6 years since Louis entered the academy and hadn't seen his father. He said he was doing great. Louina, Louis's younger sister, had grown up and was now passionate about swordsmanship, saying she would protect her weak older brother. Haha, I'm so embarrassed. Louis scratched his head at his sister's boldness. His father's sudden visit made Louis nervous. He knew about the bullying. Louis looked at his father with a determined gaze. Father, I'm living very well. What do you mean? His father didn't quite understand. Louis explained that he wasn't hurt physically or mentally at all. His father took a sip of tea. He had stopped by today to ask for his opinion on leaving the academy. If you find it too difficult, Louis can always return to our territory any time. Actually, I already guessed why you came, Father. But Father, I think I've found a way, Louis said honestly, even hoping his father would make him a promise. For the upcoming exam, Louis promised to get a good score on the practical test, and in return, if he failed again, he would do as his father wished. After seeing Louis's determination, his father returned to the mansion. After their conversation, the final exams finally arrived. The first test was Introduction to Magic. The exam consisted of 2 parts, a written test and a practical test. And the practical test was further divided into 4 sections: target identification, magic measurement, live combat, and one-on-one duels. As someone with a mana disorder, Louis could only get a perfect score on the written test, while the top spot in the practical exam always went to Miko of the prestigious Gary Hill family. However, Louis was sure things would be different this time. He was definitely going to kick Miko's butt and take the #1 spot on the server. After the written test, the students moved to the training grounds for the first part of the practical exam. Jia-san looked worriedly at Louis, who had been a bit strange lately. Do you have a plan for today's practical exam? Hearing Louis say he was going to try a new method made Jia-san happy for him. It had been a long time since Jia-san had seen his roommate truly living. Well, Louis, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're planning to take the practical exam with that pathetic body of yours. That jerk Miko brought a few of his cronies over to mock Louis. So what? Louis replied calmly. Miko put a hand on his shoulder, whispering loudly, as the top student, if I had to give advice to someone who's failed the practical exam 6 times like you, I'd say this. Instead of coming here to humiliate yourself, why don't you just give up right now? Who knows? I don't think your advice is very useful. Louis's comeback made Miko absolutely furious. You used to be so spineless, so why are you so confident now? It was driving him crazy. I'll show you what's what in the one-on-one duels. Just you wait. The first part of the test, target identification, has begun. The official name is multi-target takedown, and the rules are simple. To test the number of targets shot down in a single cast. However, this year's test is different from previous years in that the difficulty has been increased. The targets are constantly moving, and because of that, the average score is terribly low, with some people not even hitting a single target. 2. The difficulty was only increased a little, and the results are already this bad. The quality of students this year is so poor. The proctoring professors whispered amongst themselves. Professor, it's a bit early to be disappointed. Miko's turn is coming up, you should watch. Professor Eric from the potion-making department spoke up. He was also Miko's uncle. Miko took the stage with 2 blue flames in his hands, planning to show Louis the difference between them. Begin, Miko. He launched a web of fire that covered all the targets, ensuring they were in his sights even if they moved. The students watched in awe. Wow, that's Miko for you. He hit so many targets with a single spell. Professor Eric shot up from his seat, clapping and shouting. How about that? The boy is truly worthy of being a descendant of the Gary Hill family. With this, Miko, it is truly the pride of our academy. He will definitely be our representative at this year's Grand Festival. Alright, Professor Eric. Seeing his attitude, the academy's principal, Tyrion Ignis, a 7th-level archmage, decided there was no need to watch the next students. But Professor Haidu suggested the principal stay a little longer, because it was Lewin's turn. Lewin Adele? Is that kid still at this academy? The principal asked in surprise. But because of the professor's passion for Lewin, he decided to stay and watch for a bit. Lewin stepped into the arena, his heart pounding nervously. This was his chance to test his power and redeem himself. Lewin, begin, the proctor signaled. He immediately cast a barrage of fireballs in the blink of an eye, shocking the professors. Impossible. How many fireballs is that? The students were also amazed by the number of fireballs he had created. Miko was salty, but he still believed Lewin was a good-for-nothing. Even if he could summon 100 fireballs, it didn't mean he could actually launch a single one. Lewin stomped his foot and leaped up, activating time refraction, distorting and refracting time for 30 seconds, and increasing his speed by 200%. This was a skill Lewin had recently learned, time refraction. It allowed him to move at an unnatural speed to any location he desired. Thanks to this, when Lewin threw a punch, it looked as if he was blasting out pure mana. After 1 minute of his onslaught, the surrounding area was in shambles, as if it had just been hit by an earthquake. The professors and students were frozen for a few seconds, feeling as if they had just witnessed a dead man come back to life. Louis smiled in satisfaction. He had really done it this time. Lewin, 27 targets, the proctor announced, trying to compose himself. What was that? Did he just cast magic on his hands and punch everything? 27 is a new record for this test. How did he move so fast? A storm of whispered questions erupted among the students, followed by thunderous applause as the principal stood up, beaming. Lewin was incredible. The students roared with cheers and congratulations for him. All of Lewin's hard work had finally paid off. While some were happy, others were seething, a prime example being Miko, who was uncontrollably furious. The look of praise and acknowledgement from everyone, which he was so used to, was something Louis hadn't experienced for the past 6 years. Now, a fire was burning in his chest. This was the exhilarating feeling he had always craved. During the professor's meeting, Professor Eric was extremely disgruntled, casting magic on your hands and then punching the targets directly. You call that magic? I've never heard of any magic like that, but, you know, magic is limitless. Professor Eric shot back at him. Magic is the realm where anything is possible. If it followed rules, it wouldn't be magic, it'd be math. But Headmaster Lewin raised his hand, signaling Professor Eric to shut his trap. The headmaster was incredibly pleased. He had just witnessed a miracle created by Louis, a true marvel of magic. Still, it was impossible to avoid disagreements among the professors on this, especially from Professor Eric. He cursed under his breath. Damn it, that punk Louis is stirring up a whole mess. Meanwhile, Jason had his arm slung over Louis's shoulder as they walked down the hall. Yo, the ultimate mage is here. Oh, it's Louis. You know my name, don't you? We've been classmates for the past 6 years. A crowd of students surrounded Louis, making him feel awkward, so he immediately bolted back to his dorm under Jason's confused stare. I mean, just this morning Louis was a total nobody at the academy, and now everything has changed in the blink of an eye. He still preferred being alone. Of course, there were still plenty of people who couldn't stand Louis, and a prime example was this blonde dude, Miko. He just waltzed right into Louis's room in broad daylight, leaving Louis completely clueless about what he was thinking. You scored a few points with that non-magic trick of yours, and you're already acting all high and mighty? Your arrogance is sickening, so I came here to remind you not to get a big head. Louis had no clue what he was talking about. He was probably just salty about scoring lower than the guy he'd looked down on for the past 6 years. What did you just say, kid? Miko lunged forward and grabbed Louis by the collar. Louis gently took his hand and pulled it off, causing Miko's arm to tremble. He never expected Louis, who looked like a total weakling, to be this strong. Miko, we both need to graduate. If you're that desperate to mess with me, then wait for the one-on-one combat test and we can have a fair fight. Miko slapped Louis's hand away. You think you're on my level? A guy who fails every subject? He stormed off after saying that, silently cursing Louis as an arrogant jerk, convinced he'd fail the practical exam today anyway. So what was the point of a combat test? But as he looked at his trembling arm from Louis's grip, He wondered if the guy was even a mage at all. The second test, measuring mana output, had begun. This statue was Kingram, an ancient elemental. It was the Academy's prized treasure and a rare artifact on the entire continent, with only a few of its kind in existence. 500 years ago, the Archmage Frost turned the elemental Kingram into an artifact. While it was alive, Kingram was sealed inside this artifact to absorb mana, and was basically used as a magical punching bag. This mana output test required students to cast spells on Kingram to get a score, but the students hated Kingram because he was a ridiculously tough grader. A score over 20 was considered amazing. One student summoned some pretty cool-looking lightning, but Kingram just said, "Go back to square one, you 1-point wonder. It's not too late to drop out." The next guy laughed at the student before him, which definitely left an impression on Kingram. Not a good one, though. More like the impression of someone casting the most garbage magic he'd ever seen. "What is this pathetic magic? Did you dilute it with tap water or something? It's 100% pure mana, you damn elemental," Jason screamed, stomping back to his seat. Next up was Miko. He was just as nervous, trying to hit Kingram with his most powerful spell. "Are you the son of Josh Gary Hill?" In response to Kingram's question, Miko acted all high and mighty. "That's right. I am the third son of the proud Josh Gary Hill." Kingram burst out laughing. "Proud, you say? Ha! Your father was a sniveling fool who begged me for extra points." Kingram rated this Miko kid as even worse than his old man, giving him 27 points. "You're just a mediocre elf. What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Miko bristled, feeling salty. The professor gestured for him to go back to his seat and shut his trap. When it was Louis's turn, he suddenly felt super anxious for some reason. "I am Louis Adele. It's an honor to meet you." This was the first time Kingram had ever laid eyes on Louis, since he'd never passed the test to identify the target and couldn't make it this far. Louis was in the middle of summoning a fire energy, a 4th-tier spell, giving the other students a chance to gawk in amazement. Kingram was confused by Louis's stance, because what kind of mage stands like they're ready for a fist fight? But Louis actually was about to throw down. He jumped up while channeling mana to his feet, and kicked Kingram straight in the mug. The proctor was utterly shocked to see Louis channel mana from his hands down to his feet, then make it explode in the blink of an eye. Looking at this move, the spell's energy was at least 5th tier. He landed, panting heavily. He had definitely cast the fire energy blast correctly. But why was Kingram reacting like that? "Who are you? Are you Draka? Draka? Is he mistaking Louis for someone else?" The crowd was confused. Only Louis knew who Kingram was talking about, a person of whom there was no trace whatsoever, even though he'd rummaged through every document he could find for the past 2 months. "You know Draka?" Louis hoped Kingram could tell him more about him. All Kingram felt right now was intense amusement. He never expected to meet the spitting image of Draka at this academy. Kingram asked for Louis's name, vowing to remember it, and decided to leave. The professor wanted to know Louis's score, but Kingram said he would tell him later because there were too many people around. He also ended this bland evaluation on the spot, startling the professor. According to the Academy's rules, Kingram was required to give an evaluation. This was a pact that had to be upheld for 500 years after the great Archmage Frostignite passed away. "Enough! You dare bring up the rules in front of me? For all these years, I'm the one who's had to evaluate these brats who don't look the least bit like mages." Kingram fumed, unable to contain the frustration he'd been bottling up for hundreds of years. But because of the pact, Kingram would give Louis his score. It's either a 0 or a 100. "What'll it be, my little destroyer?" Louis was shocked that the decision was up to him. Of course, he wanted 100 points. News that the notoriously picky Kingram gave the legendary last-place student Louis a perfect 100 points began to spread like wildfire throughout the academy. "You're causing trouble again, Louis." Professor Heido came looking for him, which surprised Louis because the news of Kingram giving him 100 points had reached the headmaster. So the headmaster decided to give Louis a reward since this was unprecedented. First, the professor handed Louis a piece of paper that mentioned a treasure vault, which piqued Louis's curiosity. The professor then signaled for him to follow. The two of them arrived at a secret staircase. This was the only restricted area in the academy, so Louis was curious why the professor led him here. Reaching the door that led to the treasure vault, Professor Heido had to wait outside, while Louis had to go in alone. Although he didn't know what was going on, the professor said it was a reward, so he decided to just go in and see. Inside was a vast room filled with precious treasures that Louis had only ever heard of by name. It seemed this was the treasure vault of the great Archmage Frost Ignis. "You look so lost?" A voice rang out, startling Louis. Kingram had suddenly appeared in the room. Moreover, he was no longer a stone statue. This was the only place Kingram was allowed to use his body, thanks to the vast mana that filled the room, so he could exist in his original body, not as a treasure. Louis nodded. Furthermore, he wondered why Kingram had just said he didn't know his own true worth. I mean it literally. You have no idea what your true value is, and even the magic artifact you're using is the same as Draka's. The fact that Kingram knew about the artifact surprised Louis even more. This was a rare treasure, so Kingram wanted to know how Louis obtained it, and more importantly, his relationship with Draka. Louis himself was wondering who Draka was, let alone if they were related. Kingram could only feel helpless. He had no choice but to tell Louis about Draka, an entity who wished to become a god. One day, Draka visited the Zenith tribe where Kingram lived. At that time, Draka was small, short, and looked incredibly unsightly, but he possessed such extraordinary power that no one in the Zenith tribe could fight back. Moreover, with each passing day, Draka grew stronger, so much so that even if the elves attacked him all at once, they couldn't defeat him. From then on, the elves respected Draka, and Draka lived with them as a member of the tribe. He even taught language and magic to the future chief, Kingram, for nearly 100 years. What? How could a human possibly live for 100 years? Louis couldn't believe it, but Draka was not human. His true identity was the Black Dragon, Dracagonia. It was one surprise after another. Louis couldn't believe that dragons actually existed. Don't you know that dragons are the source of all magic? Louis had heard of this before, but he thought it was just a legend. However, Draka couldn't use magic. That's why he created the fighting style Louis used, by applying magic to his own limbs. Louis felt some empathy for Draka, figuring he must have been treated the same way in the past. Draka had created an ability that only he could use, a way to transform magic into physical strength, just like what Louis had done. Wielding that power, Draka became the strongest being in the world, but he wasn't satisfied with that, and continued to expand his power to infinity. In the end, Draka destroyed everything, including himself. Louis now understood why Draka was called the destroyer of the world. He couldn't imagine how powerful Draka must have been to destroy everything. The system displayed a notification for a new achievement for finding traces of Draka. The reward was the title Comrade of the Elves, the skill Elf's Fury, and the Spirit Page, an embodiment of power. The Comrade of the Elves title granted an effect that increased friendliness with elves and allowed him to communicate with them. Louis didn't understand why he suddenly received a reward, but the reward wasn't related to power. Oh well, it's better than nothing. The active skill Elf's Fury increased Louis's strength by 300 for 30 seconds, with the effect gradually increasing under the skill's influence, and his body would need 3 minutes to recover. Just hearing that, he knew it was a totally OP buff skill. Finally, there was the page, a sphere that suddenly appeared in his hand. It seems you've just received a quest reward. Draka also used to stare into empty space and talk just like that. Kingram reminisced about the past. Louis immediately asked about the sphere in his hand. It's the page, not an item, but an embodiment. He was always with Draka? How could I not have known? Looking at the current situation, Kingram guessed that Draka had sealed him inside the Spirit Stone. Before he died, Trang was the embodiment of power, although he was called a spirit, but he wasn't like a normal, cutesy-wootsy spirit. He had a super short fuse, and every day he begged Draka to grant him infinite power. But if his desires were satisfied, he would also bring his master limitless power. Do you mean that embodiment will be reborn from this stone? Kingram nodded. Seeing the cracking stone, it seemed he was about to awaken. The stone shattered, and Louis stared wide-eyed at the thing in his hand. This is a bear? The audacity, you dare call me a bear? The bear rubbed its eyes and could even talk, making Louis even more curious. Stop calling me a bear, you brat. Just as Kingram said, this bear had a super short fuse. If you're not a bear, then what are you? Louis had no idea what to call the bear-like creature in front of him anymore. But Trang is an embodiment. He can turn into anything he wants. Watch this. I'll show you my power. Trang puffed up his cheeks, ready to do something, but in the end, nothing happened. What the hell? Where's my power? Trang figured it must be because he was reborn with an empty stomach, so he demanded food from Louis. Louis didn't know what it ate, which made Trang extremely annoyed. Why is my master so weak this time? Whatever, I'm sleepy now, remember to call me when it's time to eat. Louis couldn't keep up with Trang's mood swings at all. He was more confusing than a girl. It's true that old habits die hard. Watching Louis and Trang reminded Kingram of the old days, the first time he faced off against Draka and Trang in their old home in the Zenith tribe. He was curious about what Louis would do next, now that he carried Draka's will. The power you now hold will make Louis stronger and stronger. It can lead him down the right path, or it could swallow him whole. That's why Kingram wanted to know what Louis would do when he became stronger. The reason Louis wanted to obtain power was to protect his loved ones from monsters, bring honor to his family name, and prove himself to those who dared to look down on him and his family. Louis smiled. He had too much to protect to let this opportunity slip away. I will live the way I want, for my loved ones, my family, and for myself. Kingram smiled. I look forward to your future. Every day after that, Louis continued to do his quests regularly. The only thing that changed was the little fluffball by his side. Trang's life consisted only of eating and sleeping. Whenever he called it to eat, Trang would open its mouth as wide as possible and swallow the power that Louis gave it. It went crazy for food and ate a lot. But despite eating so much, Trang was still only 1 star. Its special skill was Companion, which allowed Louis to share 100% of Trang's growth rate and gave him 100 strength points. So it wasn't a waste of effort feeding it every day. Every time Trang got stronger, Louis would receive a proportional amount of power. 1 star was 100 points, 2 stars was 200 points. Before being sealed, Trang had 31 stars. Louis was amazed. Right now, he didn't even have 1,000 points but was already this strong. Just how in the world did Draka become so terrifyingly powerful? Actually, besides doing quests, there are other ways to increase your power, but the price was giving Trang a glass of water. Fine, don't talk then, but don't blame me when you starve. Under Louis's threat, it finally had to speak up. There are many ways to increase power, like doing high-difficulty quests to get better rewards, crafting items that increase strength, or searching for treasures. You could even cook goblin tendons to make elixirs, but Trang made it clear that those methods weren't suitable for Louis, because you need at least 1,000 strength points to unlock those quests, and if his strength increases too quickly, his body wouldn't be able to handle it. Right now, Louis was basically at a toddler's level. Yet all this time, Louis thought he was already freaking strong, but it turns out, he was only just taking his first steps. The immediate goal was 1,000 points, so Louis trained every day to increase them. When he reached 930 points, the third test, Practical Combat, officially began. In this test, the mages would attack from behind, so there was a chance their spells could hit allies in the chaos. Therefore, this test was all about evaluating the mage's risk management skills. It might even be the most important part. For example, when Jason was casting a fireball, he ended up aiming it at the protecting knights, which got him disqualified on the spot. The support staff were the forest knights, there to ensure the students' safety, as well as to evaluate their teamwork. The test lasted for 10 days, and based on the points each student earned, they would each fight different monsters. On the final day, there were 13 students in the top score bracket, so everyone was curious about what kind of monster would show up. A giant aquatic monster stepped out of the portal, its growl making the students crap their pants. These aquatic monsters live in herds, scattered across 6 regions. They're bigger than humans and are also intelligent. With their violent nature, battles between them and humans frequently break out. Professor, are you sure this is a good idea? What if someone actually croaks because of this monster? Professor Haido encouraged his students, saying that as mages, they must always remain rational to handle any situation. The test began, with the forest knights taking the lead to provide support, while the mages attacked from behind. Miko launched an ice spear at the aquatic monster, but it immediately leaped up and lunged right at him. Miko dodged out of the way. Professor Haido shouted a command. Miko wanted to get payback for the other day, but he was so scared he was frozen in place. Professor Haido had to use woodbind, causing massive vines to wrap around the aquatic monster, restraining it so it wouldn't tear Miko to shreds. In the end, Miko was disqualified from the test. Professor Eric clenched his fists in frustration. Since Miko failed again, he'd have to take matters into his own hands. Next up was Louis's test. Since he was the only one who received a perfect score from Kingram, Eric suggested that he should be evaluated differently from the other students to ensure fairness. The principal understood what he was getting at, but they didn't have any other monsters. Eric had already planned for this. When the forest knights brought the aquatic monster, they also brought a goblin along. Before Lewin's test began, Professor Haido met with him to inform him about a change in the test's difficulty. The academy had high expectations for Lewin ever since Kingram gave him a perfect score, so Lewin's target would be changed from the aquatic monster to a goblin. Louis's face soured. Of all the monsters out there, why make me fight a goblin? Trang taunted. So your first real enemy is a goblin? This is going to be fun to watch. The goblin had a similar appearance to the aquatic monster, which made Jason think it was their leader. A guy next to him said, "You idiot, that's a goblin." Jason immediately felt uneasy and worried for Lewin. Even the captain of the Forest Knights found it strange. Even though he knew a suggestion had been made, it was unthinkable to have a student fight a goblin in an exam like this. Goblins have a similar build to aquatic monsters, but they're many times stronger and can smash a person's skull and break their spine in a single swing. The captain immediately questioned Professor Haido, but this was a direct order from the principal. It looks like they want Louis to bet his entire life on this exam. That's right, Louis is stepping forward as the test taker. Seeing Louis's pale and delicate pretty boy looks, The man had no idea how he could possibly fight this goblin. The professor and the night squad are supposed to protect Louis, but he just walks right past them. Hey, you're going the wrong way. Louis is supposed to be behind the knights, but he says he'll stand at the front, because his spells are different from everyone else's. If you stand up front, we won't be able to protect you. It's not as easy to handle as a sea monster. Yeah, I know. Louis's reply makes the captain frown. Why are you putting your life on the line? I have no other choice. That's all Louis could say. The captain couldn't see a single trace of fear in him. It seems Louis really is different from the others. The two-headed professor signals for Louis to prepare. He then allows the test to begin. The goblin breaks free from its cuffs and charges at everyone, and the night squad moves to shield Louis. But he zips right past them, charging toward the goblin. The captain shouts, "Stop! What are you doing?" Louis summons a fireball in his hand and throws a punch towards the goblin. The clash between the two immense powers creates a massive shockwave. What follows is an explosion that kicks up a cloud of dust. The night captain silently prays for Louis to be alive. From within the dust cloud, Louis's silhouette appears. He's not just alive, he's standing perfectly steady. The two-headed professor lets out a small laugh, proud of his student. "Hey, you almost died," the captain scolds Louis. Louis apologizes to him, but explains that if he had given a heads up, the captain would have never let him charge in. Besides, now isn't the time for chit-chat, they need to finish this exam. The goblin is still standing there, and it's even more furious now. "Step back. I know you're strong, but that goblin is extremely dangerous. Just stay put, and let me handle this." But of course, Louis has no intention of hiding behind them. This is his exam after all. So Louis is going to finish this test by himself. In his entire life, Louis had never even known what the heck a goblin was. It's 5 times his size and super aggressive. And yet, here he is, facing off against it. There are 2 reasons he can be this brave. First, thanks to his goblin's comrade skill, he can communicate with it and hear it screaming, "Stay away from me. All of you, set me free." This goblin is actually terrified from being surrounded by mages and knights, even though it's completely innocent. The second reason, of course, is the quest. Objective 1. Attack the enemy first. Objective 2. Defeat the enemy. The reward is 30 strength points and the player's eye skill. That's a truly worthy reward for someone like him, who has to do the same old boring quests day after day like Louis. A single fight that gives him the same amount of points as 3 days of grinding. So what's there to hesitate about? Louis rushes in and punches it square in the face. Objective 1, attack the enemy first, is complete, but things are far from over. The goblin jumps up, aiming to crush Louis's skull. With a body as light as a feather, Louis dodges its devastating blow. He needs to find its weak point and strike. Louis uses time refraction to close the distance and aim for the goblin's weak spot. The captain can only watch in amazement, wondering what in the world this kid is. The goblin blocks Louis's punch. It swings its left arm, but Louis blocks that too. Louis tries a knee strike, but it's too light, so the goblin grabs him and tosses him like a rag doll. Louis sticks to the wall like Spider-Man. Before he can even take a breath, the goblin rushes at him again with a punch that packed a ton of force. Louis leaped up, twisted his body, and unleashed a spinning kick he'd practiced daily, instantly knocking the goblin to the ground. Louis leaped onto its body. It was time for the grand finale, so he activated the skill Goblin's Rage. "Are you really a human?" the goblin mumbled as Louis used a skill from its own tribe. "I'm guessing you don't need an answer to that?" Louis retorted, shocking the creature. But regardless, it was time to end this. Louis used explosive fire energy, stacking it with the effects of Goblin's Rage. He was slowly entering a berserk state, his power surging uncontrollably and forcing the night squad to retreat. A moment later, the goblin had gone silent. It looked like it was all over. Trang, watching from the sidelines, was also taken aback by Louis. He had surpassed her expectations. Did he actually defeat the goblin? Holy cow, go Louis! The students erupted in cheers after witnessing Louis's talent, while Professor Eric gritted his teeth, shocked that he had actually won. The principal smiled in satisfaction. That would teach Eric for always looking for excuses to mess with Louis. The night squad surrounded the goblin to check its condition, and confirmed it had been defeated. "Louis Nadell, who taught you those spells and combat skills?" the captain of the night squad asked with curiosity. It was all self-taught by Louis, which the captain found unbelievable. Louis then asked the two-faced professor about his test results, and the professor was silent for a few seconds. The two-faced professor thought Louis wouldn't be able to handle it, but he never even got the chance to stop him. "You always surpass my expectations, Louis. You've passed." Louis smiled joyfully. These were the words he had been waiting to hear for so long. Quest complete. Louis's rewards included the player's eye, an active skill that allowed him to see into people's hearts. It could collect and digitize all information, unlock the stealth skill, and see others who were using stealth. Now you're a real player. Trang knew this skill well. It was something only players possessed. Lewin could now see enemies using stealth, as a faint outline would appear around them. Next, he unlocked the minimap. This function allowed Lewin to observe everything within a 500-meter radius of his position. Lewin could also view the status window of any target he chose, however. The amount of accessible information depended on the target's level. Trang crossed her arms and said excitedly, "There are plenty more surprises." She told him to try using the player's eye on the unconscious goblin. He just had to look at it and think player's eye, and a status window immediately popped up. Shield Blade Goblin, 3 stars, from Mount Baovu. With shoulders covered in blades, it was smaller and less aggressive than a typical goblin. Lewin tried looking at the two-faced professor. He was a level 6 mage, but Lewin couldn't read any other information. Lewin couldn't view the information of people whose levels were much higher than his. Once Lewin became stronger, the amount of information he could access would increase. So that's how it is. Lewin smiled, satisfied, as the practical exam came to a close. Rumors of Lewin defeating the goblin spread like wildfire throughout the academy. "Lewin, how does it feel to be the talk of the school?" "Pretty cool, huh?" Jia-sun was curious about his feelings, but Lewin himself was at a loss for words. "Excuse me, are you Lewin? Our senior?" 3 girls he didn't know shyly approached Lewin and handed him some snacks. "Please have these when you get hungry." After Lewin took the snacks, the 3 girls shyly ran off. "You want this?" Lewin coldly offered it to Jia-sun, making him fly into a rage. "You're being so disrespectful to the ladies who had to overcome their shyness to give you lunch. Why are you getting all worked up over nothing?" Louis looked at Jia-san's clueless face, but despite appearances, the guy had shown immense potential over the past few days. Louis had checked everyone's status, and only Jia-san's revealed high potential. That's why Louis was giving him a look of confidence. "Jia-sun, just hang in there a little longer. I bet you'll do great on the next test." "What's this? Are you taking pity on me?" Jia-san asked, confused. Louis told him to stop messing around with girls and to be more confident and diligent, because his skills were no joke. After a moment, Jia-san became curious. He started to wonder if this was really the same Louis he'd known for the last 6 years. Even Louis himself found it hard to believe, but this was the person he wanted to be. Lately, rumors were even spreading that Louis would surpass Miko, becoming the top student and the academy's representative. "I don't care about that," Louis said as he walked inside, making Jia-san even more curious, because this year was the year of the Grand Festival. Every May, representatives from all the famous academies would gather for a magic festival to determine the most outstanding student. And every 8 years, all mages would gather for the Olympiad to select the strongest of them all. The Grand Festival was held in a year when both of these events occurred, making it a nationwide competition where the most promising students from every academy showcased their skills. The winner would not only bring home a huge cash prize for themselves and their academy, but would also receive countless privileges, which is why participation in the Grand Festival was limited. 1 person for the solo event and 30 for the team event. The top 31 students from each academy would get to participate in this huge competition, and the solo competitor would be the academy's official representative. "I wonder who our representative will be this year. It's gotta be Miko again." The students gossiped during lunch. Jia-san confidently declared that his bedmate, Louis, would be the one to represent the academy. After all, he was the only one to get a perfect 100 points from Kingram. Plus, every time Miko participated in the Magic Festival, the results were a total disaster. In the team events, he had others to carry him, but in the solo event, he placed 4th out of 5. That's why their academy got stuck with the bottom of the barrel label. Now, everyone was counting on Louis to get them out of that slump. The tests aren't over yet. Louis didn't allow himself to get cocky or overly excited. The chosen participant would be the one who ranked first in the tests, and also received a recommendation from the professors. Besides, his one-on-one duel with Miko was just around the corner. All he could think about now was how to wipe the floor with Miko. 4 days later, Louis had been training hard and reached 1,000 strength points. Trang stretched, ready to stuff its face. It had finally been waiting for this moment. The regular quest was now level 2, with double the difficulty and triple the rewards. After Trang ate until it was full, its entire body erupted in a powerful flame, which astonished Louis. Meanwhile, that dude Eric was salty because his plan to mess with Louis had backfired and actually helped him score more points. Even with Louis's current power level, he still didn't think Louis could beat Miko, but he was still worried about Miko's position as top student and the Grand Festival representative, so he was racking his brain trying to come up with the dirtiest possible scheme. Meanwhile, Trang opened its eyes, looking totally badass. It had reached level 2 and granted Louis 200 strength points. Louis noticed that Trang looked a little chubbier, but also stronger. Thanks to it, he got 200 points for free. Trang lifted its snout arrogantly. Heh, this is just the warm-up. The quest's difficulty and rewards have both gone up. Speaking of which, Louis checked his regimen. It had increased from 3,000 punches and kicks to 5,000, with an added 15-kilometer run and combat practice each day. Louis had already upped his training intensity, so the other stuff wasn't too hard. He was just curious about the new-sounding combat practice. Remember the first time we met? I told you I could turn into anything, Trang said majestically, because from now on, it could transform, though there were still limits. Trang could only turn into a human at level 5, so for now, it could only show off simple skills. Trang spun around, its soft brown bear fur changing into purple fabric, revealing the most dilapidated scarecrow in existence, which made Louis burst out laughing. Don't you dare underestimate this scarecrow, Trang warned Louis, because when Draco first started sparring, the scarecrow had helped him a lot. And so, every day Louis had to do combat practice with the scarecrow Trang, which was very useful for more than just being a target. Trang was currently as strong as a level 3 mage, and once it regained its power, it could do anything. First, Louis wanted Trang to turn into a mage. It immediately gave a sinister smile. You got it, lil bro. Trang then pulled a cute little staff out of nowhere to cast spells. Even if it hit Louis, it would only cause a shock without any damage. And if Louis hit Trang, it wouldn't be harmed at all. Truly the ideal sparring partner. Take this. Trang attacked Louis without hesitation. Louis was incredibly excited, thinking that Miko must be training hard too, so he couldn't afford to rest. Meanwhile, that Miko guy was just kicking cans down the road. That bastard is such an eyesore. What do I do now? You little brat, how dare you say that to my face? If you were just a bit stronger then. Miko cut Eric off, knowing full well that Louis' score was boosted thanks to Eric's little scheme. Thanks to you, he got a perfect score. If our family finds out, I doubt you'll get out of this alive. Being taunted by Miko made Eric salty, but he couldn't do anything about it. Miko didn't train, and just urged him to think of a way to beat Louis. Eric already had a plan. Take this. Eric handed Miko a tube of burning flower, a species of flower that grows in the northern illusionary region. It's a rare herb, used by some to concoct a special elixir. By drinking it, Miko would achieve an awakened state. His mana casting time would be drastically shortened, but it would also numb his sense of pain and make him unable to distinguish friend from foe. Right, in other words, I'd be completely blind. You really paid attention in class, huh? Miko didn't understand why the man wanted him to drink this. Are you insane? You have no right to talk here. You already lost to that kid. Do you want to bring even more shame to the family? Eric presented a very persuasive reason, but Miko was still wary of the professor. He knew exactly how strong Miko was. Oh, my dear nephew, have you forgotten who I am? Eric's specialty was playing dirty. He was the one who tested for stimulants. So to erase the evidence, Eric gave Miko a purple potion. After you drink the burning flower, take this, so no one can trace it. Don't be afraid, because this is the only way the Gary Hill lineage can move forward. Are you taking it or not? So touching, an uncle pressuring his nephew to use performance enhancers before an exam. Finally, the day of the one-on-one combat exam arrived. The exam venue was the Mana Barriered Plaza. Whenever a combat test was held, the area was always packed with people. Everyone wanted to stay and witness the final match, which was also the most anticipated fight between Louis and Miko. Louis walked onto the field, feeling a little nervous, because Miko knew he was a close combat mage, so if he had prepared for it, it would be a really tough fight, but once Louis got close to him, one punch is all it takes to knock them flat. To make the test as close to a real battle as possible, various terrain elements were prepared and arranged inside with incredible variety. Both sides were ready for the test, but Louis noticed something was off about Miko. He had the expression of a wild dog waiting to be let off its leash. Normally, Miko would spew all sorts of sarcastic remarks before a match, but today he was unusually silent. Louis had to use his Radix eye to check, and aside from the normal stats, Miko also had a hidden berserk status. Miko must have done something to conceal it, but before the test started, the students had undergone a body check. Then Louis suddenly remembered that Professor Eric, the one in charge of the check, was Miko's uncle. It was highly likely that the Gary Hill, uncle and nephew duo had covered for each other to cheat. The battle only prohibited the use of dark magic, while the other 4 elemental magic types could be used freely. Points would be awarded based on the tier of the magic. And in this arena, the power of all magic was reduced by 99%, so there was no need to worry about your opponent. Louis raised his hand and asked, if one of the 2 contestants is caught using a banned substance, what happens then? His question struck a nerve with Miko, making his heart skip a beat. According to the rules, Anyone using a banned substance would be disqualified and fail the test, and could even be expelled depending on the severity of the offense. After things settled down, both of them got into their fighting positions. For now, this was just Luin's assumption, since only he could see the status window, so no one else would believe his words. Luin needed to find conclusive proof. Ready, begin. The moment the signal was given, both of them rushed to attack. Luin, go to hell. Miko used vines to entangle Luin's leg. And poof! A second later, he broke free with ease, since the arena only dampened mana power, having no effect on Luin's physical strength. In short, his strength was still ridiculously OP. You think that's all I've got? Miko used Fire Roar, blasting a massive fireball towards Luin. He flash-stepped to dodge it just in time, then took cover behind a large boulder. After 2 attacks, Luin could see that Miko's casting time had been reduced, and his mana output had increased, despite the arena's dampening effect. When Miko saw Luin hiding behind the rock, he sneered arrogantly. Stop hiding. Come out and face me, you coward. Based on Miko's more excited than usual state, along with his behavior so far, Luin guessed he had used an awakening herb, the burning flower. The symptoms were trembling hands, extreme excitement, reduced pain sensitivity, and difficulty telling friend from foe. The only symptom that hadn't appeared yet was the pain suppression. No wonder you're so confident. It's because of the burning flower, isn't it? Miko's face contorted upon being discovered, caught with his hand in the cookie jar but unable to escape Luin's eye. To take this guy down, Luin didn't need any enhancers. Here I come, Miko. Luin used time refraction, shooting towards him like an arrow. A panicked Miko erected an ice barrier to stop him. Useless. Luin shattered his ice barrier with a single sweeping kick. Wow, what kind of magic is that? The audience couldn't help but be amazed by the performance of Luin. Things weren't over yet. Miko used a tier 3 spell, Fire Lizard, summoning a fire-breathing T-Rex right in front of Luin. Luin decided to face it head-on with his earthquake punch. True to its name, its destructive power was like a genuine earthquake. Miko's tiny dinosaur was easily sent flying, and the crowd was once again left in awe as Luin used earth to counter fire. Miko fell to the ground, and as Luin approached, he panicked. Ah, stay away from me! Don't be such a wimp, take this. Luin raised his finger and gave Miko a light flick on the forehead, creating a thwack so loud it could be heard from the next country over. A small flick of the finger, but it packed the destructive power of a full-blown punch. A normal person would have been knocked out cold by that move, but Miko was still on his feet, even laughing boisterously. Louis, you dare underestimate me? Louis didn't stop there and continued to serve Miko a can of whoop-ass, sending him tumbling to the ground with cracking sounds, yet he still managed to laugh. Ha ha, that didn't even scratch me. Taking so many hits in a row and still being conscious, Louis figured the guy was at risk of dying from excessive shock. This was getting dangerous. Prison tree. Louis tightly bound Miko, then raised his hand and declared, Professor, Miko is using a banned substance. The supervising professor had to double-check with Louis, because a false accusation would get him disqualified, but Louis was absolutely certain. The use of the banned substance had either been concealed, or someone had discovered it and turned a blind eye, and that person could only be someone with access to the rare ingredients and who was responsible for the pre-match inspections. In the entire academy, only one person fit that description, Professor Eric. Everyone began to whisper, since Eric was related to Miko, and he immediately jumped down to question Louis. Louis, do you realize what you're saying? Are you accusing Miko of using a banned substance and me of turning a blind eye? Yes, and I have proof. Though he looked a little nervous, Eric demanded another inspection. But Louis knew perfectly well he had used a special spirit elixir to mask Miko's symptoms. So what is it you want? Where's this proof you mentioned? Eric was still playing hardball, but Louis was about to give them a demonstration. He stood before a large tree trunk and gave it a light flick, causing it to instantly explode and turn to ash in the blink of an eye. That was the same forehead flick from earlier. Louis's statement sent a shiver down Eric's spine. He knew he was in deep trouble now. Even if we assume Miko's magic had improved through training, there's no way he could withstand so many consecutive blows and still be conscious enough to laugh it off. In his current condition, his skull was likely rattling violently, and at least 4 of his ribs must have been broken. Yet Miko was still laughing as if he didn't feel a thing. Is there anything else you'd like to deny, Professor Eric? Of course, he couldn't refute it because Louis was spot on. The headmaster shot to his feet, visibly enraged. How dare you pull something like this in such a sacred place? To my office, now. The 4th exam concluded quickly. The corruption of the Gary Hill family line was exposed. Professor Eric was sent packing to raise fish back home, and Miko was expelled. After that, students started calling Louis the Saint of Expulsion instead of his old nickname, Louis the Dullard. More importantly, Louis was summoned by the headmaster. In front of the headmaster's office was a magic portal, and when Louis stepped inside, he was greeted by a familiar sight. It was the territory of House Adele, but he quickly realized it wasn't real, especially since there was a chair known as the Throne of Tehran, the seat of the Supreme Mage. Just then, the headmaster appeared behind him, explaining that this place was created by the Eyes of Malarox. He was the leader who initiated the war of invasion against the 6 lands of Frelia, and legend said he possessed the ability to make a person see their deepest desires. After Malarox's corpse was refined into a magical treasure, the Eyes of Malarox became that very artifact, helping people see what they truly want. So what had just appeared before Louis was precisely what he yearned for the most. That's right. What Louis had always desired was the restoration of the House Adele's domain, and to become the most powerful mage. As for the headmaster, he saw a world where everyone behaved according to their proper roles. Students as students, mages as mages, and the headmaster as a headmaster. He knew it wasn't an easy thing to achieve, but it was what he had always wished for before stepping through to the other side. Louis looked back at the artifact, and a vision of everyone cheering for him as he became the valedictorian appeared. This was also his long-held dream. After passing through the artifact's domain, the two arrived at the principal's main office. Today, the principal had summoned Louis to ask him something. Among the countless forbidden substances, how did you know that what Miko used was the burning flower? Louis answered honestly. First, Miko's attitude wasn't like his usual self. He was aggressive, yet also showed signs of restlessness. The mana amplification and flow were also abnormal, so Louis guessed he had used the burning flower. But from what I can see, you seem certain, not just guessing. Why is that? The principal was curious, because the mana barrier hall only reduces magical power, not physical strength. And what Louis used was physical strength, not magic. He tried to avoid mentioning the all-seeing eye as much as possible. I was certain Miko was in extreme shock, yet he could still laugh and showed no signs of pain. That could only prove he had used the burning flower. Hearing Louis' flawless answer made the principal extremely pleased. Although he was only 16 years old, he was sharp enough to immediately notice the changes, even the smallest ones in his opponent. Not to mention he handled the situation so calmly. Plus, his magic-wielding ability is top-notch. As the principal of this academy, I deeply regret this incident. I sincerely apologize, Louis. I guarantee that the Gary Hill family will not harm you. In addition, the principal had another proposal, which was to nominate Louis to participate in the Grand Festival this July as the Academy's representative. Louis was utterly astonished. It was a position everyone coveted. In truth, he had vaguely guessed this when he arrived, but Louis didn't dare to accept. He felt he didn't have enough experience, having not even been in a real fight for the past 5 years. During his time at the Academy, he hadn't achieved anything outstanding. While the Grand Festival was a gathering of all the most talented people, Louis didn't know if he was strong enough to compete. That's not a problem. The principal was a judge at the Grand Festival, and he thought Louis was worthy of being called a championship contender. The principal asserted that Louis was a very promising contestant. The scary part is that Louis is a secret weapon that no one expects. To everyone else, he's a mystery. There's no information about Louis. No one knows his techniques or fighting style, so they can't figure out a way to counter him. Because Louis was always ranked last, they let their guard down. It sounds a bit sad, but this is Louis' strength. This time, you'll pull off a move no one can block. What do you say? Are you in or out? At this point, Louis could no longer contain his excitement. He would definitely do his best not to disappoint everyone. It seemed everything was going according to the principal's plan, so he had invited a professor to help Louis develop his physical skills instead of his magic. Are you doing well, young man? Louis stared in astonishment at the person in front of him. This was Guter Perante, captain of the Foreign Engineer Corps, and one of only 5 Grade 5 engineers in the Kingdom of Jordan, and this was also the man who had tried his best to stop him during the 3rd test. Louis never expected to be taking a physical skills class with him. First off, Guter wanted to confirm a few things. According to the information from Professor Haidu, Louis is a special mage because he can only fight in close combat. Lewin nodded in confirmation. From what he had observed, Lewin's movements were quite good, quick and efficient with no wasted motion. But honestly, one look was enough to tell Lewin had never studied martial arts. His moves might have worked on that goblin from before, but against the Night Squad, Lewin would be read like an open book. No matter how strong he was, opponents with good physical skills could predict his attacks through the movements of his shoulders and hips. Everything the professor said was true, because Lewin's moves were just repetitive motions from quests, so they weren't very applicable in a real fight. But not to worry. If you learn from me, your movements will change from the most basic fundamentals. Professor Guter didn't want to waste any time, so they would start immediately. The first lesson was proper footwork. A solid stance is what gives a sword swing its power. Moreover, your feet also help you predict the enemy's next move. Only when you learn to walk correctly can you properly use body arts. And so, Lewin began practicing his steps like a hero. Next up was enro, a discipline commonly used in the training of knights. This art consists of 36 stances, not including sword techniques, and following Professor Guter's instructions, Lewin trained diligently to improve his movement skills. The professor was extremely pleased with his progress and hard work. Remembering when they started, Lewin had wondered why he was teaching him martial arts. Guter had to go to the academy every day, yet now he was also tutoring Lewin. Just think of it as a form of investment. That was the professor's reason. He had met someone with the potential to become a great mage in the future. If he contributed to that person's growth, it would be a worthy investment. After hearing that, Lewin decided to entrust his body to him. "I'm counting on you, sir," Professor Guter said. "Hey, calling me professor sounds so stiff. Just call me bro. I'm only in my 30s. Professor Guter was a bit bummed out. The more he watched Lewin fight, the more Professor Guter enjoyed it, especially his sheer grit. When he inspected the goblin that Lewin had defeated before, its jaw was broken. A close combat mage who was even stronger than a goblin. No wonder he found him so incredibly interesting. Just like that, 3 weeks passed, and Lewin's body art skill had reached level 10, receiving a reward that boosted skills of the same mage type, allowing him to channel magic throughout his body. It seemed that mastering enro was very useful indeed. Trang also leveled up to 3 by piggybacking off Lewin, now holding over 2,000 power points, an amount Lewin already felt was immense. But Trang found Lewin's rate of power gain even more terrifying. Even Draka had taken over a year after meeting it to reach that many points. "Lewin!" Jia-san came running up to Lewin, out of breath. "Did you see it?" Lewin had been so focused on his training that he hadn't paid attention to anything else. They had now posted the list of participants for the Grand Festival at the Academy Gate. At the opening ceremony, Lewin had represented the new students on the podium, and just like that, became the target of jealousy and suspicion. To respond to this envy, Lewin had acted pathetically for the past 6 years. All he could do was watch from a distance as Miko received everyone's congratulations. But now, things were different. Lewin felt goosebumps all over his body when he saw his name as the Academy's representative. "It's Lewin! Congratulations on becoming the representative." It had been a long time since Lewin got to enjoy congratulations like these. Finally, Lewin had become the Academy's representative once again. And Jia-sun was there too, even though he only ranked 31st when it was announced that Louis had mastered heavenly martial arts. Professor Soto was extremely surprised, even a little scared, that he was a 5th-level student at the age of 16. He had faith that Louis could pull it off, and the preparations for the Grand Festival went smoothly. The day to depart for Anton had finally arrived. Some students were riding a mana train for the first time, and were very excited, since there are only 2 transfer points in the Duyan Dian Kingdom, but in the Dian Nat Imperial Federation, there are over 100 transfer points. These country bumpkins are just riding a mana train and they're making such a huge fuss. That jerk is Hank, one of Miko's lackeys, who participated in the Magic Festival with him last year. If you think Louis is going to pull off some kind of miracle at the Grand Festival, you should just give up now. He's just getting a big head because he scored high on the exam. And besides, the representatives from the other academies are monsters. They believe they have a better chance of winning if they had someone experienced like Miko. They refuse to accept Louis as the Academy's representative, making Jia-sun tremble with rage. There are plenty of scumbags looking to gain even a small advantage by sucking up to the Gary Hill family. But you absolutely have to do well in this competition, even if you have to be on the same team with those guys. Miko must be so pleased. His dogs are still loyal to their master, even after their master got kicked out. Hank shot back, asking if Louis was talking about them. Good thing they got the hint, so Louis didn't have to spell it out. Listen up. Louis had to knock some sense into them. The Grand Festival is on a completely different level from the magic festivals they're used to. If you guys get good results, you'll definitely have access to better opportunities than the Gary Hill family could ever provide. Sure, if we get good results, that's what would happen. But is that even possible? Even Henker was intimidated, since all the participants are monsters, while their fate is to be stuck in the Jordan Kingdom and work under the Gary Hill family. We can do it, Louis declared, because at the Grand Festival, unity is the most important thing, so it's best if they eliminate any elements that hinder morale and teamwork. So, does that mean you're going to compete without us? You should think about that on the way there. Think about who your representative is right now. And more importantly, the Gary Hill family isn't here to witness your loyalty. Pissed that he couldn't win the argument with Lewis, Henker yelled, "You're ruining your own first individual match. I won't take any orders from you during the Grand Festival." On the mana train, The most excited person was none other than Trang. He kept rambling on about the past when mana trains didn't exist, making Louis's ears throb. Suddenly, the train car door slid open. I thought I smelled the stench of losers somewhere around here. Let's see now. Is it the country bumpkins from the stupid academy? 3 students from the Oyota National Magic Academy barged in, which is the only training school in Oyota, a sand kingdom built upon a desert, famous for its ancient history and for honing swordsmanship and physical prowess to their absolute limits. Louis wondered what the Oyota crew was doing in their car. Hey, you morons from the stupid academy, where's Miko Gary Hill? Don't tell me he tucked his tail and ran because of some setback? I was planning on making him our personal slave this year, haha. He went around greeting the familiar faces from last year's magic festival, acting like a total bully. Trang burst out laughing, enjoying the sight of Louis in a tight spot. Oh my, look at you, being so patient. To think he could just sit there and take that. Louis had never known about this before since he never had the opportunity to go, but it seemed their academy wasn't treated very well. Professor Haidu just kept calmly reading his book, showing no intention of interfering. Right now, his position was simply that of an instructor. In other words, the authority and responsibility for the whole team now rested in the hands of their representative, Louis. Hey, Henker, where's your representative Miko Gary Hill? The guy approached Henker to say hello. Miko is probably bedridden, praying for his broken ribs to heal. Just then, Louis spoke up, causing the entire cabin to fall silent. Henker announced that Louis was their representative this time. Seeing Louis for the first time, the student from Oyota walked over and introduced himself. I'm the representative from Oyota, Seda Mankiri. Louis introduced himself as well. More importantly, let's end this farce. If you're done causing trouble, then you should get your butt out of our cabin. Oh, and of course, you'll apologize for calling us a stupid academy before you leave, won't you? He asked with a polite demeanor. What did you say? Seda was completely caught off guard by Louis' cold comeback, which left him utterly embarrassed. Hey Henker, didn't you tell this guy who I am? Seeing Henker stay silent, he prepared to teach Louis a lesson. Louis finally understood the situation. This was why the participants from last year's Grand Festival were so afraid of the Oyota Academy students. It was all because they were bullied by Seda Mankiri. They did this intentionally to break everyone's spirit before the matches even started. So the Grand Festival had already begun. So, you want to throw down? Louis wasn't afraid to clash with him right then and there. Naturally, Seda didn't hesitate and was about to charge in to get physical with Louis. But suddenly, Seda froze. The instructor from Oyota rushed in and gave Seda a piece of his mind right in front of everyone, then turned to apologize to Professor Haidu and the others on Seda's behalf, before shoving Seda back to their cabin before he could flip out again. Inside Oyota's cabin, Seda couldn't understand why his professor had stopped him, especially since it was his idea in the first place. Didn't you see it? The professor had seen Professor Haidu let out a small laugh while watching Seda, as if he was just waiting for him to attack. Wasn't he just being confident, sir? The professor wasn't so sure himself, guessing there was something more to Louis that they didn't know. But one thing was for sure, he was nothing like Miko Gary Hill from last time. After the Oyota gang left, the atmosphere in the Zenith cabin changed drastically. Just moments ago, they were all full of ego and jealousy, but now they seemed more united. Are you okay, Louis? Why'd you have to take it that far? Those guys have been brawlers since the day they were born. The other students were worried because Louis had been ready to throw down with Seda. Louis wondered, didn't it bother them that their academy was being so openly disrespected like that? As their representative, if he had just sat there quietly, they would have definitely gotten a kick out of it and would have looked down on them even more. If he did nothing, then they really would be the stupid academy just like they said. So, do you all want to keep being disrespected like this? It's precisely because you always back down that they've looked down on us for the past 5 years. This isn't the time to let your egos get in the way of unity and allow them to disrespect us. The first match is one where the representatives don't participate, so they nominated Henker to be the goalie in the aeroball match, which made him blush. Looks like Miko's little follower is finally stepping up. Louis hoped everything would go smoothly like this until the competition ended. The group finally arrived at Antondachi, a state belonging to the Renak Royal Federation, and the only state recognized as neutral territory by the Empire. Therefore, upon entering this place, even thousand-year-old enemies had to set aside their grudges, because if any blood was shed within Anton's borders, the Renak Empire would step in to handle the matter as the overlord of the 6 lands. For this very reason, Anton was the host for large-scale international competitions, like the Grand Festival and the Great Sword Tournament. Jason was in awe as he walked in. This place looks like a whole different world. Our Diamond District is already pretty swanky, but this place is on another level. Louis was also overwhelmed by Anton, the kingdom's capital. Everything exuded an ancient charm, and everyone seemed so relaxed. Coming here made him realize just how small their own place was. All the academies participating in the Grand Festival had carriages waiting to take them to their hotels. Louis rode in the same carriage as Professor Hido, who gave him a warning, just in case any students went to other academies to cause trouble at a time like this. The professor said it while looking directly at Louis, which made him feel a little guilty. Oh, look at that. Trang found it interesting when it sniffed out a familiar scent. It seemed a remnant of Draco was here. The next day, Louis woke up early, dressed neatly, and went out, while Jason was still half asleep. Huh. Is Louis going on a date? Louis opened his minimap and followed the trail that Trang had sensed, which even it found strange. The two of them stopped at a workshop named Vibrating Memories. Louis gently pushed the door open and went inside. He thought an item from the Black Dragon would be in some special place, not somewhere with such a cheesy name. It should at least be in a place like the Black Market or in the basement of some rich dude's mansion. This was all because Draka's remnants had no effect on mages whatsoever. Louis used the damage nullification ring to pinpoint the treasure's exact location. A player's passive, this treasure was also Draka's first failure. It had the ability to nullify damage, helping to resist physical impacts and increasing the ability to negate physical damage. It sounded super cool, but why was it called Draka's failure? Trang laughed. Because it doesn't just resist attacks, it also resists normal physical contact. You can't even get a hug from your lover. It works when you don't need it to and doesn't when you do. That's why it's called a failure. However, Louis still needed it. Putting it on instantly increased his strength by 200 points, so he wanted to wear it the moment he saw it. The ring was a perfect fit, as if it was made just for him. Louis asked the shop owner for the price, but the man just gave it to him. Since it had been there for a very long time and no one had paid it any mind, he was even planning to throw it away. Louis wandered around to see if there was anything else to buy. Thanks to his player's eye, he could determine the value of items to avoid getting ripped off. A high-rarity item caught Louis's eye, the book Quantum Mechanics of Magic and Swordsmanship. Just as Louis placed his hand on it, another girl lunged for the book as well. This was Irene Prius, a 5th-level mage with very high potential. She was from the Seki Women's University. Pluto, the king of mages and the ultimate sorcerer, Terran Adamus, had personally chosen Irene as one of his 11 successors. Rumor had it she was a genius on the verge of reaching level 5, but it seemed the rumors had downplayed her abilities, because her status window showed she was already a 5th-level mage. Let go, Irene said coldly. But Louis had gotten there first. He had found what he needed. So now you're just looking for something else, right? I came here just to buy this book, so if it's not a big deal, could you let me have it? It seems Irene overheard Louis's conversation. He was curious what she needed this book for, since people don't usually buy this kind of stuff. Oh, it's just for an assignment. I can't really say more. Seeing Irene's attitude made Louis sigh. She's probably never told a lie in her life. Then you can have it. Louis didn't need that book anyway. He went to look at other items, and Aaron was surprised by Louis's attitude. I thought they were going to have a showdown for the book, but seeing this is making a maiden's heart flutter. At the Zenith Academy dorms, Jason and Hanker were grilling Louis, asking where he met Irene Brios, when, and what they talked about. Is she as beautiful as they say? Blah blah blah. Jason was kicking himself for not going with Louis. His dream is to touch Irene's hand just once. How pathetic. I met Irene at the Grand Festival too, you know. I even got to sit next to her, Hanker bragged arrogantly. Come on, that doesn't even count as talking. What? Look at yourself. You haven't even seen her, let alone talk to her. Louis could only sigh at these two simps, and Hanker went on to tell another story. Even though Irene is strong, she's only number 2, losing to the top-ranked guy Doompram every year to the point of being stressed out. Doompram is number 1 at the Zainart Military Training Academy. He's even recognized as the strongest among his peers in these 6 regions, not to mention Doompram also possesses a light sword. Hearing this, Louis understood why Irene needed that book. She must be trying to find a way to defeat Doompram. But you know, being a swordsman isn't all it's cracked up to be. Compared to other weapons, a magic sword doesn't grant that much more power, and on top of that, it's difficult to master. Swordsmanship is no easy feat, but Doompram possesses a light sword, an S-rank artifact, and his skill level is on par with a regular knight. On top of that, he's from a rich and powerful family, he's handsome and charming, and all the girls are swooning over him. Does a guy like that really exist in this world? Jason just felt sleepy after listening for a while. Louis, on the other hand, was silent in thought. One is a 5th-level mage at only 16 years old. The other is a swordsman who's always at the top of the ranks. He worried if he could actually win against these geniuses. Surely no one would pay any attention to Louis. But the headmaster's words of encouragement echoed in his mind, making him want to test his limits. Hey, you guys got the opening ceremony lineup. Hearing this news lifted Louis' spirits. The Grand Festival has only just begun. Just you wait, he's gonna tear this place up. Finally, the debut lineup was announced, and Louis waited to see their group stage opponents. Damn it, a match against those idiots from that stupid academy? This is gonna be too easy. Let's just take a break, boys. Right off the bat, Zeta started running his mouth with sarcasm. Louis also felt weary that their first opponent was Oyota Academy, because they're famous for playing dirty, and moreover, many students at Zenith Academy have been psychologically traumatized by them. You guys are so weak you can't even get us excited, boring as hell. They openly insulted Louis' academy. Because they thought his team couldn't do a damn thing, Louis was pleased with their attitude. He would use this opportunity to show them that Zenith Academy is not the same pushover it used to be. I've been waiting for you too. Man, there are a lot of people at this grand festival, huh? Seeing Louis speak up, the guy named Zeta started to take notice. Louis loudly announced to everyone present, "My name is Louis Adele, and I'm the representative of that stupid academy everyone's been talking about. I don't really have much to say. Just one small request. Don't ever call us the stupid academy again. It's pretty unpleasant to hear." This was Louis's public clapback, leaving the Oyota students speechless. Louis was sick and tired of being the guy at the bottom. From now on, he wanted to be at the very top of the social ladder. What else should I call you if not a stupid academy? Stop spouting nonsense and acting so tough. As expected, the reputation of Exnet Academy being dead last for 5 years couldn't be erased with just a few words from Louis. Many people wondered who he was, daring to declare he'd take the #1 spot. Louis smirked. You could say he was the ace in the hole for Exnet Academy and for himself. From this point on, he would never back down again. Sure enough, Louis's words had some effect on the Oyota students, and they started looking into him. The only information they could find was that Louis had a history of being at the bottom of the class for 6 whole years, yet he was still made the academy's representative. Rumor has it that at the start of this semester, his grades suddenly did a 180-degree turn, which was probably why he was acting so confident. Seda remembered what his advisor had told him about Louis. There's definitely something different about that guy. After a moment of thought, Seda chuckled, thinking he was probably just overthinking it. He stood up and stretched. It was time to teach Exnet Academy a lesson in the traditional Oyota way. Meanwhile, at the Exnet lodgings, everyone was discussing tomorrow's event, the Mana Grenade Toss. It was a team-based competition with no Academy representatives, and the challenge required teams to throw mana grenades at a Midran Golem. The first team to defeat it would be the winner. Without you competing tomorrow, I don't know if we'll be okay? The Ignis students were worried since their team carry, Louis, wasn't competing. Even though their individual skills couldn't compare to Oyota's, Louis had a plan. Since this is a team battle, if everyone knows how to coordinate, the chances of winning will be much higher. First, let's split the whole team into smaller groups, okay? Group 1 will heat up the grenades. Group 2 will be responsible for transporting the grenades to group number 3, who will be the ones attacking the golem, while the final group will obstruct the opponents by healing the golem on their side. The team was still baffled by this strategy, since it would take a lot of time to take down Oyota's golem. A single attack wave has up to 30 people charging in, so if our side has fewer people, our damage output will also be lower. What's wrong with all of you? Louis asked the whole group. He had already told the other team to their faces that his team would be #1, and he meant it with all his heart. Whether he was participating or not, Louis was going to help them with everything he had. For every 1 attack Oyota makes, they'll make 2 or 3. The members of Oyota all have excellent abilities, which is why they can afford to stick to the traditional method. But if we do that, it'll just be a waste of time. Jia-sun decided to put his faith in Louis's strategy, since he was their commander now. The others also decided to give it a shot. Satisfied, Louis made it final. Henker would be the commander. He divided the squads based on each person's individual skills. Thanks to his player's eye, Louis could see everyone's abilities, allowing him to minimize disadvantages and focus on each person's strengths. Once they were sorted into the right squads, everyone started to feel more confident. The ones who were good at heating were grouped together, and the ones who were good at throwing were grouped together. Seeing everyone's morale boosted like this made Louis feel even more satisfied. Their trust in the plan was also strengthened. Just then, someone burst through the door. It was Foon Lung, his face swollen and bruised. The Oyota guys called their friends and ganged up on me. Hearing this, Louis froze. This time, the Oyota crew had really crossed the line. Inside a room at the Oyota Academy, Seda was sitting smugly with his cronies. Well, look who we have here. So what do you plan to do about it, huh? Louis walked in and beckoned to Seda like he was calling a dog. Seda, bring Kiri out here now. Holy crap, is this guy insane? Seda gritted his teeth and stood up to face Louis. He couldn't understand how that guy could always act so cocky, which really pissed him off. On what grounds? Louis placed a hand on his shoulder, gently pressing down, forcing Seda to his knees. It felt like an entire house had just collapsed on him. This bastard! He furiously swung a fist at Louis. Louis deftly sidestepped, grabbing his elbow and twisting it behind his back, making Seda grunt in pain. In his coldest voice, Louis warned them, "If you dare lay a finger on one of our people ever again, this won't be the end of it." The Oyota Academy students gathered around Seda, who was crumpled on the ground. "What happened? Are you okay?" Seda glared up resentfully at Louis, who stood there arrogantly with his hands in his pockets. "Want to make a bet with me?" Louis went back and told his friends the story, getting them all excited. If their side beat Oyota Academy, that guy Seda would get a forehead flick from him. Don't tell me it's a flick like Miko's. Not only that, Seda would also have to apologize to them in front of everyone. This gave everyone more motivation to win. They had to avenge the humiliation of the past 5 years. Before long, it was time to head to the arena for the opening ceremony. Throughout history, the mages who participated in the Grand Festival all became key figures in changing the fate of all 6 lands. Louis felt incredibly proud to have the chance to stand here himself, the very place where legends were made. The opening ceremony has concluded. All students, please return to your seats. As Louis was leaving, he ran into Seda, who was still salty about yesterday. "Get ready, I won't be careless this time." Louis sighed wearily. The opponent he was aiming for now wasn't the blockhead Seda, but Dumpram. He was the winner of the Magic Festival, and also the top student at the Military Training Academy, Dinart. If he advanced to the later rounds, he would definitely have to face him. "You must be the one who specializes in stirring up trouble, huh?" Irene Prius suddenly struck up a conversation, surprising Louis. Irene had heard about how Louis went around causing a ruckus yesterday, even going to Iota Academy to stir up trouble. "How did you know? This place is small. Everyone here probably knows by now." Louis couldn't believe that his little heart-to-heart with Seda had spread so quickly. Since Louis had given the book to Irene last time, she decided to give him a piece of advice, not to stand out too much. "Just like you, right? You're hiding your own talents, aren't you?" Louis's words hit a nerve with Irene, startling her. Louis didn't want to say anything more about Irene's abilities, so he just said his goodbyes. Girls are temporary, but the competition is forever. In just a few minutes, the first event, mana grenade throwing, between SNIT and Oyota Academy would begin. In the staging hall, Jason rallied everyone's spirits. "Let's show them our strength. Show them we're not the idiot academy anymore." As the event began, everyone was completely baffled, because up until now, winning a team competition had always relied on individual abilities. Arranging themselves in a knight-like formation was a strange sight for everyone. Even so, most people still thought Oyota Academy would win. They're just acting like they're the top dogs. The Idiot Academy really is full of idiots. That's why they're at the bottom of the rankings. Aaron, who was watching the match, was also completely astonished by what was happening. Team Xnit's Dwarf Golem had already lost an arm. Jason led the grenade-throwing team, while Louis was on the outside, trying to direct the hacker groups. "Heating speed is good. Mora and Ayake, you two assist with transport." After a while, the right arm of Xnit's Dwarf Golem was also destroyed. Seda was fuming as he watched. How could these morons lose to that stupid academy? These guys are such scumbags. The girls were coddling the dwarf doggo so it didn't get any weaker. The more the Oyota team attacked, the stronger the dwarf doggo became, only tiring themselves out. Irene was secretly impressed by Ignis's strategy. They overcame Oyota's advantage and individual power through strategy, but for this strategy to work, you have to know everyone's abilities. When Louis found the book Irene needed in just a few seconds, it caught her attention. Now he's even able to assign teams based on each member's strengths. Just who on earth? Is this Louis guy that she's never seen at any previous magic festivals? Here comes the finishing move. Jia-sun threw a grenade toward the dwarf doggo. It shattered into 100 pieces, and it wasn't just the dwarf doggo that broke, but Seda's heart shattered right along with it. He could only let out a cold huff. Now where was he supposed to find some pants to wear on his head? Woohoo! We did it! In the event that everyone thought Oyota Academy would win, the victory actually went to the academy. They called stupid. Everyone ran over to Louis, throwing their arms around his shoulders and neck. Even without fighting directly, Louis totally carried the team on his back. So does this mean Oyota is dead last? Should we call them Oyota the Flunkers then? Ouch, that's brutal. The whispers from the stands aimed at Oyota Academy made them wish they could just disappear. Next up is the Capture the Flag event between the Academy representatives. The first match is between Louis and Seda. As soon as he stepped onto the field, Seda sneered. "What's wrong, you look so tense?" Currently, Ignis Academy is ranked in the top 20 out of 32. Louis thought that was perfect. After the first match, people were starting to turn their attention to them, but that still wasn't enough to shed the reputation they'd had for years. So this time, Louis decided to win in a spectacular fashion. No more holding back. Only then would people start to see them differently. Not only that, they also had to prove themselves to the supreme mage watching from above. In the chamber of the 6 archmages, they were watching the match through the orb of Hades. Taro recognized Louis because he was one of the 11 commoner candidates. He had a habit of remembering talented individuals, and Louis was a natural genius who had even taught himself how to use mana. At such a young age too, that's why I was so disappointed when I found out he had a mana disorder. Disappointed? The headmaster chimed in. More like Hades treated Louis like he was completely worthless. Called out, Hades could only laugh awkwardly. But I never expected you to choose a student like that to be the Academy's representative. I don't think you did it just because. You're cooking up something interesting like you used to. The boy broke his curse after a few years. The headmaster was incredibly confident in Louis. If you want to know how strong he is, just watch. So what's your plan now? Whether you're going to bind me or freeze me, you have to get closer to do it, right? Or are you planning to summon a guardian spirit? Seda asked Louis curiously, but Louis thought summoning a guardian spirit wasn't a very smart move. He'd just do what he always does. Rush in and beat the crap out of him. The match began. Louis charged at Seda, who was casting a summoning spell. You're going to pay for what you did to me the other day. Summon Battle Guardian. The Guardian was a giant knight clad in armor and wielding a weapon. Louis, using time refraction to dodge the Guardian and get behind Seda, preventing him from blocking the cage. Seda threw another punch at Lewin, and this time, he caught it. I knew it. Seda's arm was held so tightly it trembled. Are you going to let go, or what? But this probably wasn't the right time for him to say that. The Guardian was charging towards Louis to attack, but Seda was standing right in his way. His face turned pale. Stop, you stupid Guardian. In this moment that was hanging by a thread, Louis kept a firm grip, making it impossible for Seda to escape. Louis looked at him provocatively. Go on, try to run. This moment made Seda realize something. The feeling of being overpowered by Louis was real, and not just because he had let his guard down. Just then, the Guardian charged forward, and Seda closed his eyes, preparing to face the pain and humiliation of defeat. But when nothing happened, he slowly peeked his eyes open to check the situation. Lewin was fighting the Steel Guardian with his bare hands. Every punch created cracks in its armor, leaving Seda in complete disbelief. After getting its butt kicked, the Guardian crumbled to dust. Lewin advanced on Seda, causing him to flinch and stumble backward. Did you just save me? Save you? Lewin couldn't believe he was this dense, thinking he would save the guy who humiliated his friends. The reason Louis intervened was because he wanted to finish him off with his own hands. Remember our bet? It was just for a single forehead flick. A satisfyingly crisp flick echoed through the air. Seda's entire body went flying backward from Louis's forehead flick. The only thought in his mind was, the sky looks so blue today. Holy crap. The audience cringed, feeling the pain for Seda's forehead. Zenith Academy erupted in cheers. Victory had never felt this satisfying. By winning the match and getting his 5-year revenge, Louis had captured everyone's attention, including that of the Underworld King. Taron, sitting beside the headmaster, sighed, thinking to himself, here we go again. Taron was trying to suppress his anger. He, who held the rank of a demigod, was the only mage to have reached level 8 and was known as the Supreme Mage. And yet, he had never seen magic like the kind Louis used. Just who was this kid, making his heart flutter like this? Tyron Ignis, tell me everything you know about Lewin Adele. Faced with Taron's command, the headmaster chose his words carefully. Lewin is a student who always does his duty. Someone everyone thought would give up, but never did. A person who turns weaknesses into strengths, and is more of a mage than anyone else. This is what I know about Louis Adele. The headmaster's answer annoyed the Underworld King, but he couldn't do anything about it. Huh, are you trying to protect your student from my curiosity, Tyron? What if I just summon Louis here and ask him directly? Faced with Taron's pressure, the headmaster couldn't just sit idly by. If you intend to force the boy to speak, then I will be forced to stop you. Taron gave a wry smile, because the headmaster was invoking the right of a mage to keep secrets, the melee oath. So he wouldn't be allowed to question Louis, and would instead just have to sit for some cake, tea, and a little chat. The Underworld King Taron was obsessed with reaching the limits of magic. He was determined to find out what kind of magic Lewin was using so he could obtain it for himself. That night, at the drink or die bar, Lewin was holding his head in exasperation. We've only won 1 round. We should be focusing on resting. If we party like this, the other schools will show up. But then again, who cares? Let's get this party started. Lewin's words went in one ear and out the other. Jason was just egging him on to get him to join. Time to celebrate the win. It's a huge festival after all, and they had coconut juice, vanilla, antenna, and even something called Dragon Kiss. Lewin had no clue what the heck Dragon Kiss was, so Jason immediately went into marketing mode for him. You know I'm a patriot, right? Turns out it was a specialty from Jason's hometown. But that wasn't the only reason he ordered it. Just one sip of this stuff and you'd feel a French kiss. With a dragon. Come on, Lewin, stop making that face and just try it. Just one glass to get you there? Just one glass to taste perfection. A massive figure suddenly appeared behind them. It was Seda Mankiri. His appearance instantly ruined the mood, and Jason immediately stood up to shoo him away like some evil spirit. He just showed up and ruined all the fun. Lewin was on guard too, wondering if he was here to start a fight or what. I came to apologize. Seda barely managed to get the words out, causing both Lewin and Jason to freeze solid at the unbelievable sight. I'm sorry for looking down on you all this time. After being defeated by Lewin in the arena, he realized he shouldn't look down on people just because they seemed weaker than him. There were still plenty of people in the world stronger than Seda, so to someone else, he could be the weak one. Seda genuinely felt that everything he had done up until now was wrong. Hold on, what's with the sudden change of heart? Jason couldn't believe his ears. Seda knew that just saying this wouldn't get him off the hook easily, so he bowed deeply before all of them to show his sincerity. Man, that was awkward. Everyone was speechless, not knowing how to react to Seda's behavior. He apologized again for ruining the mood and decided to leave immediately. Seda, are you apologizing because of the bet, or are you actually sorry? Lewin asked him directly. Seda put on a remorseful puppy dog face, swearing that every word he said was true. Lewin let out a sigh of relief and reached out his hand to him. Thanks for the very manly apology. Seda was a little surprised but shook his hand, and just like that, they made up. Everyone else accepted Seda's apology too, and so, they all gathered around, arms slung over shoulders, chugging down bottles of Dragon Kiss. Suddenly, Lewin's eyes snapped open. Jason and the others looked at him and burst out laughing. Look who's awake. Do you remember anything from last night? You must really love Dragon Kiss, huh? Hank's comment made Jason and the others laugh so hard their sides hurt. Last night, Lewin was crying his eyes out, saying, "Thank you guys for trusting me. School life is so hard." Who knew the perfect Lewin had this side to him? From now on, Jason and the crew had prime blackmail material on Lewin. He muttered as he walked down the hall. Those little devils, I just woke up, and they're already picking on me. What in the world is in that Dragon Kiss that makes you so sensitive? I'm staying at least 100 yards away from that stuff from now on. Hey Lewin, sleep well last night? This time he bumped into Seda, which freaked Lewin out even more. Last night, the two had apologized for beating the crap out of each other and promised to be best buddies forever. Lewin's face turned red as he ran off, while Seda stood in the middle of the hall yelling, "My friend, see you later," out of the frying pan and into the fire. Next, Lewin bumped into the two-headed professor. Trouble just seems to follow you wherever you go. The professor's comment made Lewin jump, but the professor wasn't talking about that. He was here to announce that someone wanted to meet him. The principal was worried because this person is dangerous, despite their kind appearance. That introduction only made Lewin more curious. It turned out the person waiting to see him was the king of fakes himself, Teron the Underworld King. The two-headed professor had to warn him to be careful with people like that, who hide their true intentions. Even more dangerous than a high-level wanted criminal, Louis promised to be careful. After the exam ended, the professor would inform him of the time and place. After hearing Louis's story, the students were incredibly excited. The supreme sorcerer, Pluto Teron, is watching us. That gave them another reason to win, and Louis had already thought of a strategy. It was called, if possible, defend. The next match was Arrow Ball, a game that used arrows that could move on their own, flying all over the place. Each team had 9 members divided into positions for offense, defense, and a goalie. The team that shot more arrows into the opponent's goal would win. The rules were simple, but the game required a high level of strategy, knowing when to use defensive spells, when to use control spells, and how to catch the arrows and throw them into the opponent's goal. Normally, you'd have to consider many things, but with Louis on the team, the rules were more like guidelines. He charged like a bullet toward the enemy goal. They used all sorts of magic to stop Louis, but it was all useless. In the stands, Seda was cheering for Louis even louder than the students from Xenix's academy, and everyone looked at him with judging eyes. What's wrong with that guy? Wasn't he throwing a huge fit after losing yesterday? Louis must have beaten him so bad he lost his mind. What are you talking about? Don't you know you become bros after a good fight? Even so, Seda was the only one who got punched by Louis, so people didn't dare say it to his face anymore and only whispered behind his back. Seda wasn't just pretending to be friendly with Louis. After fighting him, he was certain that Louis would be the next generation's greatest sorcerer. Aaron from the Seki Girls University, Dalian Malkin from the Frelia School of Holy Arts, and Doom Pram from the Rain Military Training Academy. Seda had fought against the best of the best at the Grand Festival, but Louis was on a completely different level. Not only was he strong, but Louis also possessed leadership and patience. Seda also never expected Louis to accept being his friend after everything that had happened. "Captain, it's almost our turn. Aren't we going to have a strategy meeting?" So Seda couldn't cheer for Louis anymore, but it wasn't necessary, because the opponents were desperately trying to stop Louis with their lives. Fire, ice, earth, wood, they threw whatever the heck they could at him. Louis dodged all the attacks and charged straight at them. "Are you done yet? Now it's my turn." Terrified, they hastily erected a thick ice magic barrier, but Louis shattered it with a single punch, turning the broken ice fragments into sharp shards that flew towards them as an attack. "You guys forgetting about us just because Louis is here?" While Louis was disrupting the enemy's formation, Jia-san had caught an arrow. Even if they wanted to block him, their defense line was already in shambles. "Take this." Jia-san's specialty was throwing, bringing the score to 2-0. After that, all the attention was focused on Louis, while Jia-san and his teammates took advantage of the weakened defense to attack, breaking through their defensive line. The entire stadium couldn't believe their eyes. In a normal aeroball match, there would be about 3 to 4 goals, but Xenix Academy set a record with 61 goals, forcing the opponent to surrender, without a single glimmer of hope for even a consolation goal. Looks like that kid wasn't bluffing. Maybe he really is the top dog. The crowd began to change their prejudice against Xenix Academy. After returning to the waiting room, Professor Heido came to find him. "The appointment is set. It's tonight at 7 o'clock, and remember not to eat anything before you go." Louis nervously went to the meeting spot, where the headmaster was already waiting for him outside the door. They both went through the magic portal to get inside. "Welcome." Overlord Terran sat majestically on his throne like a king, and Louis was startled when he sensed his magic. Could he be a dragon too? Terran was a supreme mage on the verge of becoming half-human, half-dragon, so this wasn't surprising at all. Overlord Terran had prepared a lavish dinner, saying he had known about him for a long time. 5 years ago, Overlord Terran had been observing Louis from afar during his search for the 11 disciples. Louis was also on the list of 11 candidates, but things were very different now. "I'll get straight to the point. Can you tell me what has happened all this time?" Louis realized that in Terran's eyes, he was just a mistake, proof that even a supreme mage could make a mistake. He wanted Louis to admit it himself to prove that he himself had not been wrong. But right now, Louis could only say one thing. "No matter how talented I am, my efforts will never be recognized." Terran rested his chin on his hand and wondered, "Effort? Are you two related or something? Why do you always bring up effort?" The headmaster smiled at Louis. That was why he was so fond of the boy. "In that case, what have your efforts accomplished?" Louis answered honestly that he had been focusing on martial arts lately. "You mean you overcame your mana disorder by practicing martial arts, and through that, you gained immense power, and can even cast spells without any casting time? You expect me to believe that?" Overlord Terran speculated that Louis must have used some kind of artifact, one that even he had never heard of. "That's quite possible," the headmaster agreed, making Terran shrug speechlessly. In any case, there was still plenty of time, so Terran would continue to observe Louis. "I wonder if your so-called effort can even stand up to my little protégés." Louis smiled. Let him watch, because he himself was also curious, wondering if the ones chosen by the Supreme Mage were really any different from him. After Louis left, Overlord Terran was left speechless, unsure how to react to being talked back to for the first time. Overlord Terran then sat down to talk with Headmaster Exnick. "Are you afraid I'm going to eat your student alive? Talented mages are always welcome. I was just a little curious." The headmaster was speechless at his feigned innocence, wondering what else Terran could possibly be curious about. Terran figured the headmaster wasn't hiding any secrets from him, so another curiosity popped into his head. "I'm getting old and nosy. You saw it too, that brat subtly threatened me." The headmaster was at a loss for words. Louis was just an innocent boy, but in Terran's eyes, he was like some kind of villain. Terran saw that Louis showed no fear at all, while countless other mages would tremble before him. How very interesting. I hope the brat I've set my sights on can actually pull something off. At that moment, the crowd in the stands was cheering, chanting the name Doom Pram. He frowned, disliking the sound of the cheering fans. To him, it was all just fleeting nonsense. Another person rushed in to report something, causing his face to darken as he asked back, "Are you sure?" "Positive. I saw that guy with my own 2 eyes." He now knew that Louis had gone to the tower with Headmaster Snick. This news made Doom clench his fists in frustration because the Overlord hadn't tested him, but had tested someone else instead. Louis had caused a huge stir at the Grand Festival, so Doom had already watched his match. "There's a lot of talk going around that you're a tough opponent, since your magic is pretty unique. But Doom doesn't care. No matter how high you climb or how much you struggle, you're not worthy of being his opponent. In his eyes, Louis is just a weirdo, but the thought of the underworld king Terron summoning Louis for praise or something is driving Doom insane. He punched the wall hard, startling everyone, since it was the first time they had ever seen him show that much anger. Boiling with jealousy, Doom was determined not to forgive Louis for daring to compete for favor, as he believed he should be the only one acknowledged by Terron. Right after Louis stepped out, the two of them ran into each other. Louis recognized the person in front of him as Doombram, who didn't even bother with a greeting. He immediately interrogated Louis about what he had said to the Underworld King. It seems he was waiting here just to ask that, but there was no reason Louis had to answer him. Seeing his uncooperative attitude, he immediately drew his sword and threatened him. Does this guy really want to start a fight? Louis also got ready to fight, and then the two unleashed their magic, one side red and the other blue, clashing head-on. The way they stared at each other, it was like they wanted to eat their opponent alive, but Doom was an incredibly powerful guy. Louis couldn't see a single weakness on him. Is he seriously planning to start something right here? This place wasn't part of the tournament grounds, and just as Doom was about to draw his sword, someone arrived to stop him, and it was none other than Irene Brew. She came over and teased them, asking if it was some kind of reunion day since everyone was gathered here. Louis retorted. He was just wondering if he should greet the two of them properly. Seeing them chat like that, Doom didn't say a word and just turned around and left. Louis sighed and wondered aloud if that guy was always so grumpy. Irene would know Doom best, wouldn't she? On days like this, it's pretty normal. He rarely ever speaks. Doombram gets agitated by matters related to the Underworld King. More than anyone, he craves his acknowledgement. Usually, the Underworld King rarely summons people like he did today, so the fact that he called for Louis made Doom think the king has taken a special interest in him. Irene wondered if Louis was actually planning to fight Doom earlier, but doing that would mean forfeiting the tournament, so of course he wouldn't do something that stupid. And Doom probably wasn't going to make a move for real either. It was most likely just a threat. Doombram is like an impenetrable fortress. Normal attacks would be completely useless against him, but Louis knew that he wouldn't lose either. No matter how sturdy a fortress wall is, if you keep hammering at it, it's bound to break eventually. Irene was intrigued. To her, this guy was really something else. While being confident in your abilities is a good thing, you still need to be careful. Doombram is not one to show mercy, and after today, he'll definitely have you in his sights. Meanwhile, at the Zenith Academy's dorms, Jason was sprawled out, moping and constantly whining about how disappointed he was. Louis tried to comfort his friend, but it was no use. The others argued that getting 4th place in the team battle without Louis was already great. In fact, it wasn't just great, it was phenomenal. Losing the winning streak was a bummer, but at least it proved the Academy's capabilities. Everyone then asked Louis about his plans. The individual matches were coming up next, but what plan did he have? Obviously, to win. What else? Louis had to hold on to the top spot until the very end, as he was currently tied for 1st place in the individual rankings. Louis and the other heavy hitters are all vying for the championship title, so if nothing changes, the next match is going to be incredibly important. The Survival Battle. This is a battle for survival between 32 representatives on an artificial island. The 1st place winner gets 32 points, while the last place gets 1 point. Players will earn points based on their performance, but there will be a big shift between the ranks. Hank knows Louis will do well, but it looks like he isn't planning on preparing like everyone else. While the others are busy looking for allies for the survival battle, the contestants are allowed to form alliances to survive together. Distinguishing friend from foe and knowing how to form a strong alliance is also considered an effective strategy. Everyone's worried since the others will all have alliances, so how can a lone Louis possibly take them all down? Hank thinks about trying to team up with Column, but the first person Louis thinks of is Irene, though he doesn't know if she'll agree to join. Even if she does, they'll still be short on members. Suddenly, Seda bursts through the door and suggests teaming up with Louis. He'd almost forgotten this guy was even around. What a character. The two of them scramble to find more members, and Seda teases, "Don't you go betraying your bro halfway through." But Louis should be the one saying that. Seda is very sincere and will be a trustworthy ally. But besides Seda, they still need one more person for a full team. However, people are already lining up to get the approval to join Irene's alliance, and it seems she's not accepting any offers. Either she doesn't want to team up with anyone, but Louis wants to ally with Irene, which makes Seda a little skeptical, because she's a candidate for the championship and the two of them aren't even that close. Louis says he and Irene are kinda close, so it'll be easier to talk to her. Seda is worried because everyone who has approached her has been rejected. What if their offer gets rejected too? It's like he's going to confess his love, and as soon as Louis opens the door, he runs right into Irene. When she sees him, she breaks into a huge smile. It turns out Irene rejected all the other offers because she was waiting for Louis to ask her. And of course, Irene agrees to team up with him without a moment's hesitation. The three of them form a team and start discussing their strategy. The largest team has 14 members, and it's led by Dalian Malkin from the Frelia Academy of Holy Magic. He's a genius who's always ranked among the top 5 candidates for champion. His magic primarily consists of light and holy arts. The number of people isn't the problem, and naturally, on his team, he's the one to watch out for. But there's someone even more formidable, and that's Doom Pram. The content of the test will change depending on each person's abilities. The next day, the battle begins, and the students have all put on their armor. When the armor's durability reaches its limit, that person will be eliminated and automatically teleported out of the test site. They are all transported to an artificial island. The moment he sets foot on the island, Seda is already terrified. They just have to survive for 72 hours. But those 72 hours are not going to be easy. While everyone else has their teams and allies, Doompram isn't cooperating with anyone at all. Even so, he shouldn't be underestimated. Louis's group will travel from here to the main island by boat. The boat passes through the safe zone, which will shrink over time. The three of them sprint off to secure the best spot. After they've settled in a tree, Seda's stomach starts to rumble. Seda doesn't get why nobody grabbed the food at the entrance, especially when it looks so delicious. But then again, Seda was the one who suggested they set up an ambush first. Who else could it be? Suddenly, an explosion went off nearby. They're already fighting. Louis tells Seda not to worry about food, because now they're going to eat until they burst. Their prey had arrived, a group of 5 members looking around nervously in the forest. It seems they were exhausted but still diligently searching for food and water, when suddenly Seda's iron spear shot down. They realized they'd been ambushed. "Hello there, kids. I've been waiting here all afternoon." Irene also used a level 5 ice spell, Snowstorm, just as expected of Irene, casting a high-level spell without even batting an eye. The other group tried to attack and defend at the same time. The more the merrier. It won't be easy to take them down since they are Academy representatives after all, and formidable mages. Now it's Louis's turn to act. They notice some movement in the bushes. They immediately cast a spell aimed straight at Louis, but he instantly used time refraction to slip past them and attack the guy at the back of the line. Someone counterattacked with Earth Prison, but it was nothing compared to Louis's explosive fire energy. They quickly told each other to run, but how could they escape so easily? His explosive fire energy directly hit the unlucky guy, knocking him flat on the ground, foaming at the mouth, and completely unconscious. Now their group was down to just 4. With such a huge power gap, they had no choice but to surrender. Now Louis's team had scored a ton of food, not just fruit, but meat too. There was so much they could probably eat for 3 days and still have leftovers. Looks like those guys were pretty careful with their supplies. It's not every day that food just falls right into your lap. It would be a crime not to enjoy this feast. Suddenly, another explosion went off behind them. It seemed like Dalian's team was heading in that direction. They didn't know what was happening, but it looked like a big deal. Who would go up against a team of over 10 people? Arin thought this must be what people call a bottleneck. Very few mages ever reach this level of power. Seda was shocked. It had only been 1 year since they last met, and yet, Dalian had already reached such a high level. Louis also instinctively thought of Doompram. That guy is seriously strong. The 3 of them were the first group to enter the rest area. No other team had arrived yet. Louis decided to rest for a bit and then do some warm-ups, while Seda would warm up with a piece of meat. Aaron was a bit suspicious because everything was going exactly as Louis had predicted. This is the central village, the only place on the island large enough to accommodate a great number of people. Dalian's team would likely come here, and Doompram might show up too. Aaron felt that this was incredibly risky. Knowing so many people would be there, why would he still decide to go alone? But Louis insisted that he would definitely come. That's the only way to win, because that place is the kill zone. Every time someone is eliminated, the kill score increases. If Louis were Doom, it would actually be a great idea. He had tried putting himself in his shoes to figure out his next move. Not to mention, Doom wants to get the attention of the King of Hell. The only way is to act recklessly. It was a bit strange, but they put that aside for now. Everyone would take turns keeping a careful watch. That night, while he was deep in sleep, Irene gently shook Louis and said someone was here. He peeked through a crack in the window and saw a figure in a black, hooded cloak down below. After a closer look, he realized it was just one person. Irene had turned off the lights in case someone spotted their location. Irene woke Seda up, and Louis was next on watch duty. The person in black slowly approached the door. Louis was also lying in wait there. After the person entered, he immediately grabbed him by the collar and threw him to the side. He clamped one hand over his mouth to keep him quiet, while Irene used her light to illuminate the area. The man in black was none other than Canalis. Can hurriedly apologized to everyone, saying he didn't mean to break in and just needed a place to rest. He said he wouldn't have come if he'd known Louis's group was here. Can's group originally had a total of 6 people, but now it was just a bitter Can, who explained they had fallen into Doompram's trap from the very beginning after making some bold moves. Relying on their numerical advantage, they had planned to ambush Malcolm to farm kill points, but then Doom appeared. He targeted them when they split up to look for food. However, not all 6 of them fell into the trap, only one person did, because they had prepared for situations that required a swift defense. The real problem started after that. After hearing an explosion, Dalian brought his entire team to attack them. Although they fought back fiercely, they couldn't hold on. Including Can, only a mere 2 people managed to escape, but it wasn't over yet. At that moment, Doom reappeared. He had initially vanished and watched from the shadows, waiting until the battle was over to silently follow them. While they were injured, he took advantage of the situation for his own gain. It was a truly clever move. Even though he knew it was a bit shameless, Can still begged to join Louis's team, claiming he was completely exhausted. It seemed he had good tactical sense, but Louis didn't agree. He wanted to know how Canalis could have possibly escaped, because if it was really Doompram, how could he have let injured prey get away? There were only 3 possibilities. 1. This guy was lying. 2. Doompram intentionally let him live. Or 3. Someone was watching everything from a distance. Otherwise, this guy wasn't the real Canalis. Louis used his special eye to check, but the man in front of him had no identity. He landed a solid punch right on the guy's head. It was a clone. After that was settled, Louis ordered everyone to leave the area immediately. As dawn approached, the 3 of them were still wandering through the forest. They were still wondering and discussing the incident from the previous night. It's possible Can was attacked by the person who created that clone. There was a high chance all 7 members of his team had been eliminated. Maybe that clone wasn't entirely lying either. Irene wanted to bring up something about the person who had confronted Can, and that was Chucky. He's also one of the 11 letters, and at the same time, the head of the Delphaniac Magic Academy. His specialties are potions and puppetry. He also joined Dalian's team, which would put Louis's team in a difficult position. Because he uses puppetry, Chucky's location will be exposed, and there will definitely be ambushes from other teams, but the safe zone is about to shrink, so the path back west will be blocked. There's a saying in the Mazero Sea, to fight a pirate, you need a pirate. The only solution now is to go hunt the enemy. Meanwhile, Chucky's side was also discussing the location of Louis's group. Chucky knew they were hiding out on the west coast. He had faked almost everything, but unfortunately, he was still discovered in the end. Being found out like that surprised everyone. The puppet was destroyed because some guy blew its cover, and things were about to get more difficult since the 3 members of Louis's team, including Adele, are all troublesome opponents. Dalian decided to go hunt them down. He would use all their remaining firepower to end this once and for all. He led his teammates and headed for the west coast, but it looked like some team was fighting nearby, and the situation seemed really intense. With a battle of this scale, they were sure Louis was there. The whole group dashed in like a rocket, thinking it was time to score some points. Upon seeing his prey, he immediately used his holy spear to shoot straight at them. However, that wasn't Louis's group. Louis's team of 3 was still lurking nearby, observing the situation. They recognized this as Dalian's holy art. Everything was going according to plan. They heard the blast and came swarming, but in reality, the 3 of them were never there. The opponent had revealed themselves. Now it was time to rack up some kill points. Louis appeared suddenly from behind and took down one of their members. They didn't even have time to register what was happening, and the number of people on Dalian's team had already been reduced, so that means the brawl with Doom was real. However, in terms of points, the 3 of them were still lagging far behind, even counting their 3 temporary allies, so they had a total of 6 people. Noticing there were only 6 of them, one of Dalian's team members charged forward without hesitation. However, a blast of fire from behind sent him flying 80 meters away. This terrifying power could only belong to Doompram. He appeared without saying a word. He directly wiped out Dalian's group. It seemed they had another temporary ally. With Dalian's team eliminated first, all the survivors were now present here. Perhaps the match was nearing its end. Realizing they were up against Doompram, they quickly signaled each other to retreat to their base. But Dalian didn't agree. The situation now required them to rally and fight. Louis and the others were also ready. He used time refraction to phase through their group, followed by a seismic punch that made the ground tremble. Doompram zipped past Louis, like the wind, and declared he would finish him off with his own hands. A while later, in the observation room, only 10 people were left, all of them promising students. Louis had truly piqued the Underworld King's curiosity. That kid had said he would prove himself superior to the 11, but whether he could actually defeat Dumprom remained a big question mark. After that battle ended, Louis' group stopped at Base B near the center of the island, now the largest alliance. Only Dalian, Malcolm, and Chucky remained. The temporary allies had also disappeared along with Doom Pram. Just then, an announcement declared the mission complete. Even though it had been a long time since he'd last done a mission, through his efforts, he had finally completed it smoothly. At that moment, Irene also woke up. She reminded Louis that he needed to eat breakfast first. Seda had saved a portion for him. You had to admit, Seda's cooking skills were truly excellent. After eating, they enjoyed some tea together. There was something Irene had wanted to ask Louis for a long time. What did he plan to do after graduation? She was a little curious. His abilities were so extraordinary, so she was sure he wouldn't choose an ordinary path. The mages competing in this tournament would eventually have to step out into society. At that moment, they would begin their symbiotic lives. Some would join the ranks of knights in a certain territory, taking on the duty of protecting the country under the royal army. Some would become members of the magic tower, or some would join a special squad of some kind, to earn money. Those were the normal paths. As for Louis, he didn't know either. In fact, he had never even thought about it. Just last year, Louis was still the dead last in his class. So how could he have had time to think about the future? Back then, he first had to figure out how to become a mage in the first place. Once this competition was over, Louis would surely have some idea of what he would do. Perhaps he'd return to the academy. Irene was no different. She had never been sure about what kind of mage she wanted to become. She just did what the people around her told her to do. Something like, "Irene, you must become a great mage." So she made up her mind to defeat Doompram first. Irene thought that by doing so, she'd find her own path and figure out what kind of mage she wanted to be. Every single year, Irene ranked second. Doompram was the mountain she had to climb, the lesson she absolutely had to finish. Louis totally respected Irene's ambition, since everyone has their own demons to face. Right now, the safe zone was shrinking faster and faster. They'd have to move out in about 1 hour. That meant tonight, the only safe spots left were the central village and Base A. Assuming both Dalian and Chucky were in the central village, taking it over would be a good move, but they couldn't rule out the possibility that Doom was there lying in wait. But just sitting around and waiting to get attacked wasn't an option. The three of them would be in trouble with the safe zone. Charging in headfirst wasn't an option either. They shouldn't draw attention right now. They needed to be extremely careful. Suddenly, Louis came up with an idea. With only a few people left, just moving up one rank would earn them a ton of points. Like Irene said, everyone would be acting super cautiously, especially since the three of them just caused a huge ruckus with that brawl earlier this morning. It was highly likely that no one would react to their moves, which meant now was the perfect chance to get Doompram. Dalian and Chucky had just lost all their members, and the other survivors were super weak, so they would definitely choose to hide. But Doom would be different. He'd show his face because he was confident in his skills. Besides, they couldn't just ignore him, or all three of them would be in danger. As for finding Doom, Louis would take care of it. He'd bring him to them. That night, Louis started making his way through the forest, searching. He didn't think he could find him just by looking at the minimap. It wasn't that simple, but he could see how many people were at each base. If it showed 3 people, it was the remaining group. If it showed 2, it was Dalian and Chucky. And if it was Doom, it would definitely be a single dot. And just like that, Louis successfully found a house. He stood outside and yelled for Doom to come out. Unsurprisingly, the person inside was none other than Doom himself. When Zeta's group saw Louis arrive with Doom, they got worried, thinking their teammate had been captured. But captured? How? Louis was the one who brought him here. He never had any intention of setting an ambush from the start, so all that sneaky stuff like setting a trap just wasn't in Louis' vocabulary. The reason he brought him here wasn't to fight him. Doom's opponent now was none other than Irene Prius. Doom sighed, looking down on Irene's skills, saying she wasn't even worthy of a one-on-one with him. If she got eliminated now, the King of Hell would be super disappointed. She should have tried to hang on a bit longer to raise her rank, but that wasn't Irene's goal in this competition. Doompram was her true target, Irene Prius. She's actually really strong, but she's always stuck in second place. She said she's super anxious because she loses to Doompram every single year. Rumor has it that it's because of her family, so it's hard to know the full story. She doesn't really share much about it. Louis figured her way of facing everything was by being confident in the kind of mage she was going to become. That's why he helped set up this showdown between them. Irene immediately attacked first with an ice storm, but Doom was no ordinary opponent. He blocked the attack and countered, shattering the entire ground. Doom glared at Irene with eyes as sharp as daggers. Looks like things weren't going well for her at all. Doom countered with his sword, and there was absolutely no way for Irene to dodge the attack. Louis stepped in to help her out. He said he'd let Irene attack first, not that he'd let her try to finish him off all by herself. He couldn't lose a precious comrade like Irene, so regardless of winning or losing, Lewin began to challenge Dunn. He would now face him one-on-one. Lewin had learned from Geiter how to deal with a swordsman. For a knight, the most important part is their legs. They not only act as a pivot to increase the power of a sword thrust but also help predict the enemy's direction of movement. So, if he focused on Doom Pram's legs, he'd have a chance to defeat him. The man charged forward, sword in hand, his heel touching the ground to build up force. At that very moment, Lewin spun around and dodged the sword strike perfectly, thinking everything was going according to plan. Suddenly, magic from the sword drew blood from Lewin. The guy said he wasn't a knight, but a mage. People often say there's no such thing as a magic swordsman, but that's only because they've never seen a real one. Dunn attacked relentlessly, forcing Lewin completely onto the defensive. He had never fought an opponent this powerful. Up until now, when facing mages, Lewin's usual strategy was to use time refraction to close the distance, then create an opening to exploit his opponent's weakness. But Doom Pram countered this weakness by using his sword. A light slash from him left another wound on Lewin's leg. This is called radiation impact. The wound will continue to absorb his movement until he's completely trapped, just like Irene. Now, it was time to end this. He plunged his sword into the ground. Then he cast the 5th tier spell, Demon's Blaze. The sheer pressure blew everything away as the ground cracked and rocks were sent flying. Lewin barely managed to take cover behind a boulder. As expected of the annual champion, the guy was just too strong. He tore a piece of his sleeve to bandage his wound. Standing in the middle of the flattened terrain, Dunn sighed in disappointment. He had expected too much from Lewin. Just then, our hero stepped out from behind the boulder and admitted that Dunn was indeed very strong. For a moment, he thought his opponent was an insurmountable wall, but there was no way Lewin was going to give up. Giving up never even crossed his mind. Too many people were counting on him, and that was the motivation he needed to shatter this wall. Lewin held up the ring on his hand. Dunn thought the guy had completely lost it and decided he would teach him a lesson. Let's see if Lewin has any last words. Lewin activated the skill, Goblin's Fury, and his body was immediately engulfed in flames. He warned his opponent to watch his mouth, or he'd end up spitting teeth. With that, they both charged at each other. If his opponent managed to avoid this attack, Lewin would be a goner for sure, but his foe was no pushover. Two terrifying powers clashed head-on. The ring on his hand parried the sword, and both of their faces were incredibly tense. This just went to show that his opponent's power was no joke. Just then, a notification popped up. Sometimes, World Boundary Damage Immunity will be activated to resist force. As the physical damage landed, Dunn's sword shattered, and he also received a wound on his shoulder. Lewin seized the opportunity to kick his left leg, sending Dunn tumbling to the ground. Lewin stood over him with the air of a conqueror. In the midst of battle, he declared that his opponent was not on his level. The only thing the guy had going for him was his arrogance, thinking he was superior to everyone else. To end things, Lewin decided to give him a little present, one punch. And just like that, he successfully defeated Doom Pram. Only now could Seda finally breathe a sigh of relief. If Lewin had lost, he would have been the next one to get his butt handed to him. Who else could it be? However, this battle was really won by a stroke of luck. He was so close to losing. The person feeling the most conflicted right now was Irene. Louis came over and apologized for interfering in her match. She gave an awkward laugh, saying she should be the one apologizing, as she had put the entire team in danger with her selfishness. But because of Louis, she wasn't able to achieve her goal in this competition. Irene wasn't bothered by it anymore. Her goal was no longer to defeat Doom Pram, now her target was Louis. Even though she knew this new target would be tough, she still believed that one day she would definitely surpass him. So in total, 5 people remained, including the 3 of them. Dalian and Chucky fought back fiercely, but they were no match for Louis's team. In the end, those 2 were eliminated after a fierce battle, leaving only 3 people standing. Seda never thought he would make it this far. Louis turned and asked if everyone wanted to fight the final match, but Irene declined, feeling that she wasn't in the best condition at the moment. She would try harder next time, so they agreed to have a rematch later since Irene seemed exhausted. That meant Louis's opponent was now Seda. Seda put on a tough act, saying, "Even if you are the leader, I won't go easy on you. You haven't seen my real skills, have you? Then bring it on." But we all know how that turned out. Seda was sent flying like a bird from a single punch. After the match ended, everyone threw a party to celebrate, congratulating the Academy's representative for taking first place. Seda and Irene were there too. After fighting alongside him for so long, how could they possibly miss the chance to congratulate him? Seda was also determined to be there, and seeing everyone chatting so happily together made him feel incredibly happy. After the survival battle, Louis had become the sole person at the top. Although Doom Pram had many kill points, his rank dropped due to low survival points. Dalian and Irene, despite being considered championship contenders, were still ranked below Louis, and if he could maintain this momentum, victory would no longer be just a distant dream. Jason was ecstatic. He couldn't believe he was actually sitting at the same table as the goddess Irene. He could die a happy man now. Everyone raised their glasses to toast Louis's victory, and the cheerful atmosphere made everyone feel great. After the results of the recent competition, people started gossiping about Louis, saying there was no way he could win the entire festival. Doom was the most affected. He couldn't believe he had actually lost. He had let his guard down and never imagined that Louis's target wasn't him, but his sword. Doom realized it in a split second, but still swung his sword thinking he had the win in the bag, only to lose the match while the Underworld King was watching. He grew anxious, wondering if that lord would ever seek him out again. And even though his teammate tried to comfort him, right now he just wanted to be alone. The news that Louis Adel had defeated Doompram spread like wildfire. A new generation of talented mages had been born. The headmaster was incredibly proud. He had only thought the boy would do well, not that he would make it this far. He had never imagined Louis could defeat such a powerful opponent. Tehran approached, noticing the headmaster looked to be in high spirits, probably because of his student Louis's victory. But this outcome had wounded the Underworld King's pride, and the grand festival was about to end. A few days have passed since the survival test, and during this time, Louis's team has held on to 4th place in the group competition, with 5 wins and 2 losses. They nearly lost the final match, which cost them 3rd place, but for a bunch of guys once known as the Academy's idiots, this is nothing short of a miracle. Now all that's left are the individual tests, which are obstacle course-style challenges. This round is held within the city limits, and contestants will compete based on 3 criteria: athletics, combat, and swimming. Since this is a battle between mages, contestants are allowed to summon mounts or use teleportation spells to travel through time and space. Everyone in the stands is chanting Louis's name. He really wants to savor this moment, but now's not the time, because it's still too early to celebrate when the winner hasn't been confirmed yet. Seda reminds him that today is the individual test, and no one will be there to help, so he shouldn't put himself in danger. Louis can only say that he'll do his best. The starting gun fires, and everyone begins the test. Some summon guardian spirits, others use invisibility. No one is willing to back down. Dalian suggests a temporary alliance with Iron, but she immediately refuses. Doom mounts his horse, and then flies up, taking out a horde of goblins with a single magic sword strike. It seems like everyone prefers to go solo, and even though he's watched him for 6 years, Dalian still finds it hard to get close to him, so they decide to just go their separate ways and not bother each other. Even though he's dealt with a ton of monsters, Doom still hasn't seen Louis. Could he have left them all in the dust? That's impossible, because he's been running at the front from the very beginning, and has only seen these 2. If that's the case, Louis must still be behind them. He turns to ask Irene where Louis is and why he hasn't shown up yet. However, she doesn't know either. Thinking back, it is strange. They've been in the lead this whole time, but Louis and the others haven't appeared. They still have time to catch up, yet no one has come. Just then, there's a commotion from behind. The person who appears is none other than Louis. He's finally caught up to everyone, but the others have all vanished. Earlier, everyone was a bit confused when they saw he hadn't moved an inch. Had he given up? But no. Louis has been waiting for this day, ever since he decided to join the Grand Festival, having undergone physical training for half a year. He was very confident about this round, but Louis is a close combat mage. If he turns his back on pursuing opponents, he'd be at a huge disadvantage. So he had to create his own advantage. He would attack everyone from behind, and then move forward. One by one, they were eliminated until Louis lost count. The next person was Seda. Even though they're friends, it's every man for himself. He directly knocked Seda out of the competition. Louis has eliminated everyone, some of whom required a bit of force, while the rest surrendered on their own. Now there's no one left to get in their way. Doom declares that this time, things will be different, and he's ready for a fight. At that moment, it's true that there are still a few people chasing from behind. He gets on his horse and says he'll wait for Louis at the finish line. Doom ignores everything and charges headfirst into the trapped area. This castle has been set up with many traps to protect the treasure inside. The treasure has already been excavated, so the traps inside now serve as obstacles for the competition, a place full of deadly hazards for anyone who dares to barge in. So normally, the safe way is for everyone to still use trap disarming, which is also the perfect method to assess a mage's knowledge and risk management skills. But disarming traps takes a very long time. Louis wanted to knock down this wall, but breaking through this thick castle wall was impossible, and he knew it. This place was the ruins of an abandoned castle, so he could succeed if he targeted the spots that were no longer solid, which is why he used the outsider's eye to observe the wall. Everything was hard or super hard, except for one old and eroded brick. Louis punched that brick with all his might, and the people busy disarming traps had no idea what kind of stunt Louis was pulling. It was probably just a joke. Who would ever try to break this wall? Even though he was really strong, trying to break a wall with his bare hands was just ridiculous. But just a few minutes later, the wall actually cracked and crumbled, which was more unbelievable than walking on your head. Dalian shyly approached and asked, "Can I use this way too?" "Of course you can." "Not a chance." Louis immediately closed off the passage, so only Louis and Doom were in the lead, and soon he caught up to him. Doom was about to head outside, but he was clearly in a hurry because he had been wounded in the shoulder by an arrow. Honestly, Doom really wanted to beat Louis. He even had to win at all costs. At that moment, the spirit horse he had summoned was also about to run out of time, and if it timed out right then, Doom would never have a chance to win. The two of them raced against each other, pulling each other down into a chasm, and after getting through the final ring, they both fell off a cliff. If he used magic to cross the cliff, Louis would be at a disadvantage, so he had to swim out of there as fast as possible. Doom immediately used magic to freeze the water, leaving Louis completely trapped and unable to move. And so, Doom Bram successfully held back his opponent and took the lead. Louis struggled with all his might to break free from the ice, then sprinted to catch up to him. Both of them were approaching the finish line at the An-10 Stadium. From now on, there were no more obstacles on the path, so the only thing left to do was run. Louis wanted a rematch, but in Doom's current condition, he would probably lose again. The two of them charged at each other, kicking up a cloud of dust. The spectators in the stands had no idea who had won. Suddenly, the stadium gate opened, and the spirit horse entered first, but the mages were nowhere to be seen. Just then, someone appeared on the projection screen. Louis was standing there, while Doom was lying face down on the ground. It seems he overexerted himself getting through the trap zone, although his movements were a bit sluggish, but according to him, that wasn't important right now. Louis confidently took the final steps to the finish line with 2 victories in the survival battle and the triathlon, securing first place in the individual competition. The highest overall score belonged to Louis. The grand festival had finally come to an end. Everyone cheered his name, calling him the new mage instead of a failure. Those voices were as if they were trying to tell someone like Louis, who had endured everything for the past 6 years, someone trapped in the dungeon of solitude, a lonely soul, that he had worked hard all this time. The cheers felt like a reward for all of Louis's efforts. He didn't want to lose this praise. That evening, many carriages brought select nobles to the party, and it was said that not every noble family was invited. They had all come to see Louis, but he was just sitting there, bored and wanting to go back to the academy, when suddenly Irene appeared. She found it strange that no one here was coming up to talk to him. Maybe it was because he looked so arrogant, and on top of that, Louis came to the party in this half-assed outfit. But from what she knew, there had to be another reason, since most of the nobles present were there to get on Louis's good side. So no matter how arrogant he acted, there's no way that not a single person would approach him, right? It seems someone had spread a rumor about him, and that person must be powerful enough to make any noble not even dare to think about talking to him. Just then, an announcement declared the grand banquet had officially begun, and the 32 student representatives were to follow the guide. During the dinner with Hades, the dishes served were a feast fit for a king. On the surface, tonight's event was just a dinner, but in reality, it was an overall evaluation of the competition. For the students who performed poorly, it was more like a death row inmate's last meal. Louis thought only Hades would be attending, but there were 2 seats of honor. Just then, Hades himself arrived. Everyone bowed in unison to greet him. On the outside, they were all bowing respectfully, but on the inside, it was more like, "Greetings, Lord Hades. My ass, it's pissing me off just hearing it." Suddenly, someone else was invited to the party, and this golden-haired young man was none other than the Crown Prince. Everyone bowed low, respectfully hailing the Crown Prince. But Louis was the only one who had no clue who this dude was. Everyone at the party was extremely tense. Hades spoke up. Not a single one of the 11 disciples could beat Louis Adele even once? Is the skill gap really that wide? How disappointing. I'm ashamed to even call you my disciples. Dunn hung his head low. He promised to never perform so poorly again. Hades believed that second place was a rank reserved for the incompetent. This grand festival had proven the old saying true: a dragon can still rise from a small stream. The atmosphere was not the least bit comfortable. It felt like this party was set up just to trash talk the 11 disciples, and Louis was simply the tool Hades was using to get his point across. But he wasn't the only one making Louis uncomfortable. This other guy had been staring at Louis, with daggers in his eyes since the party began, Crown Prince Somerton. Despite the disadvantage of being one of 3 princes, He used his brilliant strategic mind as a weapon to successfully oust his own brothers from the royal court and become the sole crown prince. A man like him, a master of both the pen and the sword, could be considered nearly perfect, in every way. He recalled Irene's words. It seems someone spread a rumor about you, and that person must be powerful, enough to make any noble not even dare think of talking to you. Hades then asked Louis, "How do you feel after winning the festival?" After a moment of silence, he said he felt uncomfortable. Louis was satisfied with the results of the competition, but he wasn't comfortable at all, because his achievements were being used to criticize and belittle the honor and the efforts of the other students present. Irene quickly tried to stop him, afraid he would run his mouth too much. This caused all the people sitting at the party to become terrified. Hades asked again, "You mean you don't want your results to be used to put down others? But isn't a sense of inferiority one of the very factors that helps people grow? You understand that well, don't you? If you ask me, it sounds more like you're trying to incite hostility towards me. Between pointing out their weaknesses to encourage them to try harder and inciting hostility by harping on their inferiority, aren't those two completely different things? And I don't come from some small stream either. My hometown of Adele is a place that, while small, is more beautiful than any lavish palace." Louis confidently retorted, asserting that his Zentis Academy was not a place for others to look down on and call a small stream. This fierce comeback from Louis surprised the godfather, while the crown prince immediately burst out laughing, admitting that Louis was really something else, daring to argue back and forth with the old man himself. "Oh my God, my stomach hurts from laughing, this is priceless. I'm even tearing up. Where did this guy crawl out from? Ha ha, I thought he was from some backwater dump, but it's the small and beautiful Adel. Small but very beautiful, huh? I'll have to visit sometime," the crown prince said with a sarcastic, mocking tone. The godfather said he understood his feelings, and that Master Tyrion would probably be tired of hearing this fanciful talk. He probably wouldn't change his mind, but this was a bit different, a bit more refreshing than Tyrion, and he was very much looking forward to what was to come. And so, the party for the night would end there. However, the third prince directly expressed his wish to have tea with Louis, and he wouldn't take no for an answer. The two of them sat talking in a private room, and he had no idea why the prince wanted to talk here, but it certainly wasn't to congratulate him on the grand festival. It turned out this third prince wanted Louis to start working for him, and this time, he also wouldn't accept no for an answer. He gave Louis 1 month to get his affairs in order, and he would transfer him to the cavalry training grounds and arrange for his accommodations there, as well as his citizenship. The crown prince's right-hand man couldn't possibly be a foreigner, could he? Louis wondered. The empire already had countless talented mages, like Doom for example, so why would they need a rookie mage like him? No matter how strong he was, he still ended up losing to Louis, and he didn't want to keep a loser by his side. One more thing, after our talk today, remember one thing well, I prefer hearing yes over questions. The first reason is that the godfather has been recommending Louis for several years straight. He had always asked him to consider a talented mage for him, but the old man never mentioned anyone's name. Secondly, it's because he likes his guts, the kind of guts to dress in ragged clothes in front of a bunch of power-hungry leaders, and the kind of guts to express his disagreement with the godfather, and finally, the kind of guts to continuously question the crown prince despite the warnings. In politics, sometimes you need a jester. Louis proceeded to ask another question. So is my job just to give advice? The crown prince wants Louis to protect him from his damn older brothers, who absolutely do not want their little brother to become the crown prince. Louis showed his displeasure, and the prince, knowing he would react this way, had already reminded him that he didn't want to hear no for an answer. Louis knew this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the chance to become the right-hand man of the most powerful prince in the empire. After all, most mages choose to align themselves with power. Even the Magic Tower, which wants to focus solely on magic research, is no different. If he missed this opportunity today, he might regret it for a very long time. But Louis didn't want to be anyone's personal mage, so he flat out refused. The prince thought he had been perfectly reasonable, but honestly, it was only because Louis was too exceptional. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, however, he affirmed that he would have no regrets, then bowed to the crown prince and left as if their conversation today had never happened. Everyone saw him as the brightest gem of this year's grand festival. His hobby was collecting gems, and to this day, there has never been a gem he couldn't have, because he would destroy any gem he couldn't obtain. This could also be considered a warning, and was clearly a threat. Louis now didn't even know if his decision was the right one or not. After all, in the end, he just wanted to be a mage with his own unique style. Somerton was very curious about the person the godfather had recommended. He seemed very special, and it looked like things couldn't be resolved the easy way. Even though the crown prince had threatened him a bit, but it seemed to have no effect on him. Of course, he wouldn't give up that easily, especially when it involved his hobby of collecting. In the end, Louis would still belong to Somerton, because he had already made up his mind. Louis went back to his training routine, which he had now completed for the day. He lay stretched out on the grass, while Trang was busy admiring their own body, remarking how it was getting hotter and hotter. Louis got goosebumps, wondering what kind of man talked so creepily. But hey, this lady here is a real woman, you know. Louis was totally shocked, thinking, does this thing even have a gender? And yet, the two of them had even bathed together. There was nothing to see down there anyway, and Trang had already seen it all. Louis just chuckled and walked away. Next time, don't joke like that, old lady. The following day, everyone had a tearful goodbye at the dock, with Jason bawling his eyes out. I'll be going now, you stay here and take good care of yourself. After everyone boarded the ship, Louis also set off for Leverty to complete his schedule as the champion of the Grand Festival. The mage who called himself a stray cat was his guide, and he was from the Magic Tower. If the true sight skill couldn't identify a person's name, it meant that person was highly skilled. That meant they were at least on par with, or perhaps even stronger than, the Academy's professors. He looked to be around 30 years old. Stray Cat started to briefly go over his schedule. First was a visit to the palace to be honored. Noticing the awkwardness in his speech, Louis immediately pointed it out, but to him, that was as comfortable as he could be. Louis felt helpless and couldn't say anything more. His schedule included a visit to the Magic Tower to perform the ritual of being chosen by a sacred treasure. There was also a possibility that he wouldn't get anything, as the sacred treasures themselves do the choosing in this ritual. So the sacred treasures were sentient, just like Kingram. Lastly, Louis would be assigned a mission, and while students aren't normally given missions, the Grand Festival's champion was an exception. This event served as a declaration to the entire world about the rise of a new generation of mages, and it was considered an initiation. He handed Louis a list and told him to choose a mission from it, which included many different types of quests: search, subjugation, assassination, and knowledge exploration missions. Trang whispered something into Louis's ear. Instantly, he had chosen his mission. Afterwards, Louis was taken to Moran Palace, the Crown Prince's second palace. Everyone was inside waiting for you, while Stray Cat took his leave. Lewin was confused about what was happening when the door opened. The one who appeared was the Crown Prince. Welcome to my empire, Lewin Adel. First, he received a reward of 10,000 gold coins from the Crown Prince, an amount that far exceeded the entire annual budget of the Adel territory. Judging by the Crown Prince's generosity, it seems he hadn't given up on his plan yet. Afterwards, Louis rushed to his next scheduled event. He figured the people here must have amazing stamina, walking back and forth all day in this ridiculously huge palace. Before going to see the headmaster, Stray Cat had to confirm one last time that he was really set on choosing that mission. Lewin had chosen the most difficult mission. He was curious to see what the headmaster would say. As soon as Lewin walked in, the headmaster was already waiting for him. He knew he had chosen the reconnaissance mission. The safest mission was the one with the royal army escort. All you had to do was defeat a few fancy Siciliano bandits, and you might even be hailed as a hero. He didn't understand why he chose that place, especially since it's such a barren land. However, Louis didn't see it that way, because Heaven's Peak was Kingram's homeland, and the place where Draka had stayed for a full 100 years. Heaven's Peak is located at the northernmost point of the Jordan Kingdom, and was considered the home of the ancient elves. But now, not a single elf is left. Only Kingram, the Academy's treasure, survived, while the rest all perished in that terrible battle years ago. The land is now just a barren wasteland. There's a reason this reconnaissance mission is rated as extremely difficult, and it's because of the barrier there, a type of barrier that, to this day, cannot be broken by any form of magic. Countless mages and scholars have yet to find a single clue about it. The purpose of this reconnaissance mission is to figure out what that barrier is. The headmaster wondered why Louis was so interested in investigating such a desolate land, or did he find the theories about it interesting? Like the one about an elf god making the place impenetrable. It's true that most people would have no reason to go there, but for him, the fact that the world destroyer Dracogonia stayed there for 100 years was reason enough. But there was no need for a lengthy explanation, as this was the most difficult mission. The headmaster advised Louis, if this was about pride, he should just pick another mission. A high difficulty level doesn't guarantee a great achievement. It's only called difficult because it's a mystery no one has been able to solve yet. Louis replied confidently, if a 16-year-old mage uncovers such a mystery, wouldn't that be an even more extraordinary achievement? The headmaster didn't seem to have much faith in Louis's abilities, constantly underestimating him and even suggesting he'd be the first in history to fail a mission among all the Grand Festival champions. Louis paid no mind to the old man's nonsense. Well, That would also be an extraordinary achievement in its own right. The headmaster then asked Louis if he knew why he had introduced him to Crown Prince Sompton or not. It was a way to keep Louis in Anton, where he could keep an eye on him. Even though he didn't know if his special ability was related to his choice of mission, he was still going to watch his every move. Back home, Louis sprawled out on his bed and confided in Trang. He wasn't sure if he could handle this mission and was feeling a bit anxious, afraid that he wouldn't be able to find the barrier. After all, the place had been completely cut off from the outside world for centuries. Trang confirmed that so far, no human had ever been able to uncover it. Someone like Louis Adel could do it, because he has the ability to surpass human limits. Just then, there was a knock on the door. It was Delicious Wild Boar and Stray Cat. What a pain these names are. But what can you do, since this is the king's weird hobby? All the mages here are called names like that. It sounds like a farm. They came to take Louis to the treasure vault to complete the reward ceremony. In the end, the treasure vault in Matop is divided into 4 sections: Section C, Section B, Section A, and Section X. The treasures in Section C are the most common, while Section X has the rarest. He'll get a tour of all of them except for Section X. That place is normally not open to anyone, unless something special happens. Not even His Majesty can enter. So, following their guidance, Louis began touring the treasure vaults starting from Section C. He picked up a sword that was quite large. It's said to be a sword from their collection of items used in the battle against demons after they selected the ones that were still in good condition. Louis stared at the sword. It looked just as amazing as Dumbram's light sword. As expected of Matop's treasure vault, even though it's just Section C, the quality is still much better than the storage cellars of the nobility. Next up was an in-depth book on the transformations of Tin Brow, a book that is out of print, and this copy is 100 years old. There are many different kinds of books here, like Beyond the 7 Levels of a Mage's Journey, Exploring Unknown Lands, and Searching for Ancient Creatures. Louis wanted to read these books during his time in the tower. Occasionally, the master of the tower would allow it, as long as he didn't keep them for himself. Section B was a treasure trove of knowledge, from ancient spellbooks to rare historical documents and legendary manuscripts. Ignoring the temptations of Section B, Louis continued on to tour Section A, but not a single treasure in Section A reacted to him. Louis turned to ask the two if anyone had ever failed to be chosen by a treasure before. There have been, but very few. For a mage to enter Section A, even if only 1 or 2 treasures acknowledge them, it proves they have extraordinary abilities already. But in his case, not a single one reacted to him. How heartbreaking. Seeing this, Trang chirped to lift Louis's spirits. There's nothing to be disappointed about. This pile is just trash anyway. To humans, these things might be considered rare, but there are other, truly rare things. As Trang spoke, they pointed to the door of Section X. There's something in there made by a dragon, because it has the strong stench of an unbathed dragon. But no matter how rare the treasure is, it's not like he can get in there. For now, he should just focus on the items in front of him. Suddenly, a blue light enveloped everything. It was coming from the door of Section X. The 2 mages were terrified because that special event had just happened after 56 years. And then, the inevitable happened. Louis Adel had reacted to the Fang of Kun Khan. The 3 golden treasures stored in Section X are the Scepter of Ngan, the Scale Spear of Masi, and the Fang of Kun Khan. These 3 treasures all have one thing in common: they help their masters reach the pinnacle of fame. The Scepter of Ngan was forged by the mage of the same name. He was the first human mage. It is a treasure capable of infinitely activating the destructive power of magic, a symbol of the ultimate mage. 56 years ago, Tehran was chosen by the Scepter of Ngan, and throughout history, anyone chosen by the Scepter of Ngan has always reached the pinnacle of fame, to become the master of the magic tower. Mosi's scale armor is an impenetrable suit of armor, capable of resisting any attack and any type of magic. Once every century, this armor chooses a master. Those who are chosen all became legendary knights. As for the Fang of Quan Khan, it's a treasure from the first goblin chieftain, and also the most mysterious item. For hundreds of years, it had never chosen a master, and yet, it chose Louis Adel. This means his destiny is to be the new owner of the throne. Louis lifted it with great ease, while they struggled just to bring it into the tower. They even had to mobilize several generals to transport it. This Fang isn't something a single person can lift so effortlessly, because it carries the attributes and power of goblins. Teleron started to piece everything together. His goblin-like abilities, choosing the reconnaissance mission in Tian Shan, the Fang of Quan Khan, the first goblin chieftain. He then immediately ordered his subordinate to summon the clairvoyant mage. Louis had decided to move to the west to make his journey to Tian Shan easier. The deadline for the reconnaissance mission was 1 month. Wildcat gave him an allowance, an identification card, and a mana train ticket. Wildcat seemed to have something he wanted to say to Louis. As a mage of the Magic Tower, they weren't allowed to express any personal opinions, but as a senior, he really did have something to say. The Magic Tower is an absolutely wonderful place for mages who are under its control, but it's an incredibly cruel place for those who are outside of its control. You must be very careful and always doubt everything. Louis took Mage Wildcat's advice to heart. The ancient Tesseron Castle is located in the city closest to Tian Shan. It was built to protect the continent from goblin invasions, also known as the Shield of Hell. For that reason, Tesseron's walls were built much higher than those of other castles. It was accompanied by a mighty armed force and an iron will. That's what Lewin had read in books, but now, it looked so desolate because it had lost its original purpose. It was built to stop the goblin invasion, but the goblin threat had disappeared on its own. That's why the guards dared to get wasted in broad daylight. The place where everyone fought so resiliently was now a thing of the past. A big, scar-faced dude tried to shake Louis down, but he couldn't be bothered. Just lightly placing a hand on the guy's shoulder sent him face-planting into the ground, with his backside aimed at the heavens. Louis went to a small inn, woke up the innkeeper who was dead to the world, and said he wanted to rent a horse. But there were no horses left, and there weren't any other rental places around. This was the only place in Tesseron with a horsemaster. He calls himself a horsemaster, but has no horses. This place is a total trip. The truth is, there were 3 of them, but someone already rented them this morning. Usually, this place is totally dead, but for some reason, customers came flooding in today. Louis was taken aback and had to ask the innkeeper again. The owner confirmed that it was just for today, that it was only busy today, and normally not a single soul ever stops by. He started to suspect something, because there was no way it could be such a coincidence. He had felt that someone was watching him ever since he boarded the mana train, and just as he suspected, a mysterious, fully cloaked figure was watching their every move. After realizing he was being followed, Louis acted immediately. First, he asked the innkeeper for a favor. If anyone asks about him, he's to be notified immediately, then he'll bait the hook by taking a walk around Tesseron. They would have to wait for Louis to go out before they started asking about him, making it painfully obvious they were people from the Empire. Renak. Louis wasn't sure if the Crown Prince had sent them out of anger for rejecting his offer. Those two are supreme mages, and a mage is always curious, but in short, Louis didn't want to meet either of them. He needed to resolve this before heading out to Sky Mountain Peak. He now knew for sure he was being followed, but he couldn't let them keep tailing him. However, the innkeeper reported that no one had come looking for him, not a single soul since Louis left the inn. But there was one thing the innkeeper found very strange. He had a memory gap of about 3 minutes that he couldn't recall no matter how hard he tried. Louis knew this was a mind control spell, a level 6 magic, the kind of spell that works by invading and controlling another person's mind. The victim loses all memory of the time they were being controlled, while the caster sees those memories. This opponent was both powerful and cautious. If they saw the innkeeper's memories, it meant they already knew that Louis had realized he was being followed. After returning to his room, he found a note someone had left on his headboard. "I mean you no harm, so don't waste your time looking for me, just focus on your mission." Louis was furious. They'd broken into his room and were telling him not to care. This was nothing short of a threat. Since it had come to this, if they wanted a fight, they'd get one. Louis dashed outside to find them, opening his mini-map to detect those annoying mystery men. Seeing this, the group in dark cloaks immediately gave chase, but with no intention of killing him. Both sides were ready to play with their opponent. The wizard's men landed with a roar in a deserted lot. They looked around, searching, and one of them spoke up. "The trail of the mage from Screams, Louis, has vanished." But the old wizard thought otherwise. "He hasn't vanished. He's waiting for us." As soon as he finished speaking, they took just a few more steps when a noise came from a nearby crate. Louis had been ambushing them from inside those crates all along. He leaped out and attacked, taking the old wizard's men by surprise. He punched one of the old wizard's underlings straight in the face. Then Louis turned to the remaining subordinate, who panicked. In a frantic panic, he cast a spell to attack, but Louis wordlessly shattered the magic and punched the subordinate square in the face. The man was knocked down, falling right at the old wizard's feet, at which point both sides stood perfectly still, waiting for the other to make a move. Suddenly, the old wizard burst out laughing. "I was curious about what kind of person you are. Turns out you're a real monster, huh?" Louis's face darkened, his gaze cold and full of menace. "Who are you?" The old wizard kept smiling. "The head of the magic tower sent us here to protect you youngsters." Louis took a defensive stance and questioned him, more like spies. The old wizard gave a sinister grin. "It's all the same. Besides, it looks like you had your fun." The old man vanished before Louis's eyes, leaving behind the words, "See you later." He approached the two underlings he had just knocked out and looked at their necks, hesitating. This skull tattoo means they're dark mages. Trang didn't quite understand, so Louis explained. It's a secret group, a team of mages from the tower who specialize in handling dirty work. The mysterious secret group of dark mages only reveals their group name and tattoo, their purpose, ranks, and leader are all unknown. Trang hurriedly asked what his impression of them was. Louis was confident that they couldn't hold a candle to the representatives from the last major tournament. Trang was still worried, though, since they hadn't verified the other party's strength. He stood there analyzing. They used 6th level magic, so they're obviously not some run-of-the-mill opponents. They could be watching us from a distance. Trang seriously asked Louis, "What do you plan to do?" But he just stood there thinking for a long time, before finally making a decision. "First, I'm going to make them show their hand." The next day, we immediately set off for Heaven Mountain. The journey to Heaven Mountain was exhausting. We had to trek through arid deserts, but I could feel for sure that we had reached our destination. Suddenly, Louis sensed something and placed a hand on his chest to check. He clicked his tongue in annoyance when he discovered the force ring was vibrating. Louis was sweating buckets, but he just smiled and looked up. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Now this is exactly the kind of satisfaction I was looking for." Louis quickly asked Trang on his shoulder, "You once said this is where you lived with Draka, right?" It nodded, confirming it was true. Louis plopped down on the ground and sighed. "It's not budging an inch, so how are we supposed to get in? What kind of barbaric idea is this? Are you telling me to just destroy this barrier?" Trang immediately replied yes without a hint of hesitation. Then it asked Louis back, "If they were humans, they would definitely try to break the barrier, right?" He agreed, "Right, that was my first thought." Trang reminded him, "But they can't break it with just ordinary human methods." It added a sentence that was like an epiphany for Louis. What would happen if there was an Oxer here? Louis seemed to have a realization. Wouldn't it be better to call an Oxer from the inside? Ask them to open the door, just like a friend. Trang jumped down, crossed its arms, and smiled confidently. "Now my train of thought is perfectly clear." Louis suddenly remembered. "But as you said, all the Oxers here are already dead, aren't they?" Trang replied firmly and mysteriously, "That's just human thinking." Louis tensed up and turned around, looking at the barrier behind him. Trang instructed him one more time. "Louis, remember your power. Don't be bound by prejudice, just break it." Louis got ready, standing up to face the dark barrier before him. He placed his hand on the impenetrable barrier to feel it out. Louis raised his voice. "Can you hear me? I know you'll pretend you can't. I've brought your leader's Fang with me." He lowered his voice, issuing a threatening command. "If you can hear me, open the door." But Louis was met with a moment of silence, with no one responding. Suddenly, the spot where his hand touched the barrier flashed brightly. Louis had to use both hands to brace himself because the power from the barrier was too strong. He squinted because the light it emitted was blinding. The old wizard who had been watching him for a while saw this and his eyes widened in amazement. He witnessed the miracle before his very eyes and exclaimed, "It opened? How could a rookie like him possibly do something that no one has ever managed before?" The old wizard ran to the barrier, banging on it in a panic. It closed again. What in the world is going on? Just as the wizard finished his sentence, Louis's fist was already in his face. A single punch sent the old man flying several yards away. Louis roared, "Seize the moment, you can't run away like last time." He slammed his fist into the ground, using an earthquake skill that made the earth shake violently. The old wizard cried out in pain as he was crushed by rocks and dirt, his face now covered in wounds. Louis cast a vine spell, attacking the old man. The vines wrapped tightly around the wizard on the ground, immobilizing him. He tried to open his mouth to speak but couldn't. Louis sneered, "Did you really think you could get close to me this time? What level are you even on? Let's end this game early." While Louis was distracted, a shadow flashed quickly above his head. It was a guide goblin, charging aggressively towards the old wizard. A club slammed down on him, splattering blood all over its head. Louis still didn't understand what was happening. He just stood there frozen. The guide goblin slowly turned to look at him ominously, radiating a threatening aura. "Louis, answer me, human, who are you?" Trang whispered in Louis's ear. "Remember this. They are created with evil thoughts, just like beasts. Luckily, I was able to enter the barrier on the heavenly mountain, and as soon as I stepped in, it felt like I'd entered another world." Another group of goblins surrounded Louis. "What's a human smell doing here?" "But he smells just like us." Trang quietly warned him, "Master, be careful. They don't have the same morals as humans." Louis nodded and replied, "I know." He thought to himself, "For now, I guess he won't do anything to me because of Kun Khan's Fang, but I have no idea when they'll turn on me." Louis carefully and quietly followed the guide goblin, and after a while, they arrived before the mountain, and the goblin spoke. "We're here. This is the summit of the heavenly mountain." Louis wasn't paying attention to his surroundings and wondered, Isn't there another peak above this one? Suddenly, the entire ground started to shake, startling him. Unexpectedly, Black Khan stood towering over Louis. This confused him. This isn't the summit. But then, a goblin introduced himself. I am the chieftain, Black Khan. Human, I heard you have Kun Khan's holy relic. Right now, Louis's jaw was still on the floor, not over the shock, his mind racing. Is he that much bigger than the other goblins? Black Khan was somewhat welcoming. We welcome you as a guest. I've decided not to tear you apart and feed your corpse to the eagles. Who are you? Louis regained his composure and replied, I thought I already said this at the gate, but I am the one chosen by Kun Khan's fang. Hearing this, Black Khan seemed a little displeased. That is not an item a human can handle. Louis was firm, but it's the truth. Then he took out a large fang and held it up. Can I show it to you? Black Khan burst out laughing. An interesting human. I smelled our scent on you, and I also smell the scent of power. Louis didn't deny it and confidently admitted, that's right. I'm pretty strong. Black Khan's voice softened a bit. Then answer me. Human, who are you? Louis was about to answer, but paused for a moment to signal Trang. Then he asked Black Khan, do you know about Dracagonia? That's the name of a dragon that lives on this heavenly mountain. Black Khan was surprised and shouted, how do you know that name? Louis replied gently, I heard it from Kingram. He couldn't believe it, surprised yet again. Kingram, he's still alive? Louis explained, he's living as an artifact in my academy. Should I say, he's considered one of the professors? He smirked and asked Black Khan again, you're curious who I am, right? Louis began his introduction, but much more grandly. I am a friend of Kingram, the former leader of the Heavenly Mountains Summit. I am also the one chosen by the Fang of Khan and the inheritor of Dracaluin's world-destroying power. With his small body, standing before a giant goblin, he stated his name, my name is Lewin Adel. With all that said, are you still planning to crush me and feed my corpse to the eagles? Hakon flashed a smile as bright as sunshine. We will joyfully welcome you, human. Lewin couldn't believe his ears, sweat pouring down, surprised by the resounding cheers in his ears. Did he just say he'd welcome me? Trang said seriously. The goblins have a rite of passage, even when welcoming newcomers. If you want to be welcomed, you must prove your own worth. He stared intently at Lewin with a serious reminder. Omerat appeared before him, while Trang added, and the format is an arm wrestling match. Omerat gleefully flexed his muscles. I am the son of Omaru Khan, Omerat. Are you the human we're welcoming? Lewin panicked internally. You're telling me this giant is my opponent? I think something is seriously wrong here. The two of them got into position, with the other goblins shouting, Omerat, crush that human. Lewin nervously asked Trang, if I lose this arm wrestling match, they won't actually throw me to the eagles, right? He just forced a smile. I'm not so sure about that. The two began to focus, preparing for the match. Lewin thought to himself, it's true, this giant goblin is here to intimidate me, but that doesn't mean I should just give up. An arm wrestling match between a goblin and a human sounds ridiculous, but I also have special strength granted by an artifact. Ever since I got Khan's Fang, my strength has increased by 1,000. Now my strength has reached 3,520, so this is possible. Omerat exclaimed. I didn't think you were an ordinary human, your grip feels different. Even if my opponent is a human, I won't go easy on you. Lewin got excited and challenged back. That's right, try to beat me once and for all. Another goblin stood between them as the referee and shouted, ready! Then he yelled, begin! To start the match. As soon as it started, Lewin tensed up and used all his strength, his biceps bulging and tearing his sleeve. Seeing this, Omerat paused for a moment, surprised by the sight. Amidst the cheers of the other goblins, neither one was giving an inch. Lewin seemed to be getting tired, his face contorted. Is it over? Then Lewin shouted with determination, showing his will, but this is my last chance. Just as the little guy steeled his resolve, Omerat defeated Lewin with ease. He was completely shocked at how quickly he lost, his face turning pale. The referee simultaneously declared Omerat the winner. Lewin collapsed to the ground, sighing, I lost, even though I gave it my all. He was so worried his hands were trembling. So am I going to be fed to the eagles now? While Lewin was in a daze, the referee spoke up. Get up, human. You managed to hold your own against Omerat, the most elite warrior of Tian Shan. That's truly commendable. Lewin thanked him for the praise, and at the same time, the system announced a new quest regarding the goblins of Tian Shan. They greatly respect strength. Trang also praised him. You did well, you've won the support of the goblins. Lewin asked. You didn't tell me this was going to happen, did you? You just said it took Draka 17 years to beat Omar, right? I'll do it in 1 month. As soon as the arm wrestling match ended, a feast was prepared on the small mountaintop. Lewin was amazed. It's hard to believe, Goblins are such good cooks, but Trang took it another way. I know the food is pretty pungent, the smell is just. He shook his head to say that wasn't it, and Luin was also pretty curious. But why do the goblins here live so secluded in this monastery? His expression turned serious as he looked at the goblins, a bit worried inside. Anyway, I have a feeling that I'm going to overcome something even more important than this quest. Omerat walked over and called out to Louis. Powerful human. He turned to greet Omerat, who asked him bluntly, "What are you planning to do with the fang of our first chieftain?" Louis didn't understand and asked, "Is there something I can do with it?" Omerat made an offer. "If you want, I can help you forge a weapon suitable for a human." Louis was completely stunned by Omerat's offer. What? Luin then recalled the time he was still inside the cave. He held up Kun Khan's fang and asked Trang, "What is this?" Trang rambled on. "This is the main source of power. Anyone in the Agrest tribe who inherits it will become the strongest." But Luin cut him off. "I mean, what is it used for?" Trang explained. "Angale's scepter and Mossi's scales have very clear uses." Luin thought differently and imagined to himself, "Or maybe it's used as a pointer?" "Behold the magic pointer," Trang advised. "Just hold on to it and figure it out later. It only helps you increase your power." Luin nodded eagerly in agreement. Back in the present, Omerat smiled brightly. "If you wish, I can make it for you. A weapon for a human." Louis decided to himself, "I have it, but I don't know how to use it. This is an unexpected opportunity." Omerat examined Kun Khan's fang. It was so heavy and hard that it seemed no one could work with it. But for the Omezusira iron trap, it was entirely possible. Trang seemed to get it. The iron trap is basically like a human blacksmith. Omerat turned to ask Louis, "Do you have an idea for any particular kind of weapon? Human?" After thinking for a moment, he decided, "So you can help me make exactly what I need?" It had been half a month since Louis arrived at Heaven Mountain, he thought to himself while hiding in a bush. A goblin shouted at him, pointing in one direction. "That way, human?" Louis quickly leaped out. "I'll handle it." He realized that during that time, I've been helping the Agrest tribe with their hunts, and they've spent a lot of time training me in things I couldn't do on my own. Panting, Louis happily opened the system to check. However, the main quest that took up most of my time was something else. Louis participated in wrestling, and Trang announced the results, 15 losses in 15 matches. During an arm wrestling match with Omerat, Louis couldn't help but grumble. "Lost again. Is this really happening to me?" Trang encouraged him. "Keep it up, master. You've gotten a lot better." Omerat also praised Luin. "That's right, human. You're gradually learning to use your strength more effectively." He thanked them for the compliment. "Thanks. I feel like I'm improving step by step." Louis had now learned how to use his power more efficiently. He walked off, leaving a challenge behind. "Before I leave here, I have to defeat Omerat." Louis teased him. "Omerat, are you getting hesitant?" He quickly denied it. "Of course not, human. In arm wrestling, you don't stand a chance against me." A few days later, during a normal arm wrestling match, Omerat was stunned when his arm was slammed down by Louis. Trang announced the score, 17 matches, 16 losses, 1 win. Louis leaped up, throwing his arms in the air and shouting, "I won!" While at the same time, a system notification popped up. Louis had completed the quest and received a reward. Omerat was impressed by him. He just kept going from one surprise to another. "I've lost, young Master Adeo." Louis rubbed his wrist and asked him, "Is this the first time you've called me by my name, Omerat?" Omerat turned and went inside, saying, "It looks like you're ready now." A confused Louis asked back, "Ready for what?" Then he suddenly remembered, "Is it that thing? Is it done?" Omerat called him over and said, "Actually, it's been done for a while now. I've been waiting for this moment to give it to you." Louis was a little confused. "So why didn't you give it to me, even though you were done?" Omerat explained, "I was waiting for the moment you could defeat me. If you hadn't won, I might not have given it back to you. The Khan's fang is a very important item to us." Hearing that, Louis was speechless. He thought to himself, "This feels like I'm being robbed in broad daylight." After searching for a bit, Omerat handed him the item. "Here, this is yours." Louis was stunned when he saw the item, and the system appraised it as the bear paws made from the Khan's fang, and it was imbued with some additional power. Louis tried on the bear paws, a set of gauntlets with the Khan's fang embedded inside. "This will surely be the perfect fit for me, a melee mage." Trang quickly asked, "How is it, Louis?" Omerat also chimed in, "What do you think of my handiwork? I crafted it using the most perfect mold for you." Louis rejoiced internally. "This is amazing. It's not just 2,000 power. It might even be stronger than that." He asked Omerat, "Can you gather all the warriors of Heaven's Mountain?" The elves gathered together, creating a huge ruckus. "A strong human wants to challenge all of us to an arm wrestling match?" Even though he already defeated Amarat, he's still wounding our pride. But against an opponent like that, for an event like this, they were all more than willing to answer his challenge. Welcome. From the perspective of the off, the tribe, this was an arrogant challenge. They worshipped strength and loved competition, so they seemed to appreciate my competitive spirit. An elf son in the crowd cheered with all his might. Go, Dad, go. Standing to the side, Trang recalled the past. I remember now. Draka did something just like this once. Although he took on 17 opponents out of 35, your situation is completely different. But Louis thought otherwise. Humans can't live as long as dragons, so I have to hurry. But his inner thoughts were different. Just yesterday, I said this was impossible. But with the Khan's fangbear paws on my hands, I feel like there's no way I can lose. Amidst the noise, the referee's voice rang out, "Ready!" The moment the referee yelled start, the two opponents went at it. In a flash, Louis slammed the elf's hand down onto the table. After a while, Omerat asked, "Shall we be heading back now, young master?" Louis replied, "For now, we need to head to Leverden." He quickly expressed his gratitude. "You've given us a memorable experience. Thank you, young master." Louis looked up at them, and without a word, he just smiled brightly and held out his hand. But Omerat didn't understand. "Do you want another arm wrestling match, even after defeating every single one of us?" Louis shook his head, leaving him a bit confused. "It's not for arm wrestling." Then, he took Omerat's hand. To the elf's complete surprise, "It's called a handshake." Louis replied gently. "This is a human form of greeting," he calmly explained, "for when you meet someone, and for saying goodbye to a friend." Louis waved to the elves and left them with the phrase, "See you later," which is a type of farewell. Meanwhile, in a gloomy, dimly lit tower, Tehran exclaimed, "New information." His subordinate quickly tried to manage his expectations, rephrasing his report. "It's not very important news, sir." Tehran fell into deep thought. The report on the Howling Witch is still incomplete. It's been a while since those two returned with serious injuries, and there has been no news from the Wailing Sorcerer since. After tracking Louis Adele and sending another team to scout again, they found no signs of humans near Heavenly Mountain. Tehran pondered for a moment before asking his subordinate, "Have they been dealt with?" Before he could finish his sentence, another subordinate entered to report. "Master, I have a new report." The subordinate said with his head lowered, "Louis Adele has gone to Leverden." This startled Tehran, whose face darkened with a menacing aura as he sank deep into thought. He then growled an order for him to return immediately. Back at the magic tower, a voice rang out from within, "I have failed the mission." In the room, Tehran wore an indifferent expression as a voice spoke up, just as King Flame said, "There's a reason why no one has been able to conquer that place. When I arrived at Heavenly Mountain, I realized the mission was beyond my capabilities." Louis said, bowing his head in disappointment, "The barrier there is too strong, so there was no way to get inside." But nothing could fool Tehran. "You're a terrible liar, you know that?" He said coldly, "Be honest, and tell me everything. You are the one chosen by Nankun Khan after all." Tehran emphasized every single word, "And the mission you chose was to find the fortress of the Oxer clan, which seems a little too coincidental, don't you think?" Louis broke out in a cold sweat and hesitated. "So, you were spying on me?" But Tehran replied smoothly, "Spying? I was simply worried. I was afraid you might become a sorcerer for the tower's opposing faction." Louis seemed to be probing. "Any mage who dares to defy King Flame's word becomes a sworn enemy of everyone in the tower, right?" Not wanting to waste any more time, Tehran cut to the chase. "Enough with the small talk, let's get to the point. Tell me the truth. What did you see at Heavenly Mountain?" Then his expression turned somewhat terrifying. "Are the original members of the Oxer clan still alive?" Seeing him like that left Louis flustered and at a loss for words. A moment later, he was outside the tower. He let out a sigh of relief, muttering to himself that it was a close call. But then Tehran's voice rang out with a warning. "Don't you lie to me? I know everything. I can pry into your past right now if I so choose." Louis retorted, "But you wouldn't do that, would you?" His question visibly annoyed Tehran. Louis's tone was provocative. A great frontier sorcerer such as yourself surely wouldn't resort to such measures, especially against a student like me. Tehran's face was a mask of fury. "Are you making a bet with me? That word student is far too modest." Having said that, he lowered his head slightly and sighed helplessly. Louis's first official mission was a failure, and Tehran ordered him to return to the academy. Back in the present, Louis thought to himself, "I just gambled on King Flame's pride, and luckily, it paid off." Although he didn't resort to such extreme measures, there are still many other methods. Louis worried silently, but if King Flame were to act any more unreasonably, he would definitely be cornered. The mere thought was terrifying, but surely, it was all over now. The item from Area X had chosen Louis, and everyone knew that meant he was the heir to the throne. Even if it was unspoken, King Flame would undoubtedly be watching him very closely. Louis's head ached from overthinking, and he just wanted to get away from there quickly. The train departed, speeding down the tracks. Finally, Louis returned to the academy, where he was immediately met with praise upon his arrival. "Louis, congratulations on winning the festival. Come here, Louis," they said while tossing Louis into the air, making him struggle to stop them. But no one paid any mind. By now, Louis had returned to his room, and just then, Jason came in carrying a crate. Louis wondered what it was, so Jason answered, "These are your letters. As expected, the festival winner is bound to be famous." Louis was a little surprised. "So many?" Jason nonchalantly replied, "These are just the recent ones." He walked over to a cabinet and was about to open it, and these are the ones that arrived a while ago that we've held on to. Jason opened the cabinet door. Then from inside the cabinet, a mountain of letters fell out, flooding the entire room. Witnessing the sight before him, Louis felt a sense of dread as he went through the mail. He even found a letter sent from the prince. Louis picked up the letter, looked it over, and then read it out loud for Jason. Jason, sitting next to him, could only sigh. So formal. That salutation isn't for people you're close with, but for those you want to get close to. Louis asked if he knew about that. Jason ignored his question and instead asked about Louis's plans for this summer. Hearing that, Louis suddenly flashed a very mysterious smile. He hesitantly replied, "I'm thinking this year is going to be a lot different." Right now, Louis was riding a horse alone, heading somewhere. It had been a long time since he last visited his hometown. Since last year, he had only stayed in the dormitory and hadn't gone anywhere. Louis didn't have the face to meet his hometown folks again. He didn't have the confidence to smile and answer their questions. Louis smiled gleefully, but now I can proudly face them. Finally, he had gained enough confidence to meet his family. As he arrived, everyone around stared at Louis in surprise. He scratched his head, looking flustered as he greeted them. "Is everyone doing well?" Everyone shouted in disbelief. "Is it really you, young master?" "What, young master Louis?" The crowd surrounded him. "Young master, it's been such a long time. We've been waiting to hear from you for so long." Louis replied sheepishly, "I'm sorry, everyone. I've been away for too long." Everyone was curious about the academy he was attending. Suddenly from a distance, Louina came running and threw her arms around Louis. But right after, she quickly let him go and scolded him. "Not a single letter home all this time, and now you just show up here?" Seeing this, Louis reached out to measure her height and teased, "You've grown so much, I almost didn't recognize you." He smiled and thought to himself, "And you're still as cute as ever." At the same time, Louis turned to his father and said, "Father, please gather all the family members. It's been a long time since I've had the chance to talk with anyone." Time flew by, and in a moment, the sky had grown dark. Louis told his family and close friends everything that had happened over the past 6 years. After listening, a moved Louina wiped away her tears. "Big brother, you've really gone through so much." At the same time, the person beside her was also choked with emotion, "But you overcame all those. We're so proud of you, young master." Across from them, another person asked curiously, "But does that mean you won a major competition? You also had a private talk with the Empire's prince?" Louis nodded while thinking to himself, "That was 2 months ago. But it's still fresh news for the people in my village." Over on this side, Lord Adel pulled out a letter. "That's why the royal family sent this." He laughed, and countless letters from other families were sent here as well, but Louis wanted to be the one to tell his father first. At this moment, Begin had a serious expression. Lord Adel waved his hand and said, "There are a few matters related to this that you need to be aware of, young master. Let's get started. We're done with that other discussion." Begin thinks Louis needs to understand more, as it will be to his advantage. Louis frowned in confusion. Then he turned to Lord Adel and said bluntly, "Please tell me. If I were to hear about this from someone else, I'd be very disappointed." And at that very moment, Lord Adel could only clutch his head and force a smile. It would be useless, just as he said. Their house had received countless letters from nobles, all of them about Louis. Many letters offered to help their family, as a pretext to use Louis, or even proposed a meeting with him. Lord Adel rejected them all, but there was one problem. Upon hearing this, Louis immediately asked, "What kind of problem?" Lord Adel didn't hesitate to say a name, Binkos Monjo. "He is using you as leverage to threaten House Adel." Monzo is the only merchant city near the Adel territory. Most of the goods produced in the Adel territory are traded through the city of Monzo. In other words, the Adel territory is sustained by the money earned in Monzo. Louis couldn't believe they were offering absurdly low prices for his family's goods. Lord Adel replied sorrowfully, "That's right, because they want to hold the Adel territory hostage to force you to become Monzo's guardian mage." At this rate, House Adele's finances will collapse. A look of helplessness was clear on Lord Adele's face, but for now, there was no clear solution. At that moment, Louis recalled the words of the townspeople he had met that day. The very thought of it made his heart ache. After pondering for a long time, Louis decided to speak up. I'm suddenly reminded of the saying, "A villain needs to be put in his place." His eyes flashed with determination. If they're that eager to meet me, I'll go there and grant them an audience. The next morning, Louis decided to set off for Monzo. The butler had prepared plenty of food for him, along with a horse. Becky looked apologetic. I'm so sorry for placing the burden of this problem on you, especially when you've just returned home. Louis smiled faintly. It's all right. You're just doing your job as the manager, and I'm just trying to fulfill my duties as the young master. With that, Louis quickly mounted his horse, ready to depart. Behind him, Becky, worried that Louis might have the wrong idea, continued to speak. Young master, please don't be angry with him. He explained that the Lord has already done everything he could. He even paid out of his own pocket to cover the losses caused by Monzo, and no one in the Adele territory knows about it. Becky continued, The peace we have now is all thanks to the Lord's sacrifices. Hearing these words, Louis's expression filled with self-blame. He suddenly spoke, How shameful, I think I've been too arrogant. To be honest, Louis had been very disappointed, wondering if Lord Adele was just taking it all lying down. And Louis thought he alone could solve all the problems his father couldn't, even though he had known since he was a child that his father loved and cared for this land more than anyone else. At this point, Becky could only stand and watch, not knowing what more to say. Louis then took out a box and handed it to Becky. Instead, Could you please give this to my father for me? Becky was a little curious. What is this, young master? Louis said simply, It's 10,000 gold pieces. Upon hearing this, Becky's face filled with astonishment. This is the prize money from that grand tournament. Louis hoped it will be used for necessary matters within the territory. In Louis's opinion, it would be most effective to use it to buy more land. He believes that in the future, House Adele will be able to supply goods to others without needing Monzo. Becky put a hand to her chin and thought, It could actually happen. But our territory is struggling right now, and no one wants to sell us land. Seeing this, Louis immediately offered a solution. What if we just take it? His eyes burned with fighting spirit, and then we'll do a clean sweep. They would develop the long problematic Wolf Hill in their territory and the Tri Nong Plains, which are occupied by smugglers. That's not a bad idea either, Louis explained. With this money, if we hire mercenaries to reclaim and cultivate the territory, and then lease it to outsiders, we could make even more money. Hearing this, Becky's two eyes lit up. If they could hire mercenaries at a reasonable price, it was definitely worth a try. As Louis was about to leave, he turned his head back. I'll leave the details with the manager and my father, and I'll be on my way. As soon as he finished speaking, Louis spurred his horse and charged forward. Louis soon arrived at the trade city of Monzo. This was a vast territory in the southern part of the kingdom, where all the supplies from the surrounding areas were gathered. The lord was Binkos Monzo, and there were many nasty rumors about him, such as buying his position with money from loan sharks, or being the former leader of the One Ma gang. Louis silently reminded himself, in other words, I have to have a heart of steel. He rode up to a large mansion, which had many guards. Louis introduced himself. I am the second son of the Adele family, Louis Adele. Is the lord inside? But upon hearing this, the guards looked at him with contempt. One of them said wearily, Adele again? Hearing this made his face darken. They stood around gossiping with each other. Why do they keep making such a fuss? Even though they know it's a lost cause, he's just a kid who's learning how to beg. Suddenly, one guard burst out laughing. Can you even speak properly this time, young master? Louis was secretly furious. Is this how he's always treated? How many times has father come here? After they finished laughing, the guards in front invited Louis in. Go on in and ask the lord yourself, young master. If it's an Adele, they'll just throw him out. The one next to him added, but this time is different, isn't it? Hurry up. Louis kept reminding himself, I'm not here as an academy student, but as the second son of the Adele family. If I accept this rudeness, it will bring shame upon the Adele territory. With that thought, Louis clenched his fist into a fighting stance, startling the guards. Louis said casually, You all should go home and train some more. Just then, Louis suddenly threw a powerful punch that sent a guard flying. At the same time, Binkos Monzo was coming out to greet him. Oh my goodness, look who it is, he said with a laugh. The hero who won this year's grand tournament, the mage of the new generation. Isn't it Sir Louis Adele? Louis glanced coldly at Binkos Monzo. Are you Lord Binkos Monzo? The man removed his hat and bowed. Yes, I am Binkos Monzo. For a person of your stature to visit my humble place, I'm so humbled I can barely look up. Louis coldly replied, Then don't look up. The statement took the old man by surprise, as Lewin said decisively, "If you're ashamed that I'm here, then you'd best keep your head down." Hearing those words from Lewin, Binkos Manjo's face twisted, as if he was about to erupt in anger. The old man then slowly broke into a sinister smile. Binkos put his hat back on and looked up. "So the rumors are true. You're quite the straightforward person, aren't you? In that case, I'll raise my head, despite the shame." Lewin nonchalantly replied, "Fine, but you need to retrain your guards." Binkos Manjo wondered, "Did my boys commit some sort of crime?" Lewin glanced back at the guards. "They treated my family as if we were from an elf tribe, so I gave them a light warning." As he spoke, Lewin looked at the guards he had knocked unconscious on the ground. Seeing his subordinates beaten to a pulp, Binkos Manjo looked like he was about to go berserk. Lewin spoke with a satisfied, provocative tone. "Is everything all right, my lord?" Binkos Manjo forced a smile. "Feel free to treat them as your own subordinates." In his heart, the old man thought, "How dare that brat lay a hand on my men?" At that moment, Lewin clenched his fists and gave a delighted smile. "Then we shall." To Binkos Manjo's utter astonishment, he threw an incredibly powerful punch that sent a soldier flying. Afterwards, Lewin dusted off his hands. "That's enough. This one also needs some training in etiquette." Turning back to Binkos, he said, "You wouldn't be thinking of leaving me standing here any longer, would you? Invite me in, lord." Every word from Lewin made Binkos seethe with anger. He ground his teeth, but in the end, Binkos Manjo had to invite Lewin inside. As they walked, the old man glanced at some stuffed animals hanging on the wall, and thought to himself, "They look beautiful, don't they?" Then Binkos Manjo began to boast, "My hobby is collecting works of art like these." Lewin frowned in disgust. "There's nothing pleasant about looking at them." Binkos Manjo gave a faint smile. "I understand. Everyone has different tastes." Lewin said nothing, lost in thought, collecting these things and calling them beautiful. This guy's hobby is just too depraved. He secretly surmised. He's clearly put these here to create a sense of fear and anxiety. Is he trying to threaten me? Binkos Manjo offered Lewin some tea while showing off. "This is also a rather rare tea from the south called Param. Please have some." Lewin coldly replied, "I don't need any." At his refusal, Binkos Manjo feigned surprise. "You don't like tea? Should I get you some sweet juice instead?" Hearing that, Trang, who was sitting on Lewin's shoulder, couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Are you pretending you don't know anything?" Despite its teasing, Lewin remained silent. Then, Lewin calmly picked up the teacup and poured it out. "Do you really not understand why I refuse to drink this cup of tea?" The two sat facing each other in silence for a while. The space was quiet. Only the sound of tea dripping onto the floor could be heard. Binkos Manjo suddenly lowered his head with a mysterious smile, still calmly enjoying his tea. "It seems you think I would poison your tea, but I have no intention of becoming your enemy. I only want to be your good friend." Lewin asked nonchalantly, "Do friends threaten each other?" Binkos Manjo flashed a cunning smile. "Threaten? How ridiculous. It was merely a proposal made with good intentions." Lewin couldn't contain his anger and clenched his teeth. "You call that a proposal? That despicable scheme, aimed at weakening the Adel territory?" He stated firmly, emphasizing every word, "I reject that proposal." Binkos Manjo seemed to have anticipated this, showing no surprise. "How unfortunate, but from the moment you refused, our friendship." The old man's face showed his cunning. The price of goods from the Adel territory would stay the same, cheap as dirt. Lewin spoke up with a stern warning, "You'd better return the prices to how they were." A gloomy atmosphere filled the room, and suddenly Binkos Manjo stood up. Just as expected from a country bumpkin who knows nothing. He raised his voice to overpower Lewin. "Do you think you're the only one who can refuse a deal? You're the one who should be begging right now. You're in the weak position, not me." A group of soldiers was suddenly rushing towards the room. Binkos Manjo laughed amusingly. "They say Magic Academy students can't use magic during their vacation, right?" He immediately changed his tone. "I'll teach you some humility, you little brat." As he finished, a troop of soldiers had surrounded the room. Meanwhile, Lewin had already guessed that Binkos Manjo never intended to let him go. As the old man grew aggressive, he ordered, "Kill him. I'll turn that bastard's corpse into a specimen for my gallery." Lewin found Binkos truly baffling. "You want to turn me into a trophy? You're even crazier than I thought." Trang, sitting on his shoulder, agreed with him. Lewin was right not to expect a proper conversation with an old pig, stingy, and stuck in his own little bubble in the south. Lewin had already seen this coming from a guy like him. He was already in an attack stance, lunging at the soldier in front of him and holding out 2 fingers, leaving the soldier utterly confused. Lewin, with a confident look, gave a light flick of his fingers. With just that light flick, he sent the soldier flying several yards away. Next, using just a little bit of power, Luin sent the other soldiers flying everywhere. Finally, he started activating the special skill in his gauntlets and said with amusement, "Let me tell you something." Binkos Manjo, panicked, also exclaimed, "Why is there suddenly smoke? What are you doing?" After activating the special energy, Luin's entire body began to radiate a powerful aura. Witnessing this, Binkos Manjo was so shocked he froze on the spot. Luin continued to speak, "Even if it's a vacation, as long as my life is in danger, I can still use magic." The soldiers were overwhelmed by his power, their voices trembling. "If we stay here, we're dead for sure." One of them shouted, "Everybody run." This sent the soldiers scattering in all directions. Luin clenched his fists, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Running won't do you any good." As he finished speaking, he charged forward with all his might. From the outside, everyone could see Binkos's mansion. Manjo's mansion was emitting a huge cloud of red smoke. The servants inside were screaming and fleeing in terror, as everyone else scrambled to get away. But Binkos Manjo was still looking at his artworks regretfully. "My collection that took a lifetime to build. My portrait. My 2,000 gold portrait." Luin, standing behind him, spoke up. "You still have time to worry about your art?" He glared at the old man with a murderous look. "Now's the time you should be worrying about your own life." Binkos Manjo's pained screams echoed through the room. Luin made his demand. "You will return the Adel family's goods to their regular prices, and you will compensate my family 10 times the amount you took." Binkos Manjo's face went pale, and his voice trembled. "Compensation? How much will that be?" Luin glared at him. "Pay up now." The old man stammered in compliance. After settling everything, Luin rode his horse back home. "It's almost over. I wonder how surprised Dad will be when he finds out I've already taken care of everything." And so, after resolving the issue in Monzo, he returned to Adele. And along the way, Louis was startled by something he saw, as a girl's voice called out, "It's been a while, Louis." It was an unexpected guest waiting for Louis and Adele. Seeing her gentle and graceful appearance, Louis spoke up, "Lady Irene?" Flashing back about 2 months ago, Louis had to attend a formal social gathering, and he was getting sick of these dull meetings. It was fun at first, but now Louis just wanted to go home. Just then, Irene overheard him sighing and walked over to ask, "Are you talking about that lovely little Adele estate?" She feigned a pout and said, "I'm so glad the party ended without any trouble. I really thought something terrible was about to happen because of a certain someone." Hearing this, Louis awkwardly scratched his head, "Sorry." But even as he apologized, he said with a serious face, "It couldn't be helped. Not only were those people looking down on the students' efforts, but also on our estate." Irene looked at him curiously and asked, "Is Adele really that beautiful?" At the mention of it, Louis excitedly confirmed that it was a gorgeous place, one that brings peace to the soul. He happily suggested that Irene should visit sometime, and his enthusiasm made her want to go as well. She teased him, "When I do show up, don't you ask me why I'm there, Louis." He laughed and promised he wouldn't. Which brings us to the present situation. Louis was incredibly flustered, having never thought Irene would actually show up. In contrast to Louis's father, who was touched to see his son all grown up, Louina was absolutely fuming. She grumbled, "Care to explain this situation?" Louis was totally confused about what was wrong with her, and when he didn't answer, Louina became even more furious. She screamed, "What is your relationship with her? Is she your girlfriend? Where did you meet her? Tell me." Her rapid-fire questions all went unanswered. Later that evening, when he went to see his father, Louis was surprised that Louina had volunteered to be Irene's guide. His father happily explained that as soon as he had suggested Louis for the job, she immediately insisted on handling it herself. He cheerfully asked Louis, "Isn't that adorable? She doesn't want to lose the brother she hasn't seen in 6 years. Then he turned to Louis and said, "You can be honest with me. Is Irene your girlfriend?" Louis flatly answered, "No," which made his father look dejected, feeling it was a real pity. Seeing his father's reaction, Louis couldn't understand why he was so disappointed about this. Let's put personal matters aside for now. His father steered the conversation to another topic. At that moment, he called in Begin, who had been waiting outside for a while. Begin brought in a small, compact wooden box and placed it on the table. After politely thanking him, Louis's father seriously pushed the box toward him. He said he couldn't accept this money. Louis was stunned by this and asked him why. His father gently explained, "This is your money, not the money of House Adele." But Louis didn't understand. "But am I not a member of Adele?" Louis's father bowed his head slightly and smiled. "No one denies that you are the heart of Adele, but I know you still have much to do outside of Adele." Louis was speechless, his expression filled with heartache. He knew very well his father was saying this out of concern for him. But Louis also knew that his father was a very upright and moral man. He respected his father for that, but he felt hurt that his father always discussed the estate's problems without including him. Louis spoke with determination. I want to use my money for Adele, just as you have, father. Father, which made the man stare at him, stunned. Louis's father turned to glare at Begin, who just chuckled nonchalantly and said, I think the young master should know that you've been supporting Adel with your personal funds all this time. In the end, Louis's father let it slide, but he did remind Begin, in the future, I would greatly appreciate it if you would discuss things with me before making any rash decisions. Then he resumed his talk with Louis. Whatever your intentions are, I cannot accept them. You are not yet ready to shoulder the responsibilities of this estate. He took out 3,600 gold and said, This is the amount we rightfully deserve. Finding it now is like discovering a forgotten emergency fund. A confused Louis turned to whisper to Begin. Are you sure you gave him 10 times that amount? Begin whispered back. He didn't demand the remaining amount, and he was so adamant that I couldn't even mention the punitive damages. Louis felt helpless against his father's rigidity, and Begin wholeheartedly agreed. I've given up trying to convince him, but Begin trailed off, causing Louis to glance at him in confusion. He chuckled softly, accepting it. Isn't our Lord always like this? Louis looked at Begin's face, which wore the expression of an old friend, and then at his own father, and he couldn't help but feel a warmth in his heart and smile along. Glancing over at his righteous father, Louis silently agreed with Begin's sentiment, and the matter was settled. Louis stepped out of his father's study, and as he looked up, he saw two pretty girls chatting and laughing merrily. Louina no longer looked angry like before, instead holding Iron's hand affectionately. Louis slowly walked over and asked, Iron, are you enjoying your tour of Adel? At that moment, Louina suddenly said goodbye to Iron, even winking to wish her good luck. Before Iron could understand what was happening, the little girl ran off, shouting back at her brother to get along with her. Iron is a good person. She left Iron and Louis too embarrassed to even look at each other, with Iron muttering about Louina saying weird things. Louis composed himself, lifted his blushing face, and asked Iron, Would you like to go for a little walk? The two strolled under the dappled shade of the trees, making the scene feel brighter. Iron was remarking on how incredibly adorable Louina is, saying she wished she had a little sister just like her. Louis was happy that Iron could get along so well with the girl. With her delicate sensibility, Iron gently asked Louis, Is something on your mind? You seem to be thinking about something. Louis looked a little sad as he confessed to her, As the heir of the family, I want to do something for the estate, but I can't seem to come up with any ideas. Louis kept the rest of his thoughts to himself. In total, with the prize money from the tournament and the funds from Monzo, he had over 40,000 gold. His father said he could use it as he saw fit. But seeing Louis lost in thought, Iron slowly said, You can't stop thinking about the estate, even when I've come all this way to visit. Hearing that, Louis was taken aback. Realizing his oversight, he hadn't even asked about Iron. He quickly asked Lady Iron, How did you get here? Our estate is quite remote, so it must have been inconvenient. Iron winked as she replied, It's not that far. I got to Leverden in 2 days. Louis blurted out a question, and Iron pointed forward. It's quite close if you just cross that mountain range over there. Louis had asked a small question that he immediately regretted, but the answer was the very solution he had been searching for all this time. Nam Mountain, although it took up most of the Adel estate's land, had such rugged terrain that farming was impossible, and the land was abandoned due to the appearance of monsters, however. With Lake No. 8 nearby, its geographical value was very high. What if we used that to create a trade route through Nam Mountain? By relying on places like Monzo, we could build ourselves into an independent estate, becoming a powerful domain with the only southern road leading to the Zenak Empire. Why didn't I think of this sooner? This will definitely be a huge help to the estate, he thought. Louis was overjoyed. He threw etiquette aside, tightly grabbing Irene's hand to thank her, making Irene blush like a strawberry, but Louis's mind was only on the estate, so he said his goodbyes and turned away. Louis rushed back to the estate, unaware that Irene was watching his retreating figure. His joy was contagious to Irene, and she burst out laughing, exclaiming that Louis was truly an interesting person. He brought the brilliant plan to his father, but his father said it was impossible. Louis was stunned by this news, asking in disbelief, What? Louis's father explained that he had already tried, but all 8 merchant guilds at Lake No. 8 had refused. Louis didn't understand why. His father's answer shocked him. In their view, House Adel wasn't profitable. Begin continued to explain that the Lord also knew it was a great opportunity, but Louis cut him off. According to him, many things in Adel had changed. It was small, but it was improving. Louis silently made up his mind. Just because the merchant guilds refused once, we can't give up on something that brings so much hope to the people. He arrogantly pointed to himself. Who knows, maybe a proposal from a champion could make a difference. Such youthful spirit was truly overflowing. Louis's father stared blankly at his son, then finally let out a soft sigh and burst into laughter. That's right, you even solved the Munzo case. So what reason do I have to stop you? He agreed to let his son give it a try. Louis walked out of the room, full of confidence. Irene suddenly appeared and asked, "Are you going to Lake number 8? Then Louis will be on the same boat as her now, an illegal immigrant." Louis was astonished. A moment later he realized and jumped up. "Don't tell me you've already crossed the border?" Into Adele without permission, making her an illegal resident. Irene calmly admitted it. Louis was horrified. This girl crossed a deserted border all by herself. Has Irene always been this reckless? Doesn't she think that could be very dangerous? Irene didn't think so. She felt it was nothing compared to what Louis does, like storming into someone else's dormitory. You didn't even consider the risks, and used an extraordinary method in the competition, and you won it all. Louis looked at her in amazement. Irene chuckled and continued, "To keep up with someone like you, what I did was just a little mischief." "What?" Hearing that, Louis let out a long, soft sigh, then thought for a moment, before reminding her, "But I plan to go even further." Irene didn't give up. "Then I'll follow you. I'm already an illegal immigrant. One more time won't hurt." So, they headed straight for Lake number 8 together, deciding to cross Nam Mountain to scout the path ahead. The terrain was so rugged that it was hard to find the way even with a compass, so we decided to use detection magic to locate the hidden village of Insongjang, but of course, there was a rule against using magic during the vacation. Irene had been using this spell since arriving in Adele. However, the detection spell targeted humanoid monsters. This led her to accidentally trespass into a werewolf den, putting her in a dangerous situation. Louis immediately rushed forward and attacked it with his strongest fire magic, the power of his spell blowing everything to bits. Knowing that the werewolves' behavior depended on their leader, Louis quickly took down the alpha and escaped. Thanks to that, Louis obtained a silver wolf pelt, and the system assigned a quest to find someone who might like this pelt. The reward was unknown, and Louis was very confused why a quest would appear now, but finding the lake was more important. Following the trail of the detection magic, we continued towards our destination, and luckily, we didn't encounter any more monsters like before. This time, they found their original target, the 8 Lakes, a massive confederation. It's where 8 large lakes meet and connect to the sea. Like Anton, this is also a neutral nation, under the Empire's control. Here, instead of a king, representatives from 8 merchant guilds govern the country, with the title of co-representatives. As a trade nation, it dominates transactions across 6 lands. It's rumored they even trade with pirates if it turns a profit. This place values money above all else. Having arrived, Irene asked Louis where he wanted to go. He already had a destination in mind, the Golden Hall. The Golden Hall is a grand mansion in the middle of the 8 Lakes, where the representatives hold daily meetings at noon, so it's the ideal place to persuade them. Just then, the two were stopped by guards who asked if they had an appointment. Of course, Louis didn't. He asked the guard if he could pass on a message, but the guard said that submitting official documents would take time to review. Louis confidently told him to just announce that Louis Adele had arrived. He then introduced his companion, and this is Irene Prius. The guard shouted in amazement, "Are you the winner of the Grano tournament, Louis Adele?" He apologized for not recognizing him, and said he would report it immediately. Seeing this, Louis excitedly told Irene, "See?" She also marveled that it was just as he had predicted. Luckily, they were let in immediately. The lavish ceiling and countless sparkling, gold-cast angel statues left Irene in awe. This place truly lived up to its name, the Golden Hall. Louis agreed, but said it couldn't compare to the Adele estate. The two were led to a white door. The guard respectfully invited them in. Louis then told himself not to get stressed. He was here to make a fair deal, not to ask for a favor. Steeling his resolve, Louis firmly opened the door and introduced himself. Inside the room were numerous people who seemed to have been waiting for a long time. It was hard to make out their expressions at a glance. In front of Louis was a luxurious round table. There were 2 empty chairs prepared for Louis and Irene to sit in. The expressions of the people in the room were varied, but they all seemed to be eagerly anticipating something. Seeing the 2 of them take their seats, the crowd began to murmur. At that moment, the eldest person there spoke up, asking what brought a mage of the prestigious new generation like him to this remote place. Looking at their expressions, Louis concluded, "The title of Grand Tournament winner holds value here." He had been very worried about arriving unannounced, but it seemed they could talk. The people around agreed with the old man's question, but it would be even better if it was something that benefited their guild. At this moment, Louis revealed his purpose for coming was to negotiate trade between Adele and Lake number 8. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Some looked as if they had a lot to think about and didn't answer him, while others fell into a thoughtful silence with no reaction. Trang worriedly whispered in Louis's ear that it seemed he had killed the mood. Suddenly, someone spoke up, asking the person next to them, "I've heard of Adele. Do you know where it is?" The person beside them replied, It's in the south, just a small backwater place. Another lady added, that rural region once tried to sell Kiston fish and sweet potatoes. I think the Lord visited that place once. How did that go? The young man next to her replied. They unanimously refused. The lady asked again, why? The young man replied, because it wasn't profitable, they only wanted to make one-sided sales. Hearing their self-serving chatter, Louis remained silent. At that moment, the old man in charge spoke up to end the discussion. In that case, I believe there's not much left to discuss. Of course Louis knew, they were merchants. The moment they heard something that went against their interests, their attitudes changed instantly. He was a new generation mage, and the young lord of Adel, but they only saw him as the young lord of Adel, a poor kid from the countryside trying to get his hands on their money. Their cold and straightforward perspective was both clear and frightening. Would they remain so cold this time? Louis gently grabbed the bag next to him and said, it's a shame to see everyone reacting this way, when I haven't even started presenting my proposal. Louis then poured out the bags of gold he had brought, a total of 30,000 gold. The glittering metal and his firm attitude struck a blow to the merchant's pride. Louis smiled warmly. How about now? Are you ladies and gentlemen a little more interested in a deal? Louis calmly negotiated that he would purchase 30,000 gold worth of weapons from Lake Number 8, and in return, they would allow trade for Adel's products. Hearing this, they suspected Louis was preparing for war, since that amount of money could buy a massive amount of weapons. Their shocked reactions were exactly what Louis had expected. 30,000 gold was the entire 3-year budget for a rural territory like Adel. It was equivalent to the annual budget of a medium-sized city. Spending such a huge amount of money on weapons was indeed shocking. But Louis had realized something from the Monzo incident. Power naturally attracts wealth, and that same power creates peace. If he had to buy weapons from somewhere to gain power, Louis figured he might as well build his foundation here. Louis continued. He knew that each of the 8 representatives specialized in different types of goods. Louis wanted to know who was responsible for weapons. They pointed to Cecilia. She was the #1 representative here, managing the widest range of goods, from weapons and iron ore to various plants, animals, and even ships. Louis was stunned, looking at a girl who appeared even younger than him. But Cecilia's eyes were not those of a child. She had an extraordinary presence. What kind of life did this kid live to turn out like this? Cecilia questioned what Louis planned to do with so many weapons. She knew it was improper to ask, but as the supplier, she was a bit concerned. Louis stated frankly that first, he intended to conduct a large-scale hunt for the monsters near Adel, and for the second step, Louis planned to establish a trade route connecting Lake Number 8 and Adel, by crossing the path through the North Mountain. This statement gave everyone here a heart attack, and the oldest representative warned Louis, don't mention that mountain range by name here, which left him very confused as the atmosphere grew heavy. Even Irene panicked and asked Louis what was happening. Being perceptive, Louis looked at Cecilia. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew who had caused this atmosphere. They were all completely pale. Why was that? Just then, Cecilia spoke uncomfortably. Are you planning to cross the North Mountain? No, that's impossible, because there's a demon living there. Louis fell silent in thought. A demon? He felt this was related to something. Louis told Cecilia that he had crossed that mountain range by himself last night, but Cecilia immediately called him a liar. Louis quickly explained, it's not a lie, I encountered something in that mountain range. Louis took out the silver wolf fur and said, is this the demon you're talking about? Upon seeing the tuft of fur, Cecilia shot up in fear. At the same time, the system announced the quest was complete, with the reward being the respect of the Van Chase clan. Seeing this result, Louis thought to himself that it really was true. At that moment, Cecilia burst into tears, a look of relief washing over her face. It's finally dead. Cecilia covered her face and sobbed while everyone comforted her. 3 days later, Cecilia accompanied Louis to the mountain pass, to the place that had haunted her. Cecilia never thought she would have to face this mountain again. Of course, her heart still felt heavy, but it was different now. The calamity that took her father was no longer here. Cecilia was extremely grateful to Louis. It was all thanks to him. Louis humbly replied that he just happened to run into it on his way. Returning to the topic of the trade alliance, Cecilia proposed a plan. If they could create a road through the South Mountain, they could establish a direct trade route from Adel to the Oyota Kingdom, which would reduce the costs of taking the current detour. As for building the road here, she stated that the Vanches clan would provide support. Louis was absolutely stunned. He thought they would start by trading weapons, then move on to the trade route, and he even assumed he would be responsible for the cost of building the road. But with the Vanches clan helping, this was a huge benefit. Louis asked again in a panic, are you saying you'll accept my proposal? Cecilia replied, of course, any goods produced in Adel will be purchased at a price higher than the market rate at Lake 8. Louis felt a bit hesitant. These were extremely generous terms. As if sensing his mood, Cecilia explained, "Merchants will do anything for money, but we have hearts too." She stood firmly before Louis and vowed, "I, Cecilia Vanches, promise to show gratitude and trustworthy of a benefactor." Her sincerity touched Louis's heart, and he smiled softly and accepted. Louis shook hands with Cecilia, concluding the negotiations. The deal with Lake 8 was a success. The next day, Irene and Louis began their journey home. They chatted along the way. Irene let out a sigh of relief that everything went so smoothly, and Louis felt the same way. Now he could send the good news to everyone and his father. To Louis, that Representative Cecilia was incredible for being so mature at such a young age, especially without a father. Irene felt that Louis wasn't acting like his usual self. Was he feeling emotional? Louis answered vaguely, "I think I just sympathized with her back in Zelad, because I'm in a similar situation." Before Irene could understand what he meant, Louis skillfully changed the subject anyway. "Just you wait, Lady Irene. If you ever visit Adele again, you'll be surprised at how bustling it has become." Irene sighed wistfully. "You really love your hometown, Louis. I wish I could feel the same way." Louis didn't quite understand. Isn't a hometown a place everyone remembers and cherishes? But for Irene, that wasn't the case. This made him a little curious, so Louis asked if she planned on inviting him to her hometown someday. But Irene didn't give him a clear answer, and Louis got the hint. She didn't seem to want to talk about it, but he was certain he would visit Frus one day. The two of them returned to the Adele Manor, in the gentle sunlight, but things weren't so gentle in the study. Louine and Begin's father was shocked at the price, which was higher than the market rate, and the other party even promised to open a trade route. Only Louina asked a funny question, "Did you two get a private room at the inn?" Lewin quickly covered his sister's mouth and hurriedly confirmed that Cecilia had promised all of that. Becky couldn't believe it. The notoriously cold representative of Van Chase actually said she would repay a debt of gratitude. Louine agreed with that, but for now they needed time to prepare, estimating it would take 3 months for the weapons, and the construction of the road through the southern mountains would begin this month. Louise's father was overcome with emotion. A direct trade route to the Empire, Adele would finally prosper. He felt that Louis had truly grown up to achieve something so difficult. "Very good," he said gently. "Thank you for growing up so well." Taking this opportunity, Louis asked him, "Then father, will you trust me and allow me to do one more thing?" Louis's father was puzzled. He said slowly, "The lifeline of Adele, the dream of the people of Adele, has been realized." At this point, Louis couldn't hide his sorrowful expression. The thing he wanted permission for was to avenge his mother. Louis called it the Red Plains Hunt, against those disgusting swamp monsters. A memory log appeared from a Friday night. That day was supposed to be a beautiful birthday memory, but it soon turned into the worst nightmare. That day, a fire broke out, causing many people to lose their lives. Most painfully, he saw images of his loved ones being murdered one by one. A portrait of the woman who died in that massacre. No one could ever forget the tragedy of that Friday night. Neither could Louis. He clenched his fist and made a vow, "I must become stronger." Although deep down, Louis found it hard to accept. For a child, this was too much to bear. At this age, he was determined to become strong, and so day by day, he grew up. As the morning light appeared, everyone lined up, full of energy since the day the extermination order was issued. Everyone in the village was competing to train hard. Many strong young men lined up and trained in unison. Irene and Louis approached with two very different attitudes. The villagers look completely different. It's something to be grateful for. They're working so hard. She added, "By the way, their spear techniques seem very unique." Irene wondered, "Who taught them these techniques?" He replied, "Ah, that would be our knight commander, Bova, one of the greatest knights of Adele of his time, once known as the Flash and with many years of experience, fighting on the kingdom's front lines, recalling the glorious achievements that once made his name." Louis was filled with admiration, thinking if it weren't for Sir Bova when the mudmen attacked, the damage would have been far greater. "I still remember vividly how he cut down 5 mudmen in a single strike." He continued to be lost in regret for Bova, who now preferred a fishing rod to a spear. Suddenly, Irene cut into his thoughts. "Sir Bova Patton?" Louis turned around, a baffled look on his face. Before he could figure out what she was getting at, Bova's voice interrupted their conversation. "Ah, young Master Louis, is that you?" The two of them paused their conversation and turned to greet him, just as the training session was ending. Bova walked over and gripped Louis' hand, laughing heartily as he congratulated him on achieving a miracle while leading the team. He also managed a forced smile. Noticing the person beside him, Bova turned and asked who the young lady with Louis was. Realizing Bova was referring to her, she immediately introduced herself, closing her eyes for a moment in deep appreciation. She was honored to finally meet the hero she had long admired. It is an honor to meet the Flash Knight, Sir Bova, here. Bova paused for a second to look at her, as if he'd just realized something. Irene was completely lost in thought about Bova's glorious achievements and how he had retired when he was only 30. Bova let out a big laugh, surprised that even now, someone still remembered him from such trivial stories. Irene, with a kind and cheerful demeanor, explained that she had read a great deal about him. The story of how he took down over 10 high-ranking mages from the rival nation of Burna was legendary. From a young man seasoned by countless battles on the field, he had now become a silver-haired man, no longer as swift as he once was. Although he wasn't as quick or young anymore, Bova felt honored that Lady Irene still remembered. Louis wondered why he would keep all of that a secret. Like a slap across the face, he said he never hid it. It's just that Louis never bothered to ask this old man. A flicker of sadness crossed his face, because he had heard from many sources that Bova was the Flash Knight, but Bova said something that lifted his spirits, like how he enjoys fishing or living at the foot of the hill, or the times they used to walk together when Louis was a child, and that witnessing him grow up step by step was what he treasured most. For him, that was more than enough, leaving the two of them standing there completely speechless. After regaining his composure, Louis now felt he understood Bova better than anyone. He happily thanked Louis. Bova then suddenly remembered his promise to help the young lady with her swordsmanship training, and with Louis there, he extended an invitation. Of course, Louis was happy to go, but Bova didn't want him to just observe. He wanted Louis to participate as a sparring partner. This left a certain someone completely frozen in place. Late at night, with no one else in sight amidst the dense trees, Bova and Luina were sparring, and they were perfectly evenly matched. On one side was a youth in her prime, filled with passion and determination, while on the other was an older man, brimming with experience and still remarkably agile. Louis and Irene watched them train intensely, and Irene was full of praise for the young girl. To have reached such a level at only 12 years old was incredible, and he also silently acknowledged her talent for achieving this skill level. It was truly impressive. Luina's stance and her sword handling were flawless, and her footwork was incredibly consistent. It showed that Luina's fundamentals were incredibly solid. On the other side, Bova was just as amazing, fighting her using only a single hand. Not only that, but her weapon had also changed, replaced by a wooden sword. After the training session ended, Bova had high praise for Luina. At this rate, it was certain that in the near future, even Louis wouldn't be a match for her. But instead of being jealous, he was actually very proud of his little sister. Deep down, he was filled with pride, thinking everyone has to face the music eventually. After his sister was done, it was the big brother's turn on the chopping block, and it was too late to run. As he picked up the wooden sword, he suddenly recalled the past. At 9 years old, Louis had once dueled Bova with a wooden sword, and his expression turned serious, even though it had been a long time since he'd last trained. But Louis treated it as just reviewing old lessons, and before long, in probably less than 5 minutes, he collapsed on the ground completely wrecked. Although he had improved compared to 7 years ago, to him, it was nothing to be proud of. By the way, Louis asked how Bova's skill level compared to modern standards. But the old man didn't know since it had been too long since he'd checked, so Louis tried to recall a good ranking system for comparison. Louis suddenly remembered a man named Guter, a 6-star knight from Eastern Ridian, recalling that this man had helped train him before. Pfft, I thought it was a big deal, but that's all? Bova recalled, casually flexing that he was a 7-star before he retired. A 7-star back then was considered the strongest person alive. As he was wondering about this, a notification window suddenly popped up in front of Louis. The system window revealed a surprise quest to fight Bova, with a mandatory completion deadline of just 3 days. Louis hesitated, wondering if he could even do it. I mean, Bova had previously reached a whopping 7 stars and was considered the strongest person of his era. Irene approached him just as he was getting a taste of what it's like to fight against the strongest. Irene explained that Bova was once the only person in the Ridian Kingdom to reach the legendary level, making this an incredible experience. Hearing this, Louis said nothing because it was true, an unforgettable experience. Bova then cut into his train of thought. Louis pulled himself together, raised his sword to signal for another round, and deep down, reassured himself that he could definitely do this. Scene change. As Louis was sparring with Bova, a new quest suddenly appeared, with a series of tasks that needed to be completed before obtaining the Steel Destruction skill reward. He had no choice but to pour all his energy into training with the limited time he had to complete this quest. I sparred with Sir Bova every night, with 68 hours, 37 minutes, and 48 seconds left on the clock. At first, Louis was skeptical about everything that was happening, wondering what the point of these matches was, even though he had trained so much with Bova. But the old man always found an opening that Louis couldn't block. You're wide open here. This tough quest left him more than a little battered. Even so, there had to be a reason the system assigned this quest. With 42 hours, 54 minutes, and 27 seconds left, if Louis was even slightly careless, he would be attacked. Meanwhile, after days of grueling training, the timer was finally down to 23 hours, 51 minutes, and 14 seconds. Just as he made a sudden dash towards Bova and unleashed a powerful strike, Louis felt a sense of satisfaction. Even though he'd used up a ton of stamina, with sweat pouring down his face, he thought, I did it. The old man praised him for his constant, day-by-day improvement. Before he knew it, the final day of the training period had arrived. Seeing Louis relentlessly challenge him, possibly pushing himself beyond his limits, Bova asked, Young master, aren't you tired? Louis refused to stop when he was so close to completing the quest. I can keep going. The two of them fought non-stop from late at night until the sun came up, which greatly depleted his stamina, so Bova gently advised. There's no need to push yourself so hard. Look, the sun was already rising, and Louis had to push his exhausted body to continue challenging him, because the deadline couldn't wait for him to recover his strength. Yes, I've fought you enough. But Louis was so close to finishing. But the quest board was still missing just one condition, a critical hit. I still can't complete it, and the time limit is only 33 minutes and 51 seconds. He gritted his teeth in anger. Is this all I have to show for a sleepless night? Is landing a critical hit on a level 7 knight impossible? Everything seemed harder than ever, but Louis remained determined, and now, there was very little time left. Suddenly, someone appeared and asked him, What's all this, big bro? Were you up all night? The little girl shouted from afar, telling him to stop because he'd trained enough. Becky, standing next to Louis's father, also had to exclaim, Honestly, I only followed the young lady to be cautious. But why is the young master pushing himself so hard? Seeing he was still determined to bet it all on this match, Louina scolded him. Even you have limits, you know? Stop and get some rest. He knew she was worried about him, but Louis's mind was made up. Just 30 more minutes. His words made everyone watching anxious, seeing Louis push himself to the absolute limit. Just 30 minutes. Even he wasn't sure he could do it. I know it's unlikely to achieve this miracle in 30 minutes, but Louis would rather cling to the faint hope that remained than let it be extinguished when there was no chance left. He and Sir Bova planted their swords firmly in the ground and made an even riskier decision, to fight him in his own way. I'll treat this as one last try with a different strategy. So, Louis's blunt declaration left the watching Iron and Louina completely stunned. From now on, I'm changing my approach. The words that escaped Louis's lips left Begin speechless, and Bova was a bit surprised. He asked again, Are you serious? Louis got into a ready stance and stated clearly, Yes, I'm serious. His eyes shined with determination. Through days of sparring with a wooden sword, I've learned how to anticipate a knight's movements. After training for a while, Louis realized that now that goal was complete, I need to win using my own specialty. Bova had somewhat figured out his intention. I thought it was strange that you were practicing swordsmanship all night these past few days. It turns out you wanted something from me. Louis grinned. So you figured it out. He couldn't help but smirk and said, Very good. In that case, I'll add another rule for the young master. Bova announced the new rule. For the remaining 30 minutes, you can use magic against me. Magic? His demeanor shifted instantly, but I'll also be a little more serious. I want to see what you're really made of. Bova started closing the distance. Here I come. Louis's new strategy put him at a disadvantage from afar, so he immediately rushed straight at Bova. I have to get inside his sword's reach. In exchange, my body becomes lighter and more balanced as I move. He already had a plan in mind. Getting into the sword's blind spot would render it useless. But his charge seemed to be exactly what Bova expected, so he wasn't surprised at all. So that's it. As Louis charged towards Bova, at lightning speed, he was nearly run through by the sword's tip, which shattered his plan. But the blade only grazed past him, and thankfully, he didn't end up pushing up daisies. The man wouldn't leave any openings outside the reach of his wooden sword. Louis suddenly remembered a past battle, the method I used to confront Doom Bram at the Grand Tournament. Breaking an opponent's sword isn't a strategy for everyone. If you think in terms of a normal attack then, you'd likely be blocked just like others at Sir Bova's level, to avoid getting into that dangerous situation from before. Louis made his own choice. Instead of a direct power clash, he would redirect it. He had somewhat predicted this move. The plan to get just out of the sword's reach was a good choice, but if discovered, there wouldn't be many options left. The opponent would try to create distance. Louis, despite his plan being exposed, remained composed and gradually closed in on Bova. He unleashed a powerful punch like a predator aiming for its prey. You're right, all of my strategies have been seen through. Everything was going according to Louis's plan, as if he had lured his opponent into his own trap. so he couldn't help but let out a sly grin, telling him, however, you didn't see this coming. As soon as he finished speaking, he leaped high above Bova's head, then used a spell to conjure an energy orb, startling him. The orb exploded in a brilliant flash, creating a blinding light that enveloped Bova, with thick smoke from the unexpected blast. It filled the sky before gradually dissipating, revealing the scene of Luin having successfully taken him down. Luina cried out, "Big brother!" Bova chuckled softly in reply, "I was worried you'd use some kind of scary magic, but you just blinded me? You've completely defeated me." Luin, with his sharp mind, had turned the tables. That was all I could think of. "I'm sorry for catching you off guard," but he still blamed himself. "I probably would have lost if you had rested all day today." Luin breathed a sigh of relief for achieving the critical hit. That was also when this tough quest came to an end, and finally, he successfully unlocked the new skill Steel Destruction as a reward. When activated, it could destroy any object made of steel, with a 3-minute cooldown. If Luin had given up earlier, he wouldn't have been able to complete the mission. Otherwise, no miracle would have happened for him to reap the sweet rewards at this moment. I finally did it. While he was basking in happiness, a sharp tap on the shoulder made Luin cry out in pain, as Luina immediately started to complain. Even if it was just a sparring match, how could you knock Sir Bova to the ground like that? He could only reply, "Sorry." The man sat on the ground and reassured her, "I'm fine. Please don't be too hard on the young master, my lady." Luin offered a hand to Bova as if to speak. "The sparring match is over. I just want to soak in a hot bath. I've taken up too much of your time." Because neither of them had rested all night, they both felt exhausted. Yet they shared a strangely warm atmosphere that was enveloping everyone around them. "I've learned so much during this time. Luin would have to leave here soon." So, Lord Adele shared his honest feelings with him. "This has been an interesting experience for an old man like me." Since he couldn't make any promises, the boy simply replied, "My vacation is about to end." As Luin walked with his father, he felt a little regretful. "I'll be leaving soon because it takes 10 days on horseback to get to the academy." The vacation was slowly coming to an end. He watched the workers below and thought to himself, the day to leave his hometown had come. "Let's push a little harder," the workers said, laughing cheerfully. "Let's finish this up and go for a few drinks." "Of course, I'll drink to my heart's content." Louis turned to his father and said, "These are the workers sent by the Van Chase family. Since we're building a base in Adele, we need a lot of manpower." Louis added, "We will use this main route to transport weapons from the lake. 8. And carry out extermination missions. The workers will also use the restaurants and inns, which will benefit Adele." He still had his own intentions, so he spoke to his father. "There's one more thing I want to tell you, father." Louis brought out a box containing a large fortune. "This is 12,000 gold. Please use it for Adele." His father hesitated, not daring to accept it from his son, but knowing his thoughts, Louis reassured him, "I've kept 400 gold for myself, so please don't worry too much. So you won't refuse anymore, will you, father?" The Lord of Adele was a bit timid, so he honestly shared his feelings. "I'm so ashamed. I'm just getting more indebted to you." He held Louis tightly in a farewell embrace before his departure. "Thank you, my son." Louis knew it was time to go, so he simply replied, "All right, then I'll be on my way." This was a very productive vacation before Louis left Adele. I said goodbye to everyone and traveled with Irene for a while, when the road forked and I was about to say my farewell. What Irene just said made me blurt out, "Huh? What did you just say?" Irene had said something that made him want to deny it. I must have misheard. She cut him off. "No, you heard me right." Irene flashed a bright smile and kept her promise. "After graduation, I'll help with the monster extermination mission too. Like I said, I'll follow you until I defeat you, Master Louis." As soon as Irene finished speaking, she used magic to fly off to another place, leaving him no time to reply. So she hadn't forgotten. What a strange person. And so we parted ways, promising to meet again someday. The road back was quite long, so Louis had to ride his horse like a rocket to get back as fast as possible. After about a week of traveling from Adele, I crossed the central border and entered the eastern region. The moment I set foot on this side, he suddenly saw an unusual crowd gathered here, unlike the southern region. This place had a lot more foot traffic. It turned out the crowd was witnessing a scene where a violent man was relentlessly grabbing Han's collar and threatening him. "What did you just say, you weak little brat?" The man's words became even more outrageous. "Say it again, you bastard." This made Louis furious, but the people around didn't seem to care at all, as if this happened all the time here. "What's going on?" Guder angrily gripped Han's collar. "Say it again. What did you just say, kid?" He weakly replied, "Please let my sister go." But then, gaining strength, Han yelled with determination, "I'm a knight too." He threatened the man, saying that if he didn't release his sister, he wouldn't let it slide. Guder let out a loud, challenging laugh. Coincidentally, just as Louis saw the large crowd, He walked over to see what was happening. The man blamed the siblings, saying they deserved this because their family didn't pay their debt. Guder clenched his fist provocatively because he was going to collect the debts Han's father left behind, including his sister. As if reaching his breaking point, Han scowled and was silent for a long moment before speaking. "What?" He didn't hesitate to lunge straight at Guder with his sword. "You think I'd let that happen?" The captain of the foreign knights smirked contemptuously. Han was being ridiculous. Before he could even make a move, the guy instantly charged at him in under 3 seconds. He threw a devastating punch right in Han's face. Then Guder started kicking him hard while spouting insults. Han's sister witnessed the scene but was powerless to do anything, seeing that the guy had taken enough of a beating. Grabbing his hair and lifting his head, the man asked, "Say that again. What did you just say?" Han stood firm on his initial statement that even if the sky fell, he would never sell his sister. His expression shifted, and with a firm, defiant tone, he declared, "I'm going to actually kill you all." Trang was puzzled. It seemed this was the first time he'd witnessed a conflict like this in broad daylight. Louis remained silent, just quietly observing the situation, watching the figure being beaten down, weakly trying to fight back. It reminded him of a knight apprentice from a nearby territory, though to him, things like that were usually trivial. Nothing worth his attention, but this specific case felt different, somehow special. It was as if it was something they had to protect at all costs, when suddenly a hand touched Louis's shoulder and a few young men gathered around him. They advised him not to get involved, to avoid getting dragged into it because those guys were extremely brutal. Even though they meant well with their advice, he couldn't just stand by and watch the strong prey on the weak. He seemed like a completely different, aggressive person. Gritting his teeth, he cursed them. "You should all be ashamed. You're no different from them." Ignoring their pleas, Louis bravely stepped forward. Deep down, he had a great deal of respect for Han. One of the men saw that he wasn't backing down, and since the nice approach failed, the guy started cursing at him. Seeing someone approach, Guder turned to look, wondering who had the balls to interfere. He kept his arrogant tone, glancing at Louis. "Who are you? You here to get beaten up too?" Before he could finish, Louis used some kind of magic to send Guder flying several yards, leaving the man in utter disbelief as he got a clear look at Louis's handsome face. Louis looked so much like someone he knew. The close-up image of him raising his left hand to blast him. "Why am I seeing stars?" Everyone who witnessed the scene instantly turned pale, their jaws on the floor, faces drained of all color. Even the onlookers who'd been watching from the start were completely dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what was happening right in front of them. Next up was Doom Pram. And just like Guder, before he could even understand what was happening, Louis was already in his face, and before he could even react or defend himself, Louis planted a fist right on Doom Pram's moneymaker. Realizing things were going south, Doom Pram's crew scrambled to run for their lives, terrified of becoming Louis's next victims. After Louis cleaned up the thugs, Han finally came to his senses and wondered, "Who is this guy?" Louis didn't turn around to formally introduce himself, but he tilted his head, gave a gentle smile, and spoke softly to Han. The two introduced themselves, and Han invited Louis over for dinner, where he explained his past and why he was in that mess. It was all because of his alcoholic father, leaving the two siblings to carry the debt. Their father had even tried to sell his sister to a brothel on multiple occasions, but he was unsuccessful. Hearing the name Onugi Lambergang, you'd almost think it sounds cute. But who knew? Those guys are not to be messed with. They're incredibly brutal. Noso, one of the key members of the Onugi Lambergang, is said to have a habit. Whenever they're annoyed, they tie people to the base of an Onugi tree and send them to heaven. Their leader had killed 4 people before, so no one dared to mess with them. Louis wondered if they were just going to let them run wild like that. Actually, that gang doesn't operate in foreign, instead they operate in the village where Han and his sister live, and in a few other small villages because there are no guards there to help. Seeing the situation was worse than he thought, even if he wanted to handle it, he couldn't take them on one by one. Han interrupted Louis's thoughts to thank him for helping him and his sister survive today. He brought up Louis's past glorious achievements, but his voice faltered a bit. Seeing that Han knew about him, Louis asked directly if he had heard it from that Guder guy. Hearing this, Han was stunned. How could Louis possibly know? Knowing Han was confused, Louis bluntly said he heard that Thug mention Han was once a knight apprentice from the foreign territory. Han's face lit up, proud to meet his idol in the flesh. Louis felt a bit awkward and slightly miffed that this kid dared to bring him down a peg. With an excited face, he declared his future goal was to be just like his captain. Louis listened in silence as Han spoke of his dream, but frankly, Han was way too weak to achieve it, let alone become a knight. He hadn't even graduated from the academy yet. As if reading Louis's mind, he honestly admitted that he was at the bottom of his class. Many people laughed at him and others criticized him, but on the other hand, Han's captain said he had something that no one else possessed, and if he continued to train, then one day glory would smile upon him. Hearing those words unexpectedly triggered something in Louis, reminding him of Professor Hayden and the old headmaster. Han's captain believed in him too. Louis shook off his thoughts and encouraged Han, saying a miracle would surely happen. It was for hard-working people like him. Just as he finished his food, Han started praising Louis's cooking skills, saying they were unparalleled. Suddenly there was a loud knock on the door, followed by shouting it was the thugs from the Onuji Lamber gang here to cause trouble. One of the goons smashed the door, sending it flying, but Han and his sister were nowhere in sight, confusing the thug. The house was empty, except for Louis, who was getting into a fighting stance. The goon shouted, "Who the hell are you?" But instead of being scared, Louis was completely calm and indifferent, and without wasting a second, he delivered a headshot to the Onuji Lamber gang member. The guys standing outside saw their buddy get sent flying, and far away, and every single one of them was horrified. Louis stepped out, his voice filled with defiance, ready to take on this whole mob alone after telling Han and his sister to escape. Without another word, he just cracked a smirk to warm up his facial muscles, his face blazing with fighting spirit. "I have to earn my keep for this meal." A group of thugs surrounded Louis, each one holding a gleaming sword. The air was thick with tension. One of the thugs tried to rally his buddies, saying, "Don't be scared, everyone. No matter how strong he is, there are more than 20 of us." The guy next to him chimed in, "Yeah, that's right." Then they all charged at him at once. The leader yelled, "Get him!" But unlike them, Louis was perfectly calm. He slowly raised his hand as a powerful aura emanated from it. Louis's voice rang out full of challenge. "Fine, then come at me all at once." Even though he was surrounded by enemies, he remained completely composed while showing off his overwhelming power. Louis easily took control of the entire group. At that moment, he remembered something. Through the fight with Baron Bova, I learned a new skill. Steel Destruction. He easily blocked the blade swinging down at him, the impact snapping his opponent's sword in two. Louis got excited using this skill, the moment the sword touched his fist. Right after that, a swirling vortex of blue energy erupted around him, staggering the enemies as sword fragments flew everywhere. The sword spirit would vanish without a trace. The shocked expressions on their faces mirrored their fear as they realized their weapons were destroyed. "This? What is this? My blade!" Louis's eyes blazed with power as he clenched his fist. Arcs of electricity crackled around him, signaling a rage about to be unleashed. Normally I just give a light punishment, but they're obviously bad guys and villains. Right after that, Louis rushed them like a storm, decisively landing a blow. Louis didn't forget to remind himself, "So there will be no mercy." The group screamed in fear. "A demon!" The man fell backward onto the ground, his body covered in wounds and his face filled with absolute panic at the sight of Louis's powerful figure. They scrambled to their knees, frantically begging for their lives. "Please spare us. We've committed a serious crime." Louis's gaze swept over them one by one. By now, they must have realized that attacking further was pointless. At the same time, a girl's scream echoed through the area, and only then did Louis notice. As expected, not everyone was down for the count. Noso held the hostage tightly, a cold, sharp blade pressed against the poor girl's neck. His face was filled with rage. "You son of a gun, if you move even an inch, I'll slit this woman's throat." Then, Noso furiously ordered, "What are you all doing? Get up right now. Get up and tie that damn noble up." Realizing the situation was turning against him, he silently cursed. "Damn it." However, Louis decided to step forward, wanting to approach him. "Are you their leader?" "Yes." Noso didn't deny it. "I am the leader of the Ongik gang, Noso." His face twisted in anger as he shouted indignantly, "If you understand, get on your knees now, you bastard." He quickly glanced around looking for someone. What happened to Han? Just then, Louis saw him collapsed on the ground with bloodstains on his shirt. Han was groaning in a daze. Seeing that, his heart ached. "You got hurt trying to protect your sister, didn't you?" Without a second thought, Louis quickly approached Noso. "Well then, there's no other way, I have to handle this." Seeing his fearless demeanor, Noso began to erupt in rage, baring his sharp teeth. At the same time, he shouted threateningly, "Don't come any closer, you think I won't dare to kill her?" Then, Noso pressed the knife harder against the hostage's neck. The girl whimpered in pain. His face was vicious, and his eyes held a deep madness. Noso continued to roar, "Stay right there. If you move even a finger, I'll carve her up right here." The hostage's face was streaming with tears. The girl was in a state of extreme panic. Seeing that things were getting out of control, Louis could only grit his teeth and comply. Damn it. They don't teach you how to handle situations like this at the academy. He clenched his fists in helplessness. I don't have enough time to use magic. Damn it. What do I do now? Suddenly, the scene was engulfed in a blinding flash of light, and out of nowhere, Han was standing behind Noso, landing a decisive slash on his back. Noso, enraged by the surprise attack, yelled, "You bastard," at the sight of Han's powerful stance. Louis looked on in surprise. Seeing their leader taken down, the underlings were even more terrified. He gripped his blood-soaked sword and quickly strode towards the group. Han's sharp gaze swept over the enemies as he spoke in a steely voice. "If you don't want to end up like your leader, then get out of here now." Hearing this, they scrambled to get away. "That bastard, let's run." The girl from before rushed over to her younger brother. "Han, are you okay?" His breathing was ragged, and his voice trembled. "I killed someone. How could I?" Louis placed a hand on Han's shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay, Han. It was necessary." Then, he looked at Han with a satisfied smile and congratulated him. Han replied in disbelief. "Congratulations?" Louis immediately mentioned the sword technique Han had just used. That was the Pareto sword style, right? Aura mastery. He recalled the incredible power Han had just displayed. "I saw a blue aura emanating from you earlier." Louis looked at Han with surprise and suspicion in his eyes. "Didn't you just reach level 4? The appearance of that blue, formless energy, that aura. It means." Hearing this, Han still looked completely bewildered. "I reached level 4? That's right, reaching level 4 is considered the highest class among knights." A thought ran through his mind. Of course, he can't fully control his aura yet, but he has undeniably shown clear progress. Louis smiled and affirmed, "Yes, you did it." He was extremely satisfied with the outcome, just as I predicted. I wasn't wrong. Han smiled gratefully, moved. "Thank you, Louis. It's all thanks to you." He didn't hesitate to share his feelings. "Without you, I never would have found the courage." However, Louis replied bluntly, "All right, cut the mushy talk." Han's emotional moment was instantly snuffed out. At least now, no one would bother Han's sister anymore. And so, Han's problem was resolved smoothly. As soon as morning came, Louis headed straight for the academy. And now, under the gentle sunset, Louis looked up and smiled softly. "I'm back." Before leaving Adele, he had wished the vacation would never end. But now, returning to the academy, Louis realized he had actually missed this place. The scene changes to a group of students strolling across the grounds. Looking relaxed with his hands behind his head, Jason curiously asked Louis, "So, what did you do during the break?" Caught off guard by the question, he seemed flustered. "Me?" Louis wondered where he should even start. What should I say? He thought back on everything that had happened. Like fighting Binko's Mando, arguing with Iron until she was upset, and more recently, even defeating a monster. He crossed his arms with a weary expression. Nothing worth mentioning. Well, Louis ended up just making something up. I trained. Hearing the unexpected answer, Jason turned to him with a skeptical look. "You? Someone as strong as you trains too?" Louis quickly reacted by parrying with his sword, as he whined non-stop. "Oh man, Louis, vacations are for resting." At the same time, Jason held up his hands as if to reason with him. "Besides, swordsmanship is part of the knight-related classes for the second semester, right? Why are you practicing ahead of time?" Hearing this, he could only sigh. Studying ahead during vacation is called preparation. Just then, someone approached and called out loudly, "Louis." Surprise was evident in his voice. "Professor Haydol?" With a rather stern and authoritative appearance, Haydol spoke up. "So you were here." Louis, not understanding what was happening, asked, "Is there something you need, sir?" The professor didn't answer him and just walked away. Then, Haydol pointed outside the window. Louis instinctively turned his head to look. Look outside. Outside, there was a path lined with a long red carpet. A luxurious carriage stood there, and on both sides of the path, rows of knights in gleaming silver armor stood in neat formation, creating a solemn scene. The professor said gravely, "A guest has arrived." He observed the surrounding scene, the many knights and the golden sunbird emblem on their flags. A prediction formed in Louis's mind. It had to be him. He then quickly replied to Heidel, "I'll be right out." Louis hurried to the main hall, recalling the past. "We've exchanged letters before, but I didn't think I'd meet him this soon." Suddenly, the group of knights shouted in unison, "The champion of the martial arts tournament has arrived." The carriage door opened, and a foot stepped down from it. A voice rang out, heralding the arrival of the princes, as two men stepped down with an air of authority. Their aura exuded nobility and prestige, but Krooster's face soured as he said, "Don't even think about getting between me and Louis." Porter replied scornfully, "Don't get your hopes up, brother. No matter how hard you try, young Master Louis will choose me." Right then, Louis stepped forward, placing a hand on his chest in a gesture of respect. "It is an honor to meet you, your highnesses. I am Louis Adil." Seeing this, one of them quickly spoke first. "Ah, young master, my apologies for this sudden visit. I've prepared a gift, and I hope we can speak privately." Before he could finish, Kruster cut him off. "No, the gift I prepared is far more valuable. Forget my brother and speak with me first." He glanced at the two men before him, Louis's gaze seemingly piercing through their very souls. Their intentions were all too clear. If I, the winner of the martial arts tournament, were to support one side, it would be a huge step towards them becoming king. Then, he stated his proposal decisively. I have a solution. One of them seemed skeptical. A solution? In contrast, Porter was extremely enthusiastic. All right, we'll do as you say, young Master Louis. Their eyes widened, both of them focusing intently to hear what Louis was about to say. Facing the two of them, the corners of his mouth curled up into a subtle smile. Louis emphasized each word. Let's discuss this together. The kingdom of Ladion, where Louis and the other students are from, is currently known as the weakest nation on the 6 continents. Despite this, the kingdom remains internally divided. The monarchist faction of the first prince clashes with the reformist faction of the second prince, causing a prolonged conflict. Most mages are the same, just tools in their power struggles. Considering why they sought him out, the reason was obvious. Meanwhile, the sound of their non-stop bickering filled the air. This little punk, Cruster angrily declared. I'm sitting here. Porter immediately objected. No. The seat across from Sir Louis is mine. Witnessing the two noble princes arguing incessantly, Louis felt a bit annoyed. What a pain. The two of them, both scowling, were fighting over a single chair. He crossed his arms and said in an irritated voice, Don't make a scene. Hearing that, he immediately shot back. Aren't you the reason it's a mess? His brother looked helplessly at the two princes. It's because of childish people like this that the country is in its current state, and Crystal is always the one to pick a fight first. He gave a ridiculously contemptuous look at that, and Potter glanced over to ask, What did you just say? Seeing the situation getting more and more complicated, Louis stepped in to stop them. Stop arguing. I'm a little surprised by your sudden visit, but it's a good thing you both came. Both Crystal and Potter listened intently. He didn't hesitate and got straight to the point. I also have something to say, Louis declared with a determined gaze. I have no intention of choosing a master between the two of you. Hearing that, both princes froze on the spot. A disappointed Crystal plopped down onto the chair. I predicted this, but hearing it directly still hurts. Potter, beside him, wasn't faring much better. That's true, but even the legendary strategist Gidgis rejected the offer 3 times. He clenched his fists, his expression utterly dejected. You must know the story. Gidgis, who rejected the first emperor's offer 3 times, eventually joined his side. Hearing those words, he looked at Potter suspiciously. Are you really comparing yourself to the first emperor? Then, Louis spoke about the duty and mission he was pursuing. Even if you two continue to make that offer, the final result will still be the same. As Louis Adele, I have things I must do. He asked back blankly. Things you must do? Louis didn't hesitate to state his goal. I plan to return to my homeland, the Adele territory. Hearing this, Crystal's surprise was obvious. He asked him doubtfully, Adele? Does that mean you won't be leaving the kingdom even after graduation? He had no intention of denying it, of course. At that point, I can become an asset to the kingdom. Both princes smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the good news. Potter's face gradually relaxed with a sense of relief. That's great to hear. Immediately after, Louis's expression tensed, and a glint appeared in his eyes. Louis got serious and cut to the chase. But the situation in Adele is far from easy. I believe you both understand the reason why I don't want to abandon my homeland. Faced with his sudden shift in mood, both Crystal and Potter were bewildered. Right after that, he shot to his feet, his voice urgent as he declared decisively, A future asset of the kingdom shouldn't be burdened by unnecessary worries. I, Prince Crystalladian, will fully support you no matter what the problem is. Not wanting to be outdone, Potter roared with fiery determination. Don't ask him before you ask me. Forget my brother. Money, food, I'll give you everything. Then, the two princes were at each other's throats again. Crystal snapped resentfully. Hey, can't you see I'm talking to this young lord? Potter shot back. Why don't you just butt out? In contrast to the two of them, Louis sat with his arms crossed in his chair, looking calm and collected, and quietly reminded himself, no matter what happens, I will not choose either of you. That is final. The corners of Louis's lips curled up into a wicked smile. Why, you ask? Because it's more beneficial for me if you two keep fighting. Even outside the grand hall, the sound of their fierce argument could still be heard. Crystal cheerfully made a promise. I will send you a fantastic gift for your graduation. Hearing this, Potter hastily cut in. No, I'll send a gift that's way better than my brother's. However, Louis's demeanor remained perfectly calm. He spoke up to remind the two of them. The gifts are fine, but I hope you'll handle what I've mentioned. One of them laughed and agreed. Don't worry about a thing. Just focus on your graduation. Fortunately, the princes were satisfied with Louis not taking any sides and left. In addition, He had also clearly shown his loyalty by confirming that he would not leave the kingdom. However, he made a few requests. First, Louis requested approval for the plans Adele is currently pursuing, and he requested military support to coincide with the subjugation. Everything was proceeding smoothly. Is this the power of authority? Suddenly, Crystal got excited and called out to the crowd in the Grand Hall. Everyone, listen up. We, Croster and Foster, jointly declare Duke Louis Adele to be the future and treasure of the kingdom. Therefore, we appoint Duke Louis as the royal protector. Everyone, show him the respect he deserves. Louis broke into a slight sweat at the unexpected honor. This wasn't part of the plan, but things had turned out this way. As the closest protector of the royal family in the kingdom, no one would dare look down on him. Even though it wasn't official, since the princes had acknowledged it, it was practically official. A thought crossed his mind. I'm relieved that everything was resolved smoothly. The two princes cheerfully said their goodbyes to Louis. Well then, we'll be off. At the same time, the people in the academy started to gossip. That's seriously impressive, being appointed as the kingdom's protector. So impressive. The crowd quickly surrounded him. Seeing this, Jason shouted, "Make way, you're keeping us from getting to class." In just one day, Louis had become a celebrity. He could only manage a forced smile. Now that the princes were gone, it was finally time for his classmates to gather, and one of them excitedly shouted, "Looks like things are about to get noisy again, huh?" The protector position had always been monopolized by the Gary Hill family. The guy next to him looked terrified, so he tapped him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, quiet down." The teen's eyes were filled with worry. He tilted his head, pointing in a direction where a figure was approaching them. Over there, the group was buzzing. "Miko's coming." Hearing his name, he gritted his teeth in anger. What are they talking about? Are they talking about me? They looked at Miko with contempt. How ridiculous. Who's even talking about you? His rage began to boil over. Miko glared at the crowd and declared, "Have you all forgotten? I'm a Gary Hill. No matter how much of a fuss you make, after graduation, you'll all be under my command." Immediately, Louis' expression hardened. Ray Hill, Miko Ray Hill, the one who faced expulsion after using a forbidden substance during the first semester's midterm exam. He avoided expulsion with a strict punishment of a 30-day suspension, all thanks to the Gary Hill family's reputation. The Academy's Magic Society, no, even the Royal Palace's Magic Society is now almost completely under the control of the Gary Hill family. Unable to stand it any longer, he stepped forward and said, "Is that so? But that doesn't seem to be what the princes want." Louis' gaze turned sharp enough to pierce through Miko's mind. He said softly, "Long time no see, Miko." He gritted his teeth so hard they looked like they would shatter. "Damn it," Miko angrily questioned him. "You think you've won, don't you?" Faced with the sudden accusation, Louis feigned surprise. "What?" He angrily turned and stormed off, muttering to wait and see who would have the last laugh. After that exchange, Jason patted him on the shoulder reassuringly. "He's just jealous, don't pay it any mind." When you won the major tournament, Miko's expression was truly a sight to behold. This situation with the princes probably affected him more than he let on. Louis's eyes narrowed slightly. That's right, he reminded himself. Jealousy? That's not worth thinking about. Always observing Miko from the sidelines, Miko's tarnished reputation in this matter is directly tied to his family's honor. A suspicion flashed through his mind. He must be planning something. After that, everyone went back to their seats, and someone asked, "Is this class a special lecture for the alumni, isn't it?" The person next to him replied, "Yeah, let's go check it out." Louis continued to remind himself. After all, my opponent is the ruthless Gary Hill. He stood before the academy doors, feeling skeptical and wondered, alumni are coming to the academy for a lecture. I wonder who it will be. Jason, beside him, just replied calmly, "Hopefully, it's someone decent." As the two opened the door, a sudden chill washed over them and somehow, this feeling of unease was never wrong. Louis's eyes widened in surprise. The atmosphere in the classroom was incredibly strange. A group of students was staring intently at him. They just stared without saying a word, giving off a creepy vibe. Faced with this situation, Jason asked him with a confused look, "What's going on?" At the same time, Jackie also spoke up. "Is something the matter? Why is the atmosphere so strange?" His eyes darted towards Louis. Could that be Louis Adele? Jackie looked incredibly excited. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Louis Adele." Louis's expression suddenly soured. That person was. A name quickly surfaced in Louis's mind, Jackie Gary Hill. The second semester for the graduating class focused more on practical application rather than theory. As mentioned before, there would be classes related to knights, and alumni would come to the academy to share stories of active mages, a kind of special lecture. This was supposed to be a well-intentioned lecture, but somehow, that feeling of unease was never wrong. especially when the invited alumnus was Miko's older brother, Jackie Gary Hill. He casually held a book and introduced the lesson. Today, the story I'm going to tell you is about the relationship between the mages of House Gary Hill and the royal court mages. As he said this, Jackie's face suddenly turned sinister, the corner of his mouth curling into a slight smirk. Then he looked smug. Everyone knows this, right? Of the 14 court mages chosen last year, 11 of them were from House Gary Hill. Jackie tried to present himself as someone with experience and deep insight. As a senior from this very academy, I will share with you a truth you must know to succeed. In this world, no one can make it on their own. He began to stress his point. Therefore, the weaker ones must band together all the more. From now on, you will focus more on reality than ideals. Then, Jackie suddenly singled Louis out. He lectured non-stop, saying that just because they praised the student representative Louis Adele, it didn't mean their lives would just fall into place. Just like him, his gaze sharpened as he looked towards Louis Adele. What do you think? Hearing those words, Jackie shot up to his feet, looking furious. At the same time, Louis calmly stood up as well. I can say this, he stated his opinion without hesitation. Even if 10 pieces of trash band together with determination, a masterpiece will never be born. At best, it just becomes a giant pile of trash. Jackie's eyes widened, and he glared at Louis. Are you talking about me? Hearing that, he shook his head in denial. No, not at all. Did you feel like I was talking about you? Faced with Louis' sarcasm, Jackie refused to back down. He gave him a contemptuous look. I've heard a lot about you from my little brother, Miko. You're a real unlucky person, aren't you? In contrast to Jackie, Louis replied with complete composure. I guess you haven't heard the other stories about how that unlucky guy completely destroyed him. Veins started popping on Jackie's jaw. He muttered angrily, what an arrogant brat. At that moment, both knew that the feud between Louis Adele and Gary Hill was a confrontation that would not end easily. Ever since Jackie's appearance, the atmosphere at the academy began to change rapidly. By saying that anyone could join Gary Hill if they wanted to, Jackie had managed to dazzle the lower-achieving students. Jackie's practical and straightforward style proved to be quite effective. Among the students, some were constantly gossiping. Did you hear what Senior Jackie said? If we work for Gary Hill, we can be successful too. The guy next to him looked disgusted and retorted. Do you really think Gary Hill gives a damn about you? Have some self-respect. I'd rather not work under Miko, that guy who uses dirty tricks to manipulate others. Eventually, the student body was split into two factions, Gary Hill and Adele. With Gary Hill's petty attempts to humiliate Louis and the boy's own growing anger at such childish provocations, the atmosphere at the academy grew more and more tense over time. However, an opportunity arose to put Gary Hill in his place. Tyrion placed a steaming cup of tea on the table and said, Have a seat. Louis replied politely, Yes, sir. How have you been? He addressed him with a respectful tone. Headmaster. He smiled and sipped his tea. I'm doing just fine. Afterwards, Tyrion looked up at Louis with a fond expression. Since you're the student representative, we can discuss official matters, right? So, how is academy life treating you? A helpless look quickly crossed his face. It's the same as always, except for one thing. There's a troublemaker making a mess of everything. Hearing that, he found it quite amusing, as it seemed he had already anticipated the situation. I see, I have a feeling I know exactly who you're talking about. He leaned back in his chair, his voice tinged with weariness. Gary Hill, I don't like them one bit, but what can I do? Every mage in the kingdom has some connection to them, so the academy is no exception. Then, Tyrion went on to clarify the situation Louis was in. However, unlike last year, this year we've only assigned them courses that don't directly affect grades. Even so, they're still causing a ruckus both on and off campus. It seems they hold a significant grudge specifically against you. He clenched his fists, a questioning look in his eyes. The alumnus Jackie Gary Hill, what kind of person is he? The headmaster immediately began to explain without hesitation. He's extremely popular thanks to his handsome appearance and eloquence, and his social life seems to go smoothly, and his academic performance is outstanding. At the age of 23, he became the youngest head mage in the kingdom. Tyrion then shuddered slightly as he learned about Jackie's twisted psyche. However, behind that facade was a giant snake living inside him. He had a deep thirst for power and profound ambition. His personality compelled him to get anything he wanted at any cost. Faced with this unexpected information, Louis pressed his lips together. Knowing full well this was no ordinary opponent. He might look fine on the outside, but on the inside he was completely rotten, and he would use any means necessary to get what he wanted. That was Jackie Gary Hill. He constantly ran calculations in his head to find a plan. By this point, there were plenty of reasons to make a move. The question was, which reason to use? At that moment, Tyrion's voice pulled Louis back to reality. By the way, I want to discuss the upcoming special lessons with you. His face showed clear confusion. Special lessons? He nodded in reply. Yes, the upcoming classes. Suddenly, a crazy plan popped into Louis's mind. I have a great idea, but I wonder if he'll agree. He quickly headed to the classroom, his mind a jumble of thoughts. I've already asked, but the response was mostly negative. Just then, Tyrion's voice echoed in his ear. So what if you ask him directly? Louis decisively threw the door open. The group of students reflexively turned to look at him, and even Jackie eyed Louis Adele with suspicion. He had a plan brewing. As a beloved junior, I'll make a direct request to Jackie Gary Hill. Louis got straight to the point. I'm here with a request for you, senior. Hearing this, Miko got incredibly excited. A request? Sure. It was only a matter of time before you said something like that. He quickly shut down Jackie's wild thoughts. Don't get the wrong idea, it's not that kind of request. Then, Louis brought up an event. I heard you received a proposal from the headmaster about the joint night class next week, and that you turned it down. At this, the corners of his mouth curved up slightly. Louis emphasized each word. That's why I'm here to make the request myself. He looked at Jackie and made his proposal. Please allow the alumni and us to have a joint class. His face clearly showed his surprise. A joint class? This was a session where the alumni, acting as special instructors, would join the class with the current students. In other words, this was also an official opportunity for Jackie and Louis to face off on the same playing field. Faced with this unexpected situation, the students in the class looked at each other in bewilderment. A joint class? We'll get to see Jackie Gary Hill's skills, right? They started getting more and more excited, and both he and Louis would be on the same stage for a direct confrontation. Seeing everything going according to plan, he was thrilled. The die is cast. He looked smugly at Jackie. Now it's all up to you, Jackie Gary Hill. Just then, Jackie voiced his question. Why? Jackie kept questioning Louis. Our alumni are seasoned professionals who have been working in the field for years. There's no need for a class like that. And to be honest, it's just a waste of time. Do you really think so little of us? Hearing those words, he felt even more delighted inside. Yes, I figured you would respond this way. Then, Louis spoke up against that, saying it sounded a bit absurd. Isn't the purpose of alumni visiting the academy to teach us? Jackie was stunned by his unexpected response. What? Louis quickly turned the tables on him. And yet you dismissed the joint class, the best opportunity to impart knowledge to your juniors, just for that kind of class? His words were like daggers to Jackie, who constantly emphasized that Gary Hill is a team. Louis said in a provocative tone, so why the sudden change? Or maybe there's another reason, like perhaps you're scared? Faced with these direct accusations, he angrily retorted, even though you won the grand tournament, you're still just a student with limited experience. Then, Jackie returned to his initial calm demeanor and tried to explain. In front of a real blade, you really couldn't do anything but cling to your useless, stubborn ego. Why do we need such a troublesome class? At the same time, the group of students shouted in unison, we want to see your skills too. Jackie looked at them dumbfounded, as one of them said excitedly, that's right, skills honed through real combat, we'd love to see them. Just then, Miko slammed his hand on the table and yelled, come on bro, what are you waiting for? His face clearly showed his excitement and desire to win. This was the perfect opportunity to crush that guy in front of everyone. Accept it, Miko continued to taunt Louis Adele. You're going to regret this proposal for a long time. My brother is a really powerful mage. However, he didn't know that his actions were all part of Louis's plan. That's right, Miko. You're absolutely right. Louis was extremely satisfied with the prearranged situation. This is exactly how it was supposed to go. So our esteemed senior can no longer refuse. Realizing he could no longer get out of it, Jackie reluctantly nodded in acceptance. All right, if it's a joint class, the apprentice knights from Forest will be participating, right? However, he used his own logic to try and get out of it one last time. I refused this proposal because I didn't want to steal your chance to shine as the student representative in the class. But now, if you're willing to overlook that. Contrary to what Jackie wanted, Louis quickly refuted him. No, please do it. I'm asking you. Louis extended his hand toward him respectfully. As a junior at the academy, I also want to see your skills. Seeing this, Jackie had no choice but to shake his hand for show. Well, if that's the case, I have no other choice. Let's do our best. Suddenly, Louis squeezed his hand tightly, causing a cracking sound. Jackie gritted his teeth, furious at the sudden attack. He glared murderously at Louis. This brat, Louis calmly whispered in his ear, so I'll leave it in your hands, senior. Louis's face shone with determination, and he smiled as a reminder. Prepare to be amazed. 3 days earlier, the apprentice knights of Forest arrived at the academy, and Louis couldn't believe what he was hearing. He asked again to be sure. A special class. For real? Tyrion X leaned on his hand. I had thought about pairing up alumni with current students to form teams for the class, but most of them refused. However, if a senior is asked directly, he won't be able to say no. As the student representative, what do you think? Louis couldn't help but think to himself, the principal is so cunning, coming up with a plan that a senior can't refuse. Elsewhere, Louis pointed to a group of people approaching and introduced them. They are the apprentice knights of Forest. Guder saw Luwin standing there and asked Han, well, look who it is. How has this stubborn brat been lately? He immediately replied, of course I'm doing fine. How about you, Guder? The man gave a vague answer and then asked back, you won the Grand Festival a while back, didn't you? Luwin replied, that's right, thanks to your guidance. Guder gave a slight smile, waved his hand, and walked away. I'm off to see the headmaster now, so please guide the kids for me. He quickly understood what the man meant. Louis introduced himself, placing a hand on his chest. Could you tell me who the representative of the knight apprentices is? The young man gave an excuse. Our representative is currently busy. Suddenly, Louis heard a noise in the distance. This lowly commoner. Does he only listen when things get tough? One of them sneered. You're scaring the kid. His friends, emboldened, chimed in. So what? Nobody would care even if this kid dropped dead. He immediately realized the one being bullied was Han. Han also noticed Louis's presence, wondering what he was doing here. Before he could answer, Mantip cut into the conversation. You're Louis Adele? I've heard a lot about you. The guy introduced himself, not forgetting to mention he was the representative of Foreign. Louis took the opportunity to ask Mantip, Vanguard Gigan, commander of the Golden Knights, have you ever heard of him? The guy immediately replied, he's my father. He wondered to himself why the guy would bring up his father during an introduction. Was he trying to show off how outstanding his dad was? Louis set a condition. I'd be more satisfied if you answered my question first. Mantip looked visibly annoyed. What question? He frowned and asked what he was doing. Mantip explained. This brat wasn't listening, so I'm training him. Is there a problem with me training a commoner, while you're being disrespectful and worrying about a commoner in the middle of greeting us? Do you know him? Louis clenched his fist. He's my friend. Is there a problem? The guy sneered. Are you serious? I guess commoners understand each other better, huh? The Adele family is no different from commoners. The Academy's representative is from such a lowly background, it's disgusting just talking to you. He had no idea what the hell Mantip was trying to pull. The guy quickly noticed his brother's arrival, and Louis finally understood why this dude was so hostile towards him. Jackie walked over to greet Han, wondering why an apprentice knight like him was here. Louis didn't answer, thinking to himself, I guess birds of a feather really do flock together. He frowned. Even if I didn't know Han. It seemed Han could feel the atmosphere growing tense. Jackie smirked smugly as if trying to provoke Louis. Mantip grinned brightly. We were going to clash eventually anyway. Suddenly, Guder spoke up, breaking the tense atmosphere. Everyone, gather around. Today, we will be conducting a joint training session. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking quite imposing. Before we start the training, let's divide into groups. Each group will consist of 2 academy students and 1 knight apprentice, for a total of 54 groups. Mantip whined. I didn't want to come here at all. Why do I have to train with these guys? Jackie agreed. I still don't get why I'm here either. Suddenly, the guy had an idea. Let's just mess around and get this over with. We'll win anyway. He replied. Sounds like a plan. If we add Miko, we'll be a team. Mantip chuckled. We'll crush them in no time. Han felt sad, thinking no one would want to team up with him because he was famous for having the lowest score. Luwin then walked up and invited him to join his team. Han couldn't believe what he was hearing and asked again just to be sure. Are you really okay with me being on your team? He smiled. Why not? You're my friend. Han was incredibly grateful for Luwin's gesture. Jason stepped forward out of nowhere. Well, this is a surprise. If we're picking friends, then I should be counted in too, since you're friends with Louis. So that makes you my friend too, right? He thanked him. Jason asked, Your name's Han, isn't it? From now on, let's just talk casually, okay? Han quickly started to fit in with everyone, and Louis announced loudly. Our goal here isn't just to get a high score. Someone retorted. What else is there? He glanced over at a group of people standing nearby. Louis said, We need to take care of that troublesome group over there. They had no idea they were being watched and were still chatting away happily. Once the teams were finalized, there was a short break. He asked Han, Are you okay after getting beaten up like that? I can take you to the nurse's office if you want. Han replied, It's all right, I'm fine. I don't need to go anywhere. It's really nice to meet you, but it might not be a good idea for you to act like you know me. As you saw earlier, a lot of people don't like me. So when no one's around, Louis cut him off. Like I said before, I'm your friend, so you don't need to be so wary. The guy who was harassing you at the training center. Was it him? Han didn't deny it. He checked Mantip's information, and the system window popped up. The guy was a 4-star knight. Now Louis understood why Han was so terrified. He casually glanced over to sneak a look at Mantip. Lewin thought to himself. A blue aura surrounded Han's body when he killed the gang leader with a single slash. Even though he's currently a 3-star, he's already met the requirements for a 4-star. With potential like that, there's still so much room for him to grow. After thinking for a long moment, he spoke up. I'll take care of that Mantip guy soon enough. What about you? His words left Han completely stunned. Louis pressed him. Are you just going to let him beat you up forever? Where's that determined look you had when you were protecting your sister? Han asked hesitantly. Can I really win? Hearing Louis say that he could win only made Han even more confused. Mantip couldn't stand listening to their conversation any longer. He couldn't accept the idea that Han could possibly defeat him, so he started spewing nasty insults. Suddenly, Mantip called Han over. Han immediately became wary. Even though he was scared, Han still dared to say he didn't want to go. The guy gritted his teeth. Just standing next to him doesn't make you special, you know. You're just a bunch of losers clinging to each other. Did all those beatings finally make you snap? I'm going to kill you myself today. Seeing Han draw his sword to fight, Louis immediately stopped him. Han was confused, not understanding what he was planning. Someone from their group spoke up. You're not like him, are you? You shouldn't act the way that scumbag does, Louis explained. Today's not the day for you to fight him. Wait for the right opportunity to crush him completely. He rushed forward. Let me handle this today. Mantip was so furious his face turned bright red. Who the hell are you? Get lost. Suddenly, Geeter rushed in from out of nowhere and kneed the guy in the face. His strike was so fast that Mantip couldn't even react. Louis was completely shocked by Geeter's sudden appearance. He held his attack pose, and Geeter asked Mantip what was going on. He sat slumped on the ground, hesitating for a moment. Mantip tried to argue that they started the trouble first. I did nothing wrong. The man immediately pointed out the flaw in his logic. So you drew your sword to cut someone down? As of today, you are dismissed as captain of the night squad. The vice captain will take over temporarily. Your punishment will be enforced as soon as you return to the academy. Unable to come up with an excuse, he resorted to threats. But if you dismiss me, my father won't let this slide. Geeter's words left Mantip speechless. I thought as much. But when he finds out his son drew a sword within the academy, and even intended to strike someone, he might just pass out. Hearing that, the guy could only apologize. Louis silently judged him, acting all tough, but he's scared to death of his own father. He frowned, watching Mantip get reprimanded. It seems Louis had managed to get himself noticed. It was the first day of the intensive training course. The first lesson was about combat and defense. Sir Geeter taught us how to exploit a mage's weakness, their casting time, to neutralize them. The other professor demonstrated how to predict a knight's movements and how to effectively escape their attack range. Each group practiced these techniques as instructed. Mantip scratched his head. I was already so annoyed with that Louis guy, and now I have to train in a place full of people like him. Jackie told him to just let it go. Although he said that out loud, inwardly he had no idea what to do. Jackin wondered, do they really want me to reveal my full strength in front of all these students? After a grueling training session, Han wanted to take a break. Louis immediately agreed. Jia-san praised him for being tireless. Louis got cocky. I don't know, but this just feels like a warm-up. His words left the other two completely stunned. Geeter approached from out of nowhere. If you're not too tired, could you spare me a moment? It seemed like he wanted to confirm something. Louis asked, What do you mean, sir? The man explained. This level of swordsmanship, learned in such a short time, couldn't possibly be self-taught, unless you had an exceptionally talented master. He immediately thought of the master who had taught him. Sir Geeter is more perceptive than he looks. After explaining his reasoning, Geeter asked Louis for a favor. He pointed his sword at him and boldly challenged, I want to have a duel with you. Louis was completely baffled, not understanding what was happening. Everyone around them began to gossip. He spoke up. Are you joking, sir? There's no way I could possibly beat you. Besides, I've only been learning for 1 week. But Geeter wasn't asking Louis to win. This just confused him even more. Then what is it? It turned out he wanted Louis to teach the other students there. Geeter explained that there was no one else there whose swordsmanship skills surpassed his. Suddenly, he was the center of attention. But perhaps this was also a great opportunity for Louis. If he performed well here, he could seize the opportunity to solidify his position. Louis got into a ready stance and said boldly, I look forward to learning from you, Sir Geeter. The man smiled, remarking that his stance was impressive. The moment he finished speaking, Geeter charged straight at him. Seeing that he wasn't holding back against Louis in the slightest, the two spectators were stunned. They whispered, "If that attack hits, there wouldn't even be enough left of me to bury." And yet, he managed to block the attack with ease. The force of Guter's blow was so powerful, it sent Louis staggering backward. The man became suspicious again. "I find your skills very hard to believe. I'll ask you one more time. Where did you learn these sword skills?" Guter guessed it must be a name he can't reveal. Louis hesitated. He wondered if he should tell him the truth. Well, it's not like the guy was trying to hide it or anything, so it should be okay. After hesitating for a long while, Louis finally decided to say it, Sir Bova Patton. Everyone there was shocked by his words. A student wondered, "Bova Patton is the legendary god of war?" The friend standing next to him replied, "No way, I heard he's dead." While everyone was in an uproar, Guiter remained very calm. He wondered, "How did you get to know him?" Louis replied, "Sir Bova retired and has been living in Adele ever since. He was the person I was with when I was a child." Mantip suddenly interrupted the conversation, declaring, "You're lying." He aggressively stepped forward, telling Louis not to lie. Mantip cursed, "My own father said Bova Patton was dead, and you can't prove it, can you?" He looked annoyed. "Why do I need to prove that? And don't call someone who's still alive dead." The guy was still stubborn. "Even if what you're saying is true, it doesn't matter. The strongest person in the kingdom is still my dad." At this moment, Louis realized this was what Mantip was worried about, the strongest knight in the kingdom. Officially recognized as Mantip's father, Sir Vanguard Gagan, commander of the Golden Knights. But if the legendary knight Bova Patton is still alive, the official rankings could be turned upside down. Knowing this, he didn't bother with the guy. Louis stated his opinion. "Believe in that title if you want. Sir Bova doesn't care about those trivial rankings." What he just said was like adding fuel to the fire. Mantip was furious. He acted rashly without thinking. "How dare you insult my father?" After hearing those words, Mantip aggressively challenged Louis to a duel. While he was yelling, "Come here and fight me right now," he got a bonk on the head from Guiter. He seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. "You really want to challenge him?" Mantip stood his ground. Guiter then made an announcement. "All right then, the first match in tomorrow's group training will be Louis' team against Mantip's team. Any objections?" Neither of them refused. The next day, his voice echoed throughout the area. "Is everyone ready? Like I said yesterday, the first sparring match will be Louis's team facing off against Mantip's team." Jackie calmly walked up to Louis, calling his name. The expression on his face was clearly mocking. "Are you guys well prepared?" He was annoyed. "Why are you suddenly asking that?" Jackie was about to say something but stopped. Seeing this, Wuther also started the match. As soon as the words were out, he flew towards Louis with lightning speed, but he managed to react in time. What is this speed? What the heck is going on? Louis had never seen anyone this fast. He felt that what just happened was ridiculous. How desperate is he to win? Is he carrying 6 artifacts? The night before at the mansion, who could this be? Sir Vengerous Josh greeted him. The person before him also smiled politely and replied, "Long time no see, Commissioner Josh." At this time, 2 old men were talking to each other. One was the commander of the Golden Engineers, Vengras Gagan. He began, "I heard about Jackie. He was invited to lecture at the academy as a representative of the alumni. Is that right?" The other person replied, "It's surprising that Headmaster Tyrion Ignis personally invited him. Is that kid Mantip doing okay?" That was Josh Gary Hill, a High Commissioner of the GA Council of the Ladian Kingdom's Tower. Vanguard spoke helplessly about Mantip. "He's fine, but he causes too much trouble. He was such a pain, so I sent him to Sir Gunter to be properly whipped into shape. He's probably at the academy by now." Josh spoke mysteriously about his purpose. "Actually, I'm here because of that academy's representative." Vanguard asked in surprise, "A representative? You mean Louis Adele?" He recalled the rumors and continued to speak. "The rumors spread so far that even I remember that name. I heard he won the tournament, and even caught the Empire's attention. But then his tone changed. A country bumpkin from Adele shouldn't have such a smooth path." Hearing this, Josh sneered in agreement. "Exactly. We have to stop someone like that from influencing the princes, right? As loyal subjects who truly care about the kingdom. Of course." Vanguard lowered his voice to ask Josh, "Do you have a plan?" The old man also lowered his voice to match. "This time my son and Mantip are on the same team, and they'll be fighting Louis Adele, so I was thinking, why not give Mantip an artifact?" Vanguard exclaimed in shock. "What?" Upon hearing Josh's suggestion, he continued in that same instigating tone, "If you leave that necklace, I'll make sure Mantip gets it." Vanguard broke out in a sweat, questioning in a low voice, "Are you suggesting we cheat?" But Josh didn't care about Vanguard's feelings at that moment. He placed a hand on Vanguard's shoulder. "That's not what's important right now. If we want to crush that brat, before he becomes a bigger nuisance, this is necessary. I've already given my son an artifact. Vanguard was still hesitant, but regardless, it was time for Josh to deliver the final blow. He said in a low voice, "Bova Payton, does that name ring a bell?" Vanguard's face was now filled with nothing but shock. "Why are you suddenly bringing up that name?" Josh frowned. "I heard he's still alive, and it seems he taught swordsmanship to Louis and Adel." He continued speaking while Vanguard adjusted his collar. "Louis Adel, who has gained the prince's favor, learned swordsmanship from Bova Payton, the glorious knight. If he defeats our sons in the upcoming match, our positions will be finished." Hearing this, Vanguard made his decision. He handed the necklace from his neck to Josh, his voice still holding a hint of hesitation. "All right, I hope this brings a good result." But where Vanguard couldn't see, Josh was smirking triumphantly, having achieved his goal. His mouth didn't forget to utter words of assurance. "Of course it will. All of this is for our kingdom." And right by the window frame, the two of them reached a silent agreement with their dark conspiracy. The next day at the training grounds, a man with long brown hair smiled challengingly. "What's up, Louis Adel?" With that, Jackie continued to cast spells at Louis. "Are you that confident with those mediocre skills? How disappointing." Louis struggled against the magical powers binding him and his teammate, gritting his teeth in anger. "Damn it. I figured they'd pull some tricks, but I didn't expect them to be this despicable." Jackie Garyhill, a C-rank mage with high potential. At this moment, he was smugly mocking Louis. "What are you just standing there for? Louis, show us that amazing power of yours. Otherwise, Mantip's going to beat you to a pulp." As soon as he finished speaking, right next to Louis, Mantip charged forward with a wooden sword at an incredible speed. Seeing this, Jason, who was currently bound by a blue power, hurriedly shouted out, "Louis, dodge it!" Just then, he stomped his foot hard on the ground, shattering the green aura. With the force from his foot, Louis easily dodged Mantip's attack, but it was clear the blow's power was no joke. When it hit the ground, it still erupted in a fierce flame. Louis was also shocked. What? How can a wooden sword be so durable? It turned out that the sword was an artifact Mantip had received from Sir Vanguard. A sturdy protective charm, this artifact was designed as a necklace for easy carrying. It enhanced weapons, making them sharper and more durable. Seeing this, Mantip gloated. "I missed. I could have killed you." With that, he swung his sword and charged at Louis again. "This time I'll definitely kill you." Seeing this, Louis thought of another plan. "Hard as steel, huh? Then 7 steel breaker. If an item is made of iron or steel, it can be unconditionally destroyed one time." He swung his fist at Mantip's sword. Incredibly, the sword that was as hard as iron just a moment ago easily snapped in two from the blow. Of course, Mantip hadn't expected this, and he stammered, "How the hell did you do that?" Just then, Louis's fist swung towards Mantip's face. To Jackie's astonishment, Mantip was sent flying backward. He turned to look at his teammate who had fallen to the ground in pain. Mantip? Jackie's eyes widened as he thought, how is this possible? Even though they were all wearing artifacts, he wasn't pushed back in the slightest. Louis massaged the muscular arm he had just used. "I was planning to go easy on you guys if possible, but it's clear that's not going to work." His voice dropped, showing his anger. "Since things have come to this, I'm going to fight for real." Just then, energy gathered in Louis's raised fist. Leader's Will, a unique skill. Until the last second of its power, the first leader of Cheon-san, Hu-Han, will stand behind you. The spirit of Hu-Han appears above you, moving in sync with you. Outside the training ground, the onlookers were also astonished by this spectacle. They were bewildered, even their voices stammered. "What the hell is that?" Jackie looked over to where Louis stood, his voice trembling and his face filled with fear. No way. A spirit? All they could see was a fierce flame surrounding Louis, and within that flame was the silhouette of a massive, enraged spirit. The crowd could only scream, "Everyone, run! It's a spirit, get away!" Louis stepped towards the terrified Jackie. "Let's end this now. I mean, are 6 artifacts still not enough for you?" Hearing Louis say that, Jackie was even more shocked. "What?" But it seemed Louis had no intention of explaining, as he made a hand gesture like he was crushing an ant. The flame containing the spirit's soul copied the motion, using its finger to yank the necklaces off Jackie's neck. Under the force of the giant finger, the artifact necklaces fell to the ground one by one. The surrounding crowd caught on to what was happening and began to whisper. "What, is he for real? Did Senior Jackie actually use artifacts? Using artifacts to fight a junior?" Hearing the whispers about himself, Jackie obviously couldn't take it. His face twisted in rage. "You bastard! How long do you think you can keep this up? Garyhill won't just sit idly by." Before he could finish, Louis cut him off. "You say Garyhill won't let me be? First Miko, then the eldest son Jackie, then Garyhill. Who's next? Could he be the one and only Josh Garyhill?" Hearing his father's name, Jackie couldn't take it anymore and stood up, rushing at Louis. "What did you say? You bastard, how dare you mention that name?" Continuing his streak of interruptions, Louis mercilessly flicked his finger. A wave of power blasted across Jackie's forehead, sending him flying backward. Louis didn't hesitate to criticize him. "You're too loud. Just lie down and rest for a bit." Trang, sitting on his shoulder, couldn't help but ask, "Are you sure about this?" Louis asked blankly. "Huh, about what?" Trang reminded Louis of the scene unfolding before everyone. "Is it really okay to reveal the goblin like this in front of everyone? Just look at the principal's face. He's completely in shock." Only then did they notice the principal. Ignis was there, his expression one of utter astonishment, but contrary to the panic you'd expect, Louis was perfectly calm. "I can't hide it forever anyway." Seeing his point, Trang replied, "That's true." Louis's expression changed. It seemed he was pondering something, thinking to himself, "Well, Jackie has collapsed and it looks like Miko fainted from the shock of seeing the goblin. He passed out foaming at the mouth and is now basking in the stares of disdain or sympathy from the onlookers. This means the winner has been decided," and Louis's gaze turned towards Guter. He looked at the situation, coughed awkwardly a few times, and said, "And therefore, the winner is." Before he could finish, a loud voice shouted, "Wait!" Everyone turned in surprise toward the sound. Louis was no exception. The figure stepping forward was Han, and he declared boldly, as if issuing a challenge, "The match isn't over yet." Han tossed a wooden sword to Mantip, who was collapsed on the ground. "Your sword just broke, didn't it? Then use this one." He spoke in a challenging tone. "Pick up the sword, Mantip." Of course, this enraged Mantip, and he growled, "Are you completely insane? You filthy commoner, how dare you?" But then Mantip stopped short, his eyes widening. That's Perito's sword. He had obviously recognized the sword in Han's hand. It was radiating a familiar blue power like angry bolts of lightning. Perito's holy sword. That's the mark of a swordsman who has reached the 4-star level or higher, meaning someone who has mastered aura manipulation. A swordsman with an intimidating aura, a 4-star knight has a green aura, a 5-star knight has a red aura, and these auras envelop the body clearly enough for others to recognize. From 6 stars and up, the aura gradually turns purple. And beyond that level, the aura is no longer bound by a specific color, but instead manifests according to each knight's unique characteristics, though it's undeniable that their power grows with each level. The average for apprentice knights is around 3 stars, and what was currently astonishing the crowd was, how could someone as weak as Han do that? "I haven't even mastered aura yet." These were the whispers circulating about Han. In other words, even among official knights, many haven't yet reached the 4-star level. Trang, sitting on Louis's shoulder, asked Louis coolly with an unchanging expression, "Aren't you going to stop this?" The match is already over, after all. Even though he was stunned himself, Louis remained determined. "No, let's watch a little longer." In his head, he thought, "It's finally back," that look in Mantip's eyes. A determined gaze with anger hidden deep within his eyes. Mantip got to his feet. He grabbed the sword lying on the ground. "I don't accept this." Immediately, he charged forward like a madman and screamed, "I will never accept this. You're just a lowly commoner, and now you dare say you can use an aura?" The two wooden swords clashed. Han, after blocking the blow, was taken aback by Mantip's words. "No way. There's no way a weakling like you can be on the same level as me." The impact had made Mantip lose his senses. With only one thought in his mind now, Han had humiliated him. By being just a commoner who dared to be his equal, Mantip continuously screamed in anger, "Get on the ground where you belong." But Han still blocked Mantip's crazed attack and taunted him, still clinging to that commoner logic. Hearing that, Mantip was surprised and shot back. "What?" He clearly didn't expect Han to talk back. At this, he also revealed his own anger. "You're just a lucky guy born into a good family. A worthless, selfish narcissist." This only accelerated Mantip's descent into madness, the corner of his mouth twitching as he fought and vented. "Are you crazy?" He stomped his foot hard on the ground. "Fine, Han." Right after, Mantip channeled power into the wooden sword in his hand, and a blue aura appeared on the blade. "If you want to die, I'll help you achieve that." He leaped high into the air and swung the sword towards Han, his mouth screaming non-stop as if to display his rage. "Die, you bastard." Louis saw things were going south and rushed forward to warn him. "Han, be careful." The crowd also hurried to help. Yuta couldn't help but curse that bastard Mantip. A huge clash erupted along with a flash of blue light, obscuring the view. Louis stopped in his tracks, his eyes wide with shock, not expecting the scene before him. Right at this moment, before everyone's eyes, Han had blocked Mantip's attack and sent him flying backward. The sword in Mantip's hand flew out of his grasp, while Mantip only had time to scream a curse, you bastard, as he was thrown backward in a humiliating defeat. Meanwhile, Han landed safely in an incredibly stable stance. His gaze towards Mantip was now like looking at a loser trying to save face with insults. Two guys rushed over to Mantip. "Mantip, calm down. Damn it, is he unconscious?" The crowd buzzed with questions. What just happened? So fast, did Han defeat Mantip? But Han himself was a bit surprised by what he had just done. He clearly didn't expect he could do that. Louis ran over and quickly asked Han, "Are you okay?" But then Louis froze. His eyes narrowed as he looked at Han and asked, "Han, look at your sword." Following Louis's direction, Han glanced down at his own sword. "My sword?" Just then, the sword's aura had changed from blue to red. This meant Han had become a 5th-level swordsman, the sword's red aura burning brightly like the current spirit of its owner. Nighttime in the kingdom's castle. "As expected, you're incredible, Louis." Headmaster X was taking a stroll with Louis and couldn't help but exclaim words of praise for him. "I had a feeling. But I never thought you'd beat a senior graduate." Louis's fist clenched when he heard Ixnit say that. "You just had a feeling?" The question made Nanhit a little dazed, as Louis continued to expose him. "You were the one who called Jackie Gary Hill here in the first place, Headmaster. Didn't you anticipate this outcome from the very beginning?" At this point, Ixnit couldn't hide it anymore. He lamented, "Oh dear, so I've been found out. I wanted to take this chance to teach him about humility, but it seems I've only increased his resentment." Hearing that, it was Louis's turn to be confused. "Resentment?" Ixnit explained further. "The rumors about this duel have already reached the capital, because you defeated the eldest son of the Gary Hill family. The nobles are gossiping that this could be the downfall of that house. It's true that rumors can travel hundreds of miles in a single day, let alone in the shallow and unpredictable world of the aristocracy." Headmaster Ixnit imagined Josh's face and said, "And Josh Gary Hill will surely do anything to reclaim his family's honor, which means you could soon be in danger." The two of them walked to a dimly lit staircase, and Ixnit continued to explain as the headmaster, "I can't let my student be in danger, which is why we're here." The staircase led down to the academy's basement, a staircase as dark and mysterious as the place it led to. Ixnit spoke up, breaking Louis' suspicion. "Actually, a few days ago, Kingram woke up from his hibernation. The first thing he said after waking up was, 'I smell one of my own kind.'" Those words startled Louis, and he clenched his fists, trying not to show any weakness. Seeing this, Ixnit gestured. "Now we just need to go down. Kingram is waiting with a gift." Both of them hesitated, not rushing to go down. "Why don't you ask about it?" Ixnit wondered. "Ask about what?" Louis didn't hesitate to ask what was on his mind. "I suddenly appeared with an elf on my back. There's no such magic in this world. Aren't you curious at all?" Hearing Louis's doubt, Nit just smiled kindly. "Whether you show up with an elf on your back, or carrying a goblin's head, the Louis Adele I know is still the person I trust. That's all I need." Hearing the reassuring answer, Louis smiled back. "Thank you." Ixnit gestured again. "Now go on down. Kingram has been waiting for you for a long time." After a short walk down, Louis finally reached a large, dark door. Mustering his courage, he pushed the door and stepped inside, and the massive door closed automatically behind him. As Louis walked a short distance inside, it was quiet all around. Only the sound of his slow footsteps echoed. A voice broke the silence. "Long time no see, little destroyer." Hearing that, Louis also smiled confidently. "Yes, it has been a while, Kingram." As the name was spoken, a colossal figure appeared before his eyes. It was an ogre with 2 long ears and huge fangs. Kingram was sitting on a chair that looked like a throne, facing Louis as he approached. Kingram still couldn't hide his surprise and said, "I can't believe I can smell the familiarity of my ancestors from the Sky Mountain, from you. I can even sense the breath of my father, Munka. If you would, could you tell me the whole story?" Louis, of course, happily accepted. "I'll tell you everything." Then he thoroughly recounted to Kingram everything that had happened on the Sky Mountain and how he had crafted an artifact from Kun Khan's jawbone. After hearing it all, Kingram burst out laughing. "You arm wrestled hundreds of goblins? That's beyond reckless, Louis. And yet you're still bragging about it. It wasn't just arm wrestling 100 of them, but winning against all 100. Kingram was also extremely delighted. "That's more like it. My descendant must have had a blast, huh? I once thought I would be stuck in this artifact forever, and then just fade away. But now I get to hear news from my homeland. You little troublemaker, I'm truly grateful to you. You are my blessing, my savior." As soon as Kingram finished speaking, the system immediately sent a notification to Louis. Achievement unlocked. He looked at the notification window in utter surprise. "Your title has been upgraded from Friend of Goblins to Goblin Lord. Strength increased by 1000. Incarnation of Strength. Trang has reached 5-star level. The human transformation skill has become available." The companion's ultimate skill increases strength by an additional 500 points. At the same time, Kingram also made a declaration: "From now on, you will be the incarnation of Draka, my benefactor, and the only human the Sky Mountain Goblin tribe trusts. This is the gift I want to give you." Luin was still in a daze. His strength stat immediately shot up to 7,000, and Trang had reached the 5-star level. Trang then appeared and let out a huge burp, completely satisfied from her delicious meal. She also couldn't believe she'd reached 5 stars earlier than expected. Then, while Louis was still trying to process everything, she jumped to the ground with a cocky look. "I'm so sick of being trapped in this tiny body for so long. Do you know how boring it is?" The moment she finished speaking, her entire body erupted in a blinding light, radiating with the intensity of a small sun and illuminating the entire space. The energy was so immense that he had to shield his face and struggle to keep his balance. He couldn't help but wonder, what in the world is she doing that's so flashy? After the light vanished, a graceful figure with long, flowing brown hair appeared. A charming girl turned to Louis and asked, "Isn't this amazing, Louis? This is the moment I've been waiting for." A pretty and equally mischievous girl spoke directly to him, and that was Trang in her human form. Since meeting Kingram, Louis had received 2 gifts. The first was the authority of a chieftain, which allowed him to command the goblin tribe like a lord and the power to summon them. The second was the special privilege of summoning Kingram, who was bound to this academy for life, to his location. But this ability could only be used a single time, and when he parted ways with Kingram, Kingram had told him that he should only summon him during a life or death crisis. But putting that aside, Louis's face was completely scrunched up from someone's constant, shrill laughter. Trang, in her female form, was screaming and dancing all over the place. Being human is the absolute best. Over on the side, Tyrion was questioning Luin. Who is she? The moment Trang turned human, everyone was able to see her. The second Luin realized Trang was a girl, he was rendered speechless. "So you're really a girl?" Trang snapped back irritably. "How many times do I have to tell you before you believe it?" "I thought you were lying," Luin said, in confusion. He was then bombarded with questions from Tyrion. Only one person went underground, but now 2 of you came back up. What's going on here? And the only thought in Luin's head was 3 simple words. I'm so screwed. He then decided to tell Tyrion the whole story from start to finish. After hearing the story, Tyrion drew his own conclusion. "With my humble knowledge, can I consider you a spirit?" Trang replied curtly. "Close, but to be more precise, I'm an incarnation." Standing between them, Louis couldn't help but worry, wondering if that explanation was really okay. Trang then added clearly, "We're in an inseparable symbiotic relationship." Meanwhile, Louis stood behind her, his heart pounding and legs trembling. Hey, why are you talking to the headmaster so informally?" She then got even cockier. "I've lived way longer than this old geezer." And that remark left him completely speechless. Because on second thought, she was right. Tyrion looked at her thoughtfully. "You did come here through Kingram after all, and you are also Louis's high-level incarnation, so I will arrange for you to stay at the academy." Upon hearing this, the shameless Trang asked another question. "So, do you have any brilliant plans?" Tyrion slowly stroked his snow-white beard, saying with a gentle smile, "Of course I do." The scene shifts to the academy campus, where surprised voices echo as everyone is utterly bewildered by the appearance of a new character. "Louis, you mean you have a cousin and she's transferring here today?" Everyone's voices were filled with utter shock. So this was the headmaster's brilliant plan. Trang stood with her hands on her hips, smiling brightly. "Trang Adele, at your service." Louis stood timidly in a corner with a helpless look on his face. Yeah, she's a senior, just like us." His friends immediately started buzzing. "A senior? Didn't you just say she was younger than us?" He stammered. "She skipped grades, she's a genius." And then, murmurs of admiration filled the air. A gentleman politely extended his hand. "A pleasure to meet you, my lady." It was none other than the bleach blonde Jason. He was on one knee, introducing himself as Louis's best friend. "My lady, if you're unfamiliar with the academy, would you care for a tour?" Trang simply replied, "And who are you?" Louis watched this unfold, helplessly wondering, what is she up to now? Afterward, Jason kept trying to ask Trang out. "Want to check out the school cafeteria? Their bread is to die for." "I don't like bread. Get lost." "Then do you like looking at the sea? It's beautiful." They continued their back and forth, completely oblivious to the myriad of expressions flashing across Louis's face. "Oh well, as long as everything turns out okay, I guess." Suddenly, someone called his name, causing him to quickly turn around. Louis recognized him at once. It was Han. "Oh, that's right. Today's the day you leave, isn't it?" Han replied cheerfully. "Yep, I came to say my goodbyes." Louis felt a pang of sadness that they had to say goodbye once again, and he promised to visit Forest in the future. Han was of course delighted and assured him he would always be welcome there. But actually, Han had a request. "Hey Louis, after I graduate from the training center, can I come to Adel?" Louis happily replied, "Of course, you can come visit whenever you like." But Han's tone grew a bit more serious. "Actually, I don't just want to visit, I want to become a knight in Adel." Louis was quite surprised to hear that. He had to ask again, "Are you serious?" Han's voice remained steady as he replied, "Yes, I want to do something meaningful, like protecting the city of Adel, for instance. And since you'll be the lord there, please allow me." Louis was truly happy for his friend. He answered with a warm smile, "Of course, thank you, Han." But the very next second, the mood was broken when someone's voice cut in. "Ooh la la, were you two planning to keep this a secret from me?" Jason shouted as he threw his arms around Louis. "Count me in too. I want to go to Adel too. I'll handle logistics, do the dishes, gossip, and clean up. And I'll be staying with Lady Trang, okay?" Luin coldly shot Jia-sun down. "I never said you could go there," leaving Jia-sun speechless. Then he started whining to Luin. "Hey, that's so mean. You're just kidding, right?" The whole group just burst out laughing. A strange worry welled up inside Luin. ***. So all my friends are coming to Adel after graduation, but I'm not sure if that's a good idea anymore. All he knew was that the future at Adel was about to get a lot more interesting. The scene then shifts to the capital city, G. The legend of Legend Gucci. A man was yelling in a desperate tone. "It's over. It's all lost. Do you have any idea how much money I poured into this?" And yet some commoner knight, who's still in training, managed to defeat Mantip. The same goes for the Gary Hills. Even the eldest son, Jackie Gary Hill, was defeated by that brat Louis Adel. In that case, the era of the Gary Hill family is pretty much over. To better understand the phrase, the era of the Gary Hill family, their lineage. The Gary Hill family has long held its reputation as a family of mages, while the house of Venjura Sharon is respected as the home of the empire's strongest knights. And the main reason is that they have always received the support of the noble faction for generations. But what would happen if that support disappeared? That's why the man was still talking so boldly. Even though their houses are number one right now, when the time comes for their children to become the pillars of the nation, their golden age will surely come to an end. The other man heard this, found it reasonable, and agreed. Then the solution is crystal clear. We have to switch sides. We must immediately switch our support over to the Adel side. Suddenly, the voice of another person entering the hall cut them off. But Mr. Delan Adel, the current head of the family, would never accept money. Another voice chimed in. "Oh, come on. Who doesn't like money? Just look at the Gary Hill family." Before he could finish, the man's cold voice rang out. "Are you perhaps referring to me?" It was only then that the people inside realized who the man was. Shouting in unison, "Commissioner Josh," he asked with an extremely stern expression. "It seems you're all having quite a lively chat. A moment ago, who exactly was saying they'd side with whom?" They all turned pale with fear and hurriedly tried to explain. "No, not at all. It was just a slip of the tongue. I didn't know you happened to overhear." Old man Josh pressed on. "A slip of the tongue, you say? So if I weren't here, were you all planning to continue slipping your tongues about that nonsense all day?" His eyebrows were practically knitted together at this point. In a deep voice, he said, "Listen up, all of you. Since the founding of Legend, the Gary Hill family has always held power. History never lies, so the nonsense you're all worried about will never happen." After hearing this, the two men who were most eager earlier had to change their tune, quickly trying to suck up to him. "Of course, we will definitely always remember this." He saw their deceitful attitude and couldn't help but feel his blood boil, gritting his teeth as he thought of Louis Adel's name. "I was planning to use his reputation as a stepping stone for Jackie and Miko's fame, but I never expected, only to have his honor trampled on like this." His face contorted with murderous intent as he resolved to kill him, no matter the cost. Back at the academy, everyone was on a train heading to the capital for the second semester, and this was an important lesson. A special class would be held in the form of a direct visit to the Mage Tower and the Royal Palace. There, the students could observe and learn from the current generation of mages. That's why everyone was extremely excited. Trang was also very interested in this and asked, "So we're finally going to meet Josh Gary Hill, right?" Louis just sighed softly and replied quietly. His attitude was probably because he understood that while the purpose of the class was interesting, the head of the Gary Hill family currently held a huge grudge against Louis. Going to the capital was the same as walking into the enemy's territory. And there, the old man could easily manipulate the royal mages, which would obviously put Louis at a complete disadvantage. While he was still frowning and thinking about the imminent dangers, Trang asked, "Is that Josh Gary Hill guy strong?" But Louis himself wasn't sure. He only knew from the information he had that the man was a 7th Circle mage. Just like the principal, Trang showed a bit of an attitude after hearing that. A 7th circle mage? Tch. If it were the old me, I could have finished him with a snap of my fingers. Louis didn't share that dismissive thought. I'm not sure how strong Trang used to be, but dealing with a 7th circle mage can't be an easy task. The principal's power is at the 7th circle, and the truth is, I can't see any of his information, not even from a player's perspective. So it's certain that I can't let my guard down when entering the capital area. In just a moment, an announcement on the train car echoed that the next stop would be Redian, the capital of the Redian Kingdom. So, not long after, all the students could see rows of tall and beautiful buildings lined up closely one after another. With extreme excitement, when the train stopped at the station, everyone quickly got off, and none of them could hide their delight at the luxurious and novel city scenery. Only Louis still had a worried expression, looking at the prosperity and sighing softly. This really is the capital. In his heart, Louis scoffed. It's too extravagant and doesn't suit a small country like this at all. While the three of them were still standing around looking, a figure suddenly appeared nearby and called out to the principal. Long time no see. Surprisingly, Tyrion's reaction wasn't happy at all. He even frowned and asked back, "What brings you all the way down here personally, Chairman Josh?" And that was the very person Trang and Louis had been talking about the entire way, Josh Gary Hill. The old man was walking over with a whole group of people. Old Josh wasn't shy at all, replying in a slightly mocking tone. "Asking what I'm doing here is a bit harsh, don't you think? The future generation of our kingdom is visiting the capital to learn, so as a guardian of this country, I should at least show my face to say hello. But actually, there's another reason too." He walked directly up to someone standing right in front of Louis. Old Josh continued in a low voice. "I also wanted to see how well the younger generation has grown, so much so that they could make my children fail so miserably. You must be Louis Adele, right?" Josh's eyes were blazing red, and he didn't hide his anger and killing intent at all. With that, he just stared intently at Louis. The two of them stood face to face, their gazes clashing as if sparks were flying, especially for Louis. He felt as if a snake within that gaze was coiling itself tightly around his body. But he also discovered something very strange. Josh Gary Hill was known as a 7th circle mage, but in the eyes of a player, Louis saw that his info only showed him as a 6th circle mage. So how could he have fooled absolutely everyone? And suddenly, Louis's eyes landed on some very suspicious items on Josh Gary Hill. In his surprise, Louis began to confirm his suspicions. Those things the old man was wearing on his hands, could they be magical artifacts? Oh, so it's like father, like son, huh? The thought made Louis unable to hold back and snort. Seeing Louis suddenly smirk, a hint of suspicion arose in Josh's hostile gaze. Is something so funny? Louis ignored his darkening face, turned to leave, and replied curtly, "No, it's nothing. I'm leaving first." But immediately after, Josh's hand grabbed Louis as he cast a spell, preventing him from leaving. His words carried a threatening tone. "Where do you think you're going? I'm not done with you yet. I asked what you were laughing at." Seeing him lash out like that, Louis's face showed a flicker of surprise, but anger was also welling up inside him. Suddenly, Tyrion's voice cut in. "Chairman Josh, he is my student, so please stop this." Trang, who was standing nearby, couldn't take it anymore, her face flushed with anger as she cursed under her breath. That crazy bastard. But Josh Gary Hill had been holding this in for too long. He decided not to give Tyrion any face and glared directly, saying in a low voice, "Headmaster, please do not interfere. You may be the headmaster within the academy, but your student is now in the capital region, which means I have complete authority and responsibility over him." Headmaster Tyrion didn't back down either. "Then you should also know that if someone abuses their authority to bully one of my innocent students, I will never allow it to happen. I will take my student back to the academy immediately." After hearing that, old man Josh grinned from ear to ear. "You're planning to just go back like that? Then again, that's right. Our esteemed headmaster always behaves this way. And do you think I know nothing? It was you who planned to humiliate my son in front of the entire student body by luring that boy outside. Is it because you're still bitter that I was the one chosen to be the guardian of the nation instead of you? Such disgusting jealousy." Those fabricated accusations truly infuriated Tyrion. He roared Josh's name and unleashed his overwhelming power, clearly showing his fighting intent toward Josh Gary Hill, who dared to run his mouth like that. Everyone in the vicinity could clearly feel an extremely powerful wind whipping around. Right there in the square, they just couldn't see the immense energy surging from the Headmaster Tyrion. Josh wore a contemptuous look. "So you want to go all out with me, huh? Fine then, I'll play along." Suddenly, Louis, standing next to Josh, turned and said something completely random. How interesting. It really got under the old man's skin for a moment. Louis, completely unfazed, smirked at him and continued, "I'm answering the question you asked me earlier. I'm laughing because I find something very amusing. I've never seen anyone wear as many rings as you, have I? But my two seniors, Miko and Jackie, also seem to love jewelry. I guess all rich people share the same hobby, huh? Hearing this, Josh Gary Hill's face turned a bit pale. He was wondering if Louis had figured something out. After a moment, the old man hastily tried to clear things up. There's no special reason for it. Maybe we all just coincidentally have a lot of jewelry to wear. At this point, the old man had let go of Louis's hand, and Louis just gave a perfunctory nod in agreement with his answer. Then, Josh Gary Hill quickly changed the subject. By the way, Principal Tyrion should just stand aside and observe this tour. From now on, I will be in charge of all these sessions. Hearing the old man's condescending tone really annoyed Principal Tyrion, but he decided not to argue with him any further. After saying that, old Josh just turned and stormed off, not waiting for anyone to say a word. And so, the tour of the capital could hardly be called a tour anymore. Josh Gary Hill, who had declared he would be in complete control of the trip's itinerary, vanished without a trace. As soon as the group set foot in the royal palace, an elder mage took over as their guide instead. Although the tour itself wasn't very impressive, the overall atmosphere was quite lively, and all the students seemed very interested, admiring the surrounding architecture. However, both Trang and Louis sensed the same thing, which Louis had actually felt the moment he walked in. It was the fact that those elders weren't even trying to hide that they were monitoring Louis. After a long day of touring, all the students began returning to their hotel for the night. Louis and Trang were looking out from their room's window. "Hey, Trang," he said, and she was startled to see a familiar figure who had been standing there all along when she looked out the window. Trang had to ask, "Isn't that the old guy over there who's been staring at us all day?" "That's right. He was there and he followed us back here," Louis replied. Trang turned to look at Louis, skeptical. "What? I knew something felt off all day. What's that old geezer planning?" But Louis told her it was just an illusion. Trang was surprised. "Illusion magic?" So Louis patiently explained, "I can sense a mana energy, a very faint one surrounding this place. He must have created an illusion around this area with illusion magic, like the scenery over there, or even the people walking by right now. It's all fake. But that's not all. He also used barrier magic to isolate this place from the outside world." Hearing this, Trang scratched her head in frustration. "Damn it, I can't believe I didn't even notice. Even after successfully taking human form, my power is still way weaker than in my original form." Louis's expression remained grim. He was on high alert, because he knew something like this would happen before they arrived. He just didn't expect old Josh to move this fast. Suddenly, the elder who was standing there started to run for his life. Seeing this, Trang yelled, "Hey, he's running away!" But Louis had already figured out the situation and immediately realized the old man was just trying to lure him outside, because in a fight within a confined space like this, Louis would definitely have the upper hand. But that old man also knew that Louis didn't want his friends to get hurt, so the fight would definitely have to take place in a different area. That elder, according to the information Louis had read, was named Hyzen Gary Hill, a sixth circle mage. If it were just him, Louis could handle it, but with enough magical energy to create an illusion of this massive scale, it couldn't possibly be just one person. According to Louis's prediction, the number of enemies could be as high as 2, 3, or even more, lying in wait for him. And if all of them were sixth circle mages, Louis's chances of winning this battle would be extremely slim. It would be even tougher if the old man Josh Gary Hill actually joined the fight. The more he thought about it, the more Louis had a bad feeling, and he was seriously considering using his ultimate move. Seeing Louis suddenly stand up, the other person wondered, "So are you planning to go now?" Louis replied grimly, "Yeah, I have to go down there." With a fiery determination, Louis walked straight ahead, leaving behind one last comment. "Tonight is probably going to be a very long night." Flashing back a few hours earlier, someone slammed their fist on the table, followed by an angry roar. "What is wrong with these people? I personally called this meeting, and you're telling me this is all who showed up?" Josh said, his face contorted with extreme rage, as if he wanted to devour the person in front of him. The man sitting before him could only stammer an explanation that everyone had deliberately avoided the meeting, but the old man immediately questioned if they were still afraid of Louis, even though he had already left today. He continued to lament that this meeting room would normally be packed, but now there were only a measly 4 people. The long, empty table before them seemed to prove his point. Inwardly, Josh silently cursed Louis for ruining all of his plans, his teeth clenched, his rage simmering and ready to explode. Then, Josh let out a soft sigh and told himself that those people would regret it. After that, he gave another person a task, and that person replied that the night patrol was now full of their men, so it would be fine even if a commotion broke out. Josh then asked how the mission he had assigned was going. Vanguard replied that they had sent assassins to Louis's location as he had suggested. He had planned for the assassins to infiltrate the mansion once night fell, and take Louis's head. Immediately after, the group discussed the death of Louis's family. It seemed they were confident that Louis would certainly die at the hands of their minions. Among the group, Vanguard spoke coldly, his face filled with killing intent. Bova Patton will have to disappear too. Elsewhere, under a starry night sky, cozy houses were clearly visible, and the silhouette of someone stood still in the quiet space. Bova was deep in thought. He couldn't help but find the current peace strange. The image of Louis defeating Jackie flashed in his mind, and he thought to himself, because of that victory, he had caught the attention of the nobles, not to mention the Gary Hill family wasn't the type to give up easily. Then, the voice of Louis's father echoed in Bova's mind. He had said that if Bova encountered anyone suspicious, he needed to report it to him immediately. Those words made Bova even more vigilant. Suddenly, Bova's train of thought was interrupted. He saw a servant carrying something walk past him. Bova struck up a conversation with the servant. After Bova's greeting, the person said he was on his way home. Then, Bova asked him if he had seen anyone suspicious today. The person hesitated and thought for a moment, then replied that he had seen a group of merchants who weren't buying or selling anything, just staying put. In his memory, the image of suspicious people in black hoods appeared, and hearing this, Bova immediately put two and two together. The assassins had disguised themselves as merchants, and now they had vanished after entering the territory. His face furrowed with worry. Right after, the servant worriedly added that those people were armed with swords, so Bova should be careful. But before he could finish speaking, Bova dashed off in the blink of an eye, leaving him behind. The servant just froze on the spot. He told himself that he probably didn't need to worry anymore. At the Adele mansion, the night was dead silent. The assassins were already hidden in the bedroom, discussing the assassination, and one of them seemed impatient. He replied in a very bored tone. But just then, a loud noise erupted in front of the two assassins. In the bedroom, one of their comrades lay defeated on the ground. They were shocked, not understanding what was happening. Then they immediately realized Bova was standing right at the door, the spear in his hand razor sharp, with his foot on the enemy's body. Like a god of war, his eyes were wide with fury, followed by his ice-cold voice. "Do you realize where you've just trespassed?" The assassins panicked, wondering how Bova could have found them here. With an annoyed click of their tongues, they raised their swords to fight. They knew that hiding was useless against him, but unlike the others who were scared, one confidently drew his sword. He said this was an advantage, because they could kill Bova right here and now. Immediately after, the whole group of assassins charged at Bova. But he didn't flinch at all. These were the assassins hired by Vengrass, and their levels were at least 6-star. Bova knew that well. He was a 7-star knight who had already retired, which is why people assumed that Bova's skills were not what they used to be. However, that was a fatal mistake. As if to prove it, Bova's spear glowed with a brilliant light. His lone figure faced the assassins who were baring their fangs, and at the same time, his voice rang out. "All of you, come at me at once." In just a moment, countless afterimages of the spear flashed like lightning. Bova's spear danced among the assassins as if no one was there, sending all of them flying. Not a single one could fight back as they all passed out, their eyes rolling back into their heads. A pained scream escaped the assassin's mouth. As he was slammed down so hard the stone floor shattered, that assassin couldn't believe Bova was only a 7-star. They had defeated more than 10 7-star knights of the Empire before, but in front of him, they were so weak. While the man was in a daze, Bova walked over and asked him, "Do you know why I don't practice my spearmanship anymore?" Seeing Bova, the man's eyes widened in terror. He vaguely guessed Bova's true level. In front of him, he stood majestically and said that his spearmanship had been honed to the absolute peak. The assassin couldn't help but think that this man must have reached the 8-star level. From behind Bova, another assassin swung his sword for a sneak attack. But with just a single thrust of the spear, red blood gushed out like a waterfall, the spearhead piercing through his head. That man was left dangling in midair by Bova, a sight so terrifying it made the remaining assassin let out a cry of fear. Then immediately, he started cursing Vengrass for tricking them about Bova's true strength. If they had known beforehand, even for more money, they wouldn't have taken this assassination job. And it was thanks to that curse that Bova knew the mastermind was Vanguard. In a flash, the assassin realized he had let it slip, and he couldn't help but curse, but it was too late for him to say anything more. Bova's hand grabbed his neck and told him to go back and tell Vanguard to never set foot in Adele again. Bova's expression was incredibly fierce, threatening the assassin and scaring him into silent fear. Elsewhere, the houses on the street were still lit, and the sound of footsteps echoed. The silhouette of a young man approached the man in black, who noticed him and spoke with a sneer. "So in the end, you still decided to come here." Right after that, the figures of Louis and Trang, in her young girl form, appeared. At the same time, the man in black's words confirmed Louis's identity and that of the person he brought with him into the jaws of death. Louis told the man in black that he had absolutely no intention of dying, but the man in black just scoffed contemptuously. He said that was just Louis's own opinion, and in the real world, things never revolve around just one person. Immediately, another group of people appeared and surrounded Louis's party, and he glanced at them. He thought to himself that there were about 7 people here, which was a pretty large number, causing Louis's face to cloud with worry. Right in front of him, the man in black summoned fire in his hand and spoke arrogantly. "Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to live a long life, you'd better learn to keep your mouth shut." As soon as he finished speaking, blazing flames appeared in the hands of the others as well. Louis and Trang looked around warily, ready to fight at any moment, as all the other men had taken an attack stance. Their eyes were fixed on Louis, and at the same time, the man in black continued to speak. "Now you only have one future left. Die, Louis Adele!" Following his voice, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. The spot where Louis was standing was engulfed in a blazing explosion that completely obscured the view. The man in black let out a satisfied laugh at the sight, speaking a eulogy for Louis, but a moment later, his eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him, as both Louis and Trang, the ones who should have been dead, were standing completely unharmed in front of him. The man in black thought that with an attack like that, they couldn't possibly have survived, yet reality was far from what he had imagined, and a smug smile hung on Louis's lips. He said that in this world, there are creatures, just as the man described, a creature that can never die. Under Louis's confident gaze, Trang's figure standing firmly in front of him became even clearer, and at the same time, an image appeared in his mind. The image of Trang in her little bear form. Louis thought to himself that the incarnation was essentially immortal, and the only way to make Trang powerless was to kill him, the one who had contracted with her. Then, he used his unique skill to summon Kun Khan, an extremely terrifying fire wielder, and raised his fist at the group, once again affirming that he had no intention of dying here. With that, Louis threw his fist and charged toward the man in black, his power so terrifying that even Trang had to jump back to dodge. It was a punch carrying the power of Kun Khan, making it incredibly strong, and a deafening roar echoed. Louis's face was cold and unwavering, and he told himself that with just this much power, he wouldn't be overexerting himself. But then he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Louis was startled and whipped his head around to see that someone had grabbed his leg. The man let out a laugh, speaking as if victory was certain no matter how strong Louis was, as the face of the black-robed man was revealed. He had cast a spell on him and declared that he would die instantly. The name of this spell echoed in Louis's mind, Black Magic Water Seal, and images of black-cloaked figures appeared with a glow of deep blue magic. A thought followed. Those who practiced the forbidden art of black magic would be shunned by mages, and called warlocks. And among those arts, the water seal was created by the original warlock of water. This was a magic that drained life force and was also the most infamous of all. In his mind, an image of a warlock holding a terrifying black orb appeared. Back in reality, Louis gritted his teeth in agony. He never imagined he would encounter black magic, and now the tables had turned. Louis was restrained by the warlocks. He gritted his teeth as he glared at the leader, who gloated at his capture and feigned pity, saying that he would have to die. But that hypocritical act didn't last long. He reverted to his true self and revealed that he had intended to kill Louis all along. His body was pinned down by the man's subordinates, and after restraining Louis, the leader assumed that his friends would no longer be of any help. That smug attitude made Louis so angry he gritted his teeth, a curse hissing from his lips as his glare sharpened enough to kill the man before him. The leader stood casually before the restrained Louis, gently taunting him with the cruelest words, making him too scared to believe them. "Don't be sad. You won't be passing on alone, because by now your father and your little sister are probably already dead." Those words were so cruel they made Louis freeze. His mind felt like it was shattering, but the leader wouldn't shut up and continued to twist the knife in Louis's heart. "If you had known, you wouldn't be here. So why oppose our client? You can't win." It was as if he was certain Louis's life would end here, so his words were completely unrestrained, totally unaware of what he was about to face. He was about to say more, but his words were cut off by Louis's hand. Magic coated his hand, and that very hand was now crushing the man's head. In just an instant, Louis had broken free from his restraints, and instead, he was now the one holding the leader's life in his hands. The man couldn't believe that Louis had escaped the water seal. He grabbed at Louis's hand in desperation, but Louis poured more and more strength into his grip, making it impossible for the leader to utter another word. Only pained groans escaped him, his eyes bulging and bloodshot, showing just how much pain he was currently enduring. It was a terrifying sight. With a horrifying crunch, his head was completely crushed by Louis. Blood splattered everywhere. but his expression remained unchanged, showing only a boundless rage. Seeing that terrifying sight, the remaining men froze like statues, silently watching their leader's body fall to the ground. And standing out amidst the scene was the cold figure of Louis. He then looked down at his own hand, ignoring the red blood that stained his body. It seemed as if Louis had decided to let go of something. At that very moment, a giant, dark green foot stomped heavily onto the ground. A notification followed. Louis had used the unique skill, Summon Kingram, revealing the body of Kingram, casting a shadow over the wounded remnants, while Louis's cold voice echoed in their ears. You have all crossed a line you never should have, so don't be too sad. You chose this yourselves. The imposing figures of Kingram and Louis loomed before them, radiating immense pressure. Their lives and deaths were now completely in his hands. Amidst the terrified looks of the sorcerers, only a single thought echoed in Louis's mind, and that was slaughter. The current him was just like the world destroyer, Draka from the past. Louis just wanted to massacre every single person before him. Kingram's terrifying manifestation was a reflection of that very thought. Kingram spoke, asking Louis why he had been summoned. His eyes glowed with a calamitous red, as Louis himself was now completely consumed by rage. All he wanted was to tear the people in front of him to shreds. As soon as he received the answer, the twin axes in Kingram's hands swung powerfully. He obeyed Louis's command and charged forward to attack the sorcerers before him. They were so insignificant that they could do nothing but flee. With just a single mighty swing, Kingram seemed to rip space itself apart. At the same time, Louis shot forward like the wind, hunting down the remaining sorcerers. Amidst continuous screams, Louis's fists kept flying, while the sorcerers could only run and wait for death. Louis mercilessly punched through one man's stomach, his body getting dragged along like a kite with a broken string. In his heart, he could not forgive these people. He just wanted to kill all of them. There was no longer any reason in Louis's eyes, only the thirst for slaughter. He didn't care what his fists were destroying, or who his magic was killing. He just slaughtered relentlessly, as one by one, they collapsed to the ground. Each of Louis's punches carried the full weight of his fury. Right at that moment, Trang's voice called out. A pair of female hands stopped a frenzied Louis who had lost all reason. Behind them were groans and bodies strewn everywhere. Trang was trying to snap him out of it, telling Louis that he should stop, that he had vented enough of his anger. But even on the verge of death nearby, one sorcerer sneered that Louis was now just as crazed as they were. The man's words enraged Louis even further, and he told Trang to let him go so he could kill him. Unlike Louis, Trang was far more rational. Trang explained that Bova was much stronger than he thought. That's why nothing had happened to the Adele family yet. But if Louis lost himself, he would suffer the same fate as Draka. Trang's reminder made Louis momentarily calm down at the sound of her voice. An image of a tyrannical dragon roaring appeared in his mind, with bodies scattered at its feet. That was a Draka who went mad with his own power, and ended up becoming a world destroyer. Trang believed that Louis wouldn't meet the same end as Draka, but the recent situation made her lose confidence in her own words. Trang's head drooped, not daring to look him in the eye. Noticing her worry, Louis fell silent for a moment before apologizing. Finally, he had come back to his senses. After calming down, Louis forced the lone survivor to reveal what happened at Adele. Trang also gave the man a cold stare, but he only said that Louis would regret hearing it. Even though he was heavily injured, the guy still smirked and said that the ones sent to Adele were the Shadow Corps, all of them level 6 assassins. On top of that, 5 of them were sent to the Louis family's estate, which is why he was certain that by now, Louis's relatives were all dead. But before he could finish, a spear pierced straight through his body, completely ending his life. From a distance, Josh's figure approached as the man's corpse collapsed before him. He looked disappointed, not expecting that a high-ranking subordinate of Gary Hill couldn't even handle a nobody like Louis. The moment he saw him, Louis angrily demanded to know why he dared to touch his family. But just a moment later, a chill ran down Louis's spine, causing him to freeze on the spot. Meanwhile, Josh told Louis he had brought this on himself by not staying quiet and choosing to provoke them instead. Both Louis and Trang collapsed under the terrifying pressure, and he immediately recognized it as black magic. Louis roared in anger, unable to believe that Josh was using black magic, because if this got out, he'd be sent to prison. Yet Josh seemed completely unfazed. His lips curled into a smirk as the hand controlling the magic clenched shut. To him, if Louis died here, then he would be perfectly fine. The situation was dire. Louis gritted his teeth, unable to move, while Kingram's summoning time had expired. He was now completely at a disadvantage. In contrast, Josh laughed scornfully, and from within the magic circles, he summoned countless sharp spears. Josh decided to finish Louis off as the spears shot forward. Josh declared Louis's death sentence, and all Louis could do was watch them fly towards him, immobilized by the black magic. But deep inside, he refused to give up. his will remained incredibly strong. Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound erupted, and dust filled the air. Louis was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. He looked forward, and it turned out the person standing in front of Louis and Trang was the headmaster. He had created a barrier to protect the two of them from Josh's attack. He was completely shocked by Tyrion's appearance. Josh couldn't understand how he was here. Tyrion growled his name. He stood against the light, so his face was obscured, but it was clear that he was incredibly angry. Tyrion's entire body radiated a terrifying aura of magic, terrifying Josh to his core. The entire surrounding space was hazy and unreal, a result of Josh's illusion domain. A 6-star mage had created it so that outsiders couldn't see what was happening within. However, this illusion domain only worked on ordinary people, not on a mage like Tyrion who could sense the presence of unusual mana. At this moment, he was absolutely furious, and the illusion domain's weakness was revealed. If a more powerful mage were to cast a spell, the domain would be shattered instantly. And just like that, Josh's illusion domain began to waver, with tiny cracks appearing all over its surface, accompanied by the sound of shattering. Even so, Josh wasn't afraid. Instead, he started to taunt Tyrion. He reasoned that if Tyrion destroyed the domain, the entire capital would be destroyed with it, but Tyrion remained perfectly calm, and said that the only person who would get hurt here was Josh. Tyrion explained that he had already put up a barrier to protect the capital, and then he declared Josh guilty of using black magic and harming his student. Josh was horrified and couldn't accept what Tyrion said. Then, the headmaster raised his hand to deliver punishment to the sinner, Josh. He decided to punish the old man himself. With a wave of Tyrion's hand, a massive blast of magic shot like a meteor toward Josh. The old man weakly tried to block it with his hands, and what Tyrion did made Josh so furious he gritted his teeth. He let out an inarticulate growl. In a fit of pure rage, Josh screamed Tyrion's name in defiance. The blast of magic was right in front of him, impossible to dodge. In that instant, Josh's illusion domain was completely shattered. The purple domain was completely replaced by the blue light of Tyrion's magic. Trang said in a low voice, just as I expected. Because of the huge level gap between them, the outcome of the fight was obvious. Louis also thoughtfully agreed. The difference was on a whole other level. Standing before them was Headmaster Tyrion Exnit, who was currently at level 7. That's why he was even more certain it was a level he couldn't hope to reach. I thought I was already strong, but I still have a long way to go. Then Tyrion Exnit asked if Louis was okay, and he politely replied, I'm fine, thanks to you, Headmaster. Meanwhile, in the rooms above, whispers began to spread. What's all that noise? Just then, a male student paused. That person is. He tried to confirm, is that our headmaster? And why is Councilman Josh in that state? At the same time, someone from behind shouted, We're here! Porter was the first to speak. We came after hearing that Gary Hill had taken control of the Anning Kingdom. Crystal added, and the one they're targeting is you, Louis. Seeing them so panicked, Louis quickly reassured them. I'm fine, but the two of them were still extremely agitated. We were worried something might have happened the entire way here. In his mind, there were only 3 words, you haven't changed. Then, Brewster changed the subject. The headmaster is here too, but Porter's attention was on what Louis had said. That was Josh from the Gary Hill family. He tried to target me with black magic, but the headmaster stopped him. Crystal was enraged upon hearing this. How dare he try to harm my beloved Louis? This is an act of defiance against the royal family. It's an act of treason. I will go to my father and have him arrested. Porter also yelled, It's rare for us to be on the same page. I agree it's treason. Since we know he practices forbidden magic, we should arrest his entire family. Surprisingly, Louis cut in. I have a request. Hearing this, Crystal immediately brightened up. I will grant you anything you desire. But unexpectedly, he asked for something else. I need to check on the situation with my father and sister in Adele. The thing is, to get news from that location, they had to request information from the merchant city of Munzo. The wait would take half a day, but for Louis, it felt like the longest half day of his life. Much later, the message finally arrived. We've received the report from Munzo, and luckily, they are all safe. He had already taken precautions against potential assassins and completely subdued 5 of them. Furthermore, they discovered who ordered the hit. After hearing the report, Coster asked, Wasn't it Josh? But unexpectedly, there was more to it. He had an accomplice. The one most deeply involved was Lord Vanguard, and there were likely 2 other figures in black robes who participated in the plot. At this, Crystal looked deeply troubled. They're all rotten. Immediately after, his younger brother shouted, As of this moment, Vanguard is stripped of his position as captain, and Josh is stripped of his councilman position and his guardianship rights. Next, Porter received a report. Your Highness, since those 2 held important positions, You will need to appoint their replacements. So the prince immediately gave an order. The vice captain will temporarily assume the role of captain. As for Josh's councilman position and guardianship, could the headmaster perhaps assist for the time being? The headmaster looked at the prince with a somewhat surprised expression. Then Tyrion Ignis said he was too old, making Porter say, "I understand you have no interest in politics." His brother understood and chimed in, "But the situation isn't stable, at least until a successor is chosen. I beg for your help." As Tyrion Ignis spoke in a low voice, he parted his lips slightly, but the prince's great efforts to bring him back to the capital had become famous nationwide. Yet Tyrion Ignis always refused. He'd say that an educator shouldn't get involved in politics. He had refused every offer until now, and while he was thinking about it, someone called out, "Headmaster, please. I think that position is perfect for you." "That's right, no one is more suitable." Tyrion Ignis was gradually swayed by the please just do it. Finally, he made up his mind. If this is what the students believe in, I should follow their wishes, but only until a successor is chosen. Cheers erupted in the night. "We'll be counting on you. The kingdom will prosper even more." But Louis had a suspicion. A new successor will appear soon enough. He temporarily pushed aside his worries. "I'm just glad everything ended well. And most importantly, when the capital tour ends, the graduation exam will begin." His short time at the academy would soon come to an end. This tour had been rocky from the start, facing rumors that the rest of the schedule might be cancelled. But in the end, everything went according to plan, so they would be staying for a few more days. Scene change. Louis saw two unfamiliar young men gossiping. "Did you hear? Miko from the Gary Hill family is dropping out." Louis's eyes were fixed on them, and from that, he knew the rumor was spreading like wildfire throughout the royal palace that Miko had left the academy. His father, Josh, was locked up in the dungeon, and the Gary Hill mages who followed him had also disbanded. The young men continued their conversation. "Apparently Jackie has disappeared too. I heard he joined the rebels." Only Louis thought to himself, the name Gary Hill has completely disappeared. People were calling it the fall of Gary Hill. Along with Adele's victory, these banners appeared all over the capital, and the news spread, not just among the nobility, but throughout the entire kingdom. Quick scene change. Someone is currently screaming inside a castle. I said no, get lost. But the other party seemed to be trying to reason with him. Just a moment. During the commotion, another person appeared. "What's all this noise about?" The subordinate stammered as he explained. "This man keeps trying to force his way in." He hurriedly knelt and apologized for his sudden intrusion. "I am Jekin, the eldest son of the Gary Hill family." The other man was gracious enough to hear him out. "It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness the Crown Prince." The person Jekin was meeting was none other than Somerton, the Crown Prince of Jajak. Jekin went on to explain, "Although my actions were rude, please understand that it was not my intention." Immediately, Somerton spoke up. "That's enough. So why did you come all this way?" He hurriedly explained, "I came to seek asylum in the Empire. Myself and the others from my family, a total of 40 people, wish to seek asylum, to offer what little strength we have to you, and for the endless glory of the Empire's future." Somerton immediately cut him off. "How annoying. Did you come here just to flatter me?" In the end, Somerton just asked him straight up, "Your family was once the most influential in that kingdom. So why would you flee your country in disgrace to seek asylum?" Hearing Jekin mention an assassination, Somerton asked, "You turned against the royal family over something so petty. Don't tell me you actually tried to pull off an assassination, a member of the royal family." Jekin was so scared he stammered, "That's not it," he said in a stern voice. "No matter how small your kingdom is, harboring a criminal goes against my principles, while handing you over would be beneficial. I see no reason to grant you asylum." Finally, Somerton gave the order, "Go. I will not grant you asylum, but I won't detain you either." But then suddenly, a name made him pause. "Louis." Jackie emphasized strongly. "We tried to assassinate Louis Adele." A look of excitement gradually appeared in Somerton's eyes, and when Somerton tried to ask again, he confirmed it was the person you know. Right after that, Somerton suggested, "I want to hear more about that assassination. Come have some tea with me." Jackie's back stiffened, clearly terrified. A quick scene change. Currently, although quite a few incidents have occurred, they all seem rather minor, and time passed peacefully after the visit to the capital. And 3 months later, the new year arrived, just like the heavy snow that fell that winter. Many nobles came to the academy, and the reason was very simple. For an exam, the graduation exam. To explain a bit, it's where graduating students show off their skills to others, creating opportunities for them to be recruited by nobles. Today is that very exam, and it will be held at the academy. Meanwhile, Louis was sitting with his buddies, taking a short break, his mind drifting. When this exam is over, it'll be time to graduate. 6 long yet short years are finally coming to an end. Just then, Jason asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you nervous?" Louis relaxed and replied, "Not at all." "Did you prepare a lot for this exam?" He suddenly burst out laughing. "Taking the exam isn't important to me. I'm going down to Adel with you anyway." But Louis coldly replied, "I never said I was taking you anywhere." Just as the two were bickering, a figure approached them. And it seemed Louis's mood wavered. He thought to himself, "I heard you were safe, but seeing you in person puts my mind at ease." He quickly stepped forward and spoke, "Thank you for coming. Nothing has happened since that day, right?" "I'm sorry, Father. You ended up in danger because of me," he replied in a gentle voice. "You don't need to blame yourself. I'm truly proud that I didn't compromise." Louis also relaxed more as they talked. "Thank you, Father, and thank you as well, Sir Bova." Hearing that, he humbly explained, "It was nothing. I only did what I had to do." Just then, Louisa called out to her brother Louis. As it turned out, she was very curious. "Who is this lady?" He looked towards them and hesitated for a moment because he felt a bit awkward. The cousin excuse wouldn't work this time, and so Louis had to explain, "She's just a friend." Louis's thoughts then shifted. Luckily, the people attending his graduation exam weren't just the Han family. The one who had completed her vow and become an official knight, plus the connections formed during the grand tournament were also present, existing like a reward. While Louis was greeting his friends, someone else noticed that those people were. He instinctively turned around quickly. Foster and Cruster walked up with a smile. "We're here." Louis felt quite excited. They were the strongest among all his connections. While the two princes were joking with him, Seda exclaimed, "You're really on a whole other level." A few minutes later, an announcement rang out. "In just a moment, the final year students' graduation exam will begin. Seniors, please gather at the arena hall." Hearing that, Louis said he'd see everyone later. Louina cheered for him on behalf of the group, saying, "Good luck. We'll be cheering for you." Louis couldn't help but think to himself, "The final exam. I'll do my best since everyone is supporting me." However, after just a few steps, Louis stopped. 2 other people were standing and blocking his way. His eyes immediately filled with caution. "What's this?" His attention was locked onto those 2 people. "I've never seen their faces, but they feel very familiar." Immediately, Louis asked, "Those 2 look suspicious, don't they?" The system quickly replied, "You know who they are. The one on the left is the Fire King named Terron, though he seems to be dressed differently today. Then, the system continued, on the right is the Crown Prince. Of course, Somerton has also changed his clothes to match." It spoke haughtily, "As someone who has ascended to godhood, no magic can fool my eyes. They may have changed their faces, but they can't hide that strange aura of theirs." But Louis was worried about something else entirely. Why would they come here in person? If they really wanted to come, they could have just appeared officially. Don't tell me it's just for me. Are they trying to check how strong I've become through this exam, without being noticed? After thinking it over, Louis's lips curled into a smirk. How thoughtful of them. If they make the same offer as last time, I'll just turn them down again. But since they went through all the trouble to come here, I should at least put on a good show for them. So just you watch, and see how much I've grown. Scene change. Let's break it down. The graduation exam has the following sections: isolation, and next up is a place called the Glacier, a place filled with frigid icebergs. The final part is the destruction test, and the whole thing is a timed trial. You have to get through all 3 parts quickly. The isolation challenge requires escaping a tightly sealed room, and what's more, there are people watching in person. Actually, there are many ways to get out. You can neutralize the lock with an unlocking spell, or use a mana crystal to create a key. It doesn't matter what method you use. Just then, a commentator's voice was heard. 7 mages from Group 6 escaped the room at nearly the same time. That just goes to show, the most important thing is simply getting out of the room. But starting with the next challenge, the difficulty level shot up insanely, from defeating beasts of ice in the bone-chilling glacier region. All around the arena, frustrated screams could be heard. Why is it so hard? It turns out it's because they have to use magic, their most powerful magic, to destroy a solid stone wall in the final challenge. And if they manage to pass all of that, then you will finally have successfully completed. The announcer made a declaration. Jason, at 3 minutes and 55 seconds, has successfully taken the lead for Group 6. In the end, 3 out of the 10 students in Group 6 passed the exam. Louis really wanted to ask him, "You're acting all nonchalant, but you actually prepared a ton for this, didn't you?" Only 3 out of 10 people passed, and most of them finished with less than 1 minute remaining on the 15-minute timer. I'd better come up with a detailed plan. Finally, he heard the announcement. "Will Group 7 please step forward?" Louis couldn't help but think, "It's my turn now." Murmurs started to spread through the crowd. "This is Louis's group. The pride of the academy, isn't it? I heard a lot of VIPs came just to watch Louis." I'm so excited to see what he can do. Somerton also chimed in. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how powerful he's gotten. He wondered what his sponsor was thinking, but the answer was still the same. Taran asked him suspiciously, So what are you planning to do? He got straight to the point about why he was there. You called him your last loose end, right? Somerton admitted honestly. If he joins your side in the future, he'll undoubtedly be a valuable asset. But if we can't win him over, he'll become a threat and I'll handle him myself. Just as he entered the sealed room, Louis heard the announcement that the challenge for Group 7 had begun. He inspected it for a moment and noted that the principal must have gone all out on this, as even he couldn't break through the wall with his strength. Should I just unlock it like the other students did? Nah, that would be no fun at all. Isn't this something I learned at the tournament? Nothing in this world is perfect, so even though this wall looks solid, it must have a hidden weak point. At that moment, he used his steel-shattering skill, which could break anything, while up in the stands, the audience was buzzing with conversation. I wonder how long it'll take Louis. Hopefully, he lives up to his reputation. Just at that moment, a massive shockwave erupted from the sealed room. Everyone cried out in shock. What was that? Wait, look over there. Seeing his silhouette, they instinctively held their breath. No way. The door that takes a normal person a full 5 minutes to open, he just opened in the blink of an eye. And according to the official time, it was 13 seconds. Lewin was now certain that this graduation exam would once again solidify the already illustrious reputation of his family crest. His movements were incredibly decisive, and every second, Louis's face was filled with the arrogance of a true powerhouse. Either way, Louis was going to win. The announcer's voice boomed. Louis has cleared the first gate in just 13 seconds. Now we can't help but wonder how quickly he'll clear the next stage. Taran also began to contemplate. I knew he was no ordinary person since Kunken's Fang reacted to him, but his growth rate is still utterly ridiculous. Then, the commentary rang out again. He's clearing the second gate using an incredibly ingenious method. Even the ice beasts looked terrified of his flames. The commentary continued. Is he running with a fireball? At that size, no monster would dare get near him. The buzz from the crowd didn't distract him, he just kept on running. Somerton couldn't stop praising him. What in the world? He's a true madman, completely beyond imagination. Taran, on the other hand, maintained an incredibly grim expression. He was busy making a judgment. He always produces impossible results. All right, I've seen enough of your skills. In that case, show me just how you plan to break through the final gate. Lewin was summoning arcs of lightning around his hands. His eyes narrowed with a cold glint, which made even Taran freeze. That energy, there's no room for doubt anymore. It was a formless, invisible magic that ripped everything apart with sound waves, moving too fast for the naked eye to see. Next, stone fragments suddenly flew everywhere, all enveloped by a brilliant light. It was a skill called the Lament for the Departed, the Death Knell. The brilliant power continued to blast outwards like a laser, and Lewin had made him wonder. That magic can only be cast by someone who has reached the 6th circle, isn't that right? Lewin Adele, have you already reached that level? Afterward, everyone saw the finish line tape slowly coming down. The sound of choked gasps was cut short by the announcer. 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Louis Adele, of Group 7, has cast a 6th circle spell, finishing with an outstanding time of 2 minutes and 57 seconds. Needless to say, that rope was the finish line, which had been completely obliterated. Taran was starting to feel scared, as the 6th circle is a realm that most mages can barely dream of reaching, which Louis achieved at only 16 years old. This is not good. Before he grows up and becomes a threat to my position, I have to crush him no matter what. In contrast, the two princes were overjoyed. All hail Sir Louis, the future of the kingdom. Luna's group was also cheering. I knew you could do it. Louis was lost in thought. Right now, everyone is congratulating me. Who could have imagined back then that I would graduate to the sound of cheers? Then, Jason put an arm around his shoulder. When did you reach level 6? I can't believe my friend is a real high-ranking mage. Even for you, Louis, I didn't think you'd reach that level so soon. There's one thing that's absolutely essential today, and to keep everyone in suspense for a few seconds, he deliberately dragged it out. That thing is. What he was talking about showed up half an hour later. 2 glasses clinked together, everyone happily raised their drinks. Let's party. They were surrounded by fun-loving male students who joined in. Louis and Trang kept hearing laughter and jokes. We're adults now, let's drink like there's no tomorrow. As for Louis, he quietly told himself, tomorrow is graduation day, and since this is probably the last time we'll all be together like this, I'm sure everyone wants to make the most of it. When he turned to Trang, he was a little surprised. I just realized today that avatars can get drunk too. A few minutes later, Tyrion X Nit showed up. Are you enjoying the party, Louis? He replied cheerfully. Headmaster, and Professor Haydn is here too. Thank you for organizing this event. I'm having a great time because of it. The headmaster laughed along with him. You're about to graduate, so you have to live it up. Finally, Louis spoke up. Since tomorrow we'll be busy with the ceremony, I'll say this now. Thank you for everything. To you and the professor. Tyrion X Nit replied humbly. That's very kind of you. Soon enough, we won't be able to see you even if we wanted to. Afterwards, he and Louis made a promise, inviting Louis to be a guest lecturer for next year's graduating class. Changing the scene a bit, we're now on the outer campus where Louis is walking alone in the blowing snow. He gently rubbed his forehead and grumbled, I must have had too much to drink. My head's killing me. Right then, someone noticed him. Excuse me, you're Louis Adele, correct? I am Rika, a merchant running a small trading company in the east. May I speak with you privately? Even though he knew the man was lying, Louis still agreed. Go ahead. However, Louis called him by his real name, Crown Prince Somerton Tehran. Unable to contain himself, the prince spoke up. How did you know? You'd better answer me properly. Louis calmly replied. You may hide your face, but you cannot hide your presence. Your eyes remind me of the crown prince I once knew. You must be the Fire King. It has been a long time. It's a pleasure to see you. The man asked in a raised voice. You recognized me just by my eyes? I'm truly impressed. Somerton cut them off. Now this is my final offer. There won't be a second chance. You will come and serve the Empire. Refusal is not an option. The aura emanating from him was indeed oppressive to anyone facing him, but Louis was not the least bit intimidated. I refuse. Somerton tried to hold back his anger. You really refuse to listen, don't you? I've warned you before. Any jewel I cannot possess, I will destroy. Surprisingly, Louis bluntly speculated, but I don't believe you will do that. He then made a sarcastic remark, because the crown prince I know would never stoop so low as to sneak around using a false identity, and ordered the death of a mere student. Somerton sneered in response. You dare call yourself ordinary? Louis answered firmly. That's right, after all, our graduation ceremony is tomorrow. But then he suddenly muttered, I don't know if it's courage or intuition, but I'll back down for today. But look forward to our next meeting, because next time we'll meet as enemies. The two of them left as coldly as they arrived. Louis didn't stop them, just watched in silence. A few minutes later, Jason found him. What are you doing out here, not drinking? The party's not the same without you. Louis nodded slightly. Thinking back now, he felt a bit out of place at that moment. Little did I know that because of this pre-graduation party, a disaster beyond anything I could ever imagine was about to befall me. That day quickly passed, and now it was the morning of the graduation ceremony. Bottles and glasses were scattered on the table. Louis began to groan. Ugh, my head. Just then a soft voice asked, You're awake? Before he could answer, Irene asked, Are you feeling any better now? But Louis was still a complete wreck. He stammered, I should have drunk in moderation. Irene chuckled softly. Looks like you're doing better than the others. So you don't remember anything at all? Louis's face fell, and he let out a scream, which only made Irene smile brightly. A dragon's kiss? She then calmly replied, Jason secretly mixed some of it into your beer. After that, you suddenly stood up and declared that the whole group was going to Adele. Louis could only curse his rotten friend in his head, but Irene's question pulled him back to reality. Should I go there too? She shyly tucked her hair back and continued. Adel, I've been there before. It's a wonderful place. Like I said before, I have to get stronger quickly so I can defeat you. Louis quickly regained his composure. It would be my honor, my lady is always welcome. On the surface, that's what they said to each other, but anyone with half a brain could tell that Lady Irene's reason for wanting to go to Adele obviously wasn't just to defeat Louis. A few hours later, a solemn voice rang out. Graduating students of the Academy, I'm sure all of you have been through your fair share of hardships. I hope all of those experiences were meaningful, and that you will all become great mages in the future. This concludes my speech. And now, the student representative will come up to share a few words, representing the entire student body, and also this year's valedictorian, Louis Adele. He couldn't hide his pride when mentioning his name. Afterwards, Tyrion Exnick gently advised, Don't be nervous, just speak from the heart. In reality, Louis was a complete mess. I'm so nervous. Just the thought of being the center of attention in front of all these people is enough to make me so nervous I've forgotten everything I prepared. But it's fine. Even if I forgot my prepared speech, I still know exactly what I want to say. Then, his clear voice rang out. As you all know, I won the grand tournament, an achievement reached in just 1 year, but that journey was anything but smooth. I suffered from a condition known as mana release disorder for 5 years. For a mage like myself, being unable to release mana was a devastating blow. But what was worse was the way people looked at me. Many wondered why I was still attending the academy, why I didn't give up until the very end. but I refused to quit. Because magic is everything to me. It's the only way I can protect myself, my family, and the people I care about. That's the reason I held on until the very end. People often talk about winners and losers. I think we should just see how fate plays out, right? And if there's anyone here struggling because you haven't seen results despite your efforts, today I have to tell you, just keep moving forward. Even if you fall, get back up. Even when you feel like no one is paying attention to you, someone out there will surely notice. As long as you don't give up, a miracle will happen. Thank you everyone for your hard work over the past 6 years. The long lines of students were all silent after the emotional speech. After the ceremony, the wheels of a carriage began to roll. Another carriage was also traveling up ahead, while a clear voice echoed out from this one. That speech was great. Everyone seemed to really like it. You're always so amazing. As if remembering something, Luina asked, So are your friends coming to Adel right away too? All 4 of them are coming? That brings us back to last night's drinking party. Seda, be my comrade. Right now, Lewin could only give a vague explanation, not quite understanding how things ended up this way himself. And so, right after graduation, they headed to Adel together. To be precise, Louis was the one who hired them, and not only that, 3,000 soldiers would also be joining them. He then remembered the reason. The 2 princes had promised to send reinforcements for the Southern Pacification Campaign, but I never imagined they'd send so many troops. After a moment of silence, Luina asked curiously, After the subjugation is over, do you plan to stay in the territory permanently? He answered her honestly, No, our father is still there, after all. I think I'll travel a bit afterward, but I haven't planned the specifics yet. For now, I should focus on the subjugation first. During a stop, Louis held a discussion. I plan to start by surveying the terrain. Trang asked him worriedly, Have you come up with any strategic plans yet? Looking around for a moment, Louis said quietly, We need to prepare thoroughly. But then he had to ask the other guys, Where are you all going together? The other guy replied unexpectedly, We thought you already knew, since this concerns your friend. One of our knights is going to duel with your apprentice knight friend. After his brain processed that, Louis shouted, You mean Han? Han is dueling a full-fledged knight? He just took his knightly oath. Snowflakes were still falling gently, choosing the dry branches as their final resting place. But then a few tremors appeared on the ground. Something was zipping back and forth like a whirlwind. 2 male knights were facing off on the cold snow, but surprisingly, someone approached without fear. Louis was a bit panicked when he realized it had already started. The crowd was also reminding him, Velks, go easy on him. Don't you think you're being too harsh on a rookie who just took his oath? Louis immediately asked them, Why are those 2 fighting? The crowd explained, There's no particular reason. While cleaning up after lunch, we were bored and there was an eager junior, so I suggested a little spar. Just then, Bova also appeared. Young master, you're here too? He heard the boy ask, You're here too, sir? The reply he got was, How could I miss such an interesting spectacle? Louis quietly mused at his amusement. Interesting, huh? If the knights here realized who you are, their reactions would be just as interesting. After that, Louis started to discuss it with him. What do you think about this match? Bova replied bluntly. They're both complete idiots. And is that young knight a friend of yours, young master? Louis answered honestly, His name is Han. Bova shrewdly commented, He's clearly being pushed back. But just holding his own this long against a golden knight is already admirable. Louis asked in confusion, A golden knight? He said in a low voice. I happened to overhear it during lunch. I heard he's considered the elite of the kingdom, but I'm not entirely sure. While they were talking, a tremor echoed from the forest. Bova pretended not to notice and continued. Of course, that kid Han still has a long way to go to reach that level. Han was currently standing there in a daze, the reason being his sword had been knocked out of his hand. Over here, Louis was lost in thought. As expected, Sir Bova could see Han's talent. Realizing that, he decided to speak up. Sir Bova, if possible, could you teach Han a few moves? Because if Sir Bova were to teach him even a single move, if the legendary merchant knight Bova agreed to pass on even a fraction of his skill, it would be a huge benefit to Louis, to Han, and to all of Adel. He considered it and replied, That's not for me to decide. You'll have to ask the boy first. Louis froze like a statue upon hearing that, but Bova didn't notice and said, Just as when I taught you swordsmanship, I am very strict with knights. After a moment, everyone was bewildered to hear gasping. They tried to lower their voices. Such brutal training. Did he make him do that? I heard he's the commander of the Adel Knights. Bova turned to ask, Is it that hard? Han quickly denied it. No, I'm fine, sir. He has no mercy. Then stop dawdling. I told you to be ready. Louis could only think to himself, He said he'd be strict, but I didn't think it'd be this bad. I'm starting to feel sorry for Han. Recalling a few minutes ago, Han had said gleefully, "I'm confident, I will definitely succeed." Now, all Louis could do was sigh. I did give him a choice. Another person's voice interrupted his train of thought. On the other side, someone approached Bova. "Pardon me, but may I ask your name?" Unexpectedly, he chose to remain silent. The guy next to him asked nervously, "Why isn't he answering? There's a rumor that he took down 5 assassins all by himself. Maybe I should ask about that." While they were confused, Han came running up. "Sir Bova, all 10 spears have been moved." Moreover, he was panting heavily. Just then, a young man asked, "What did you just say?" The crowd looked at Han suspiciously. "I didn't mishear that, did I? Who did you just say this man standing here is?" Afterward, the convoy continued on its way. Luina spoke up first. "Brother, is he really that admired by the knights?" Meanwhile, from the back of the carriage, groans could still be heard. "This is the first time I've ever thrown up just from breathing." "Don't be so dramatic. This is the training method Sir Bova recommended." Inside the carriage, Louis hesitantly spoke up. Sir Bova, he mustered all his courage and asked, "Is that training really effective?" "From what I've seen, it seems a bit crude." He calmly explained, "It's not exactly a good method. If your form is wrong, you'll get chronic injuries." Bova's lips curled into a smirk as he continued, "There's not much to do on the way to Adele anyway. I just wanted to whip some new students into shape. It's been a while." The Louis siblings both decided to let the atmosphere freeze over. They thought to themselves, "No wonder people call him the Tiger of Adele." A moment later, someone exclaimed in awe, "There's so many of them." Louis looked into the distance with mixed feelings. "We're finally here." He looked at the scenery but had no desire to admire it. Below the red plains was a pile of purplish goo. In reality, this land is located south of Nam Mountain. It was once a part of Adele's territory. However, ever since the Mudmen tribe occupied this place, its human rulers were replaced by Mudmen, and because of their horrifying reproduction rate, the land looks like crimson fields from a distance, hence the name Red Plains. He decided to let the others go to Adel first. Lewin and Trang would scout the Red Plains themselves. Currently, Trang was asking him, "How about we charge straight through the canyon near the coast?" But he shook his head. "No way. They'll attack from the cliffs." She asked worriedly, "What if we put Bova on the front lines? He could lead the charge and crush everything in his path." Louis also disagreed. "No, there are too many of them. The Mudmen have a core in their heads that can't be destroyed by conventional attacks. Even Bova would struggle to take them out one by one. Now I get why all the subjugation attempts failed. There's no path wide enough for a large army to pass through." Then, Trang asked again, "So is there no other way?" The towering mountain above made him hesitate. "Perhaps." Louis answered her cryptically, "There is still one way." The next day, tensions were rising, and only one option remained. "We need to go for a direct breakthrough." The others fell silent, seemingly considering that suggestion. Morrow continued, "If we're afraid to fight, how can we win? A direct confrontation is the best approach." Melvin hesitated slightly, saying, "You're not wrong, but the projected casualties are too high." Morrow angrily retorted, "If we didn't have the capital's army for support in the first place, weren't we planning to launch this subjugation campaign with just 300 men? Morrow used that point to counter, "We were ready to fight with that number. So why are we hesitating now that we have a massive force?" He immediately replied, "Because this isn't about the number of troops we have to wipe out the Mudmen. We have to get through a narrow canyon, and those guys won't let us pass safely. It doesn't matter how many soldiers we have. In short, instead of entering the canyon, we need to lure them out." Morrow retorted, "But we have no way of doing that." Right then, Louis interrupted. "That sounds good," he said bluntly. "Father, you just gave the correct answer. Instead of going in, we should lure them out. I have a great idea. We'll attack from the top of the cliffs that surround the canyon." Morrow immediately expressed his doubt. "No one can get up there. Are you saying we all have to climb that?" Louis calmly explained to him, "We don't need a lot of people. We just need 1 or 2 mages to use magic to lure them out." Morrow was starting to be convinced by that great idea. "But how do we get up there? Can you fly?" And so, Louis immediately pushed his buddy forward. "This guy can climb up there on his own." Jason also screamed, "How am I supposed to climb that? No way in hell." However, Louis gently reassured him, "You can totally climb it." Louis flashed a smile like an angel from hell. "I'm just gonna throw you up there." Jason was at a complete loss seeing that dark expression. "What the heck? Scene change?" A man is shouting, "We have finally arrived. Are you ready for the day of battle?" The crowd answered in unison, "Yes, sir." At the command, the entire army and their flags responded by fluttering. They lined up in columns, their stances extremely formal. The commander came closer and yelled, "March!" And just like that, the subjugation began. At the front lines were Commander Morrow and the Golden Knights. Both Louis's father and Bova were also clad in armor, and at the back of the formation were Louis and his friends, steering the horse-drawn carriages. After a moment, a command was given. Halt! Okay, everyone gather up. We're going to review the plan one final time. Afterwards, he was the first to be called out. Jason timidly asked, I know this is for my own safety, but still, is this the best you could come up with? After hearing that, Louis teased him. I think it's pretty cool. The distant chatter made Jason want to die of embarrassment, feeling like he was being mocked. Finally, Louis revealed, You don't like it? This might be an opportunity. Understanding him well, Louis emphasized the chance for him to become the star of this subjugation. Jason's face flushed with excitement. The main star? Louis, just leave it to me. I'll handle everything perfectly. When Maro arrived, Louis spoke up. We're all good. Jason was trembling, but Louis, please be gentle. Feeling the air rush past his skin, he screamed, Gently. From the ground, all they could hear were Jason's screams, and he was sent flying like a ball. A look of pure despair was in Jason's eyes. He felt like his heart had stopped and he was about to die. However, he quickly realized he was being supported by tree roots. That confirmed one thing. It was so precise, they didn't even need blankets or ropes. Lady Iron, your skills are as sharp as ever. After getting out of the stiff cocoon of roots, Jason finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right, now I just have to do my part. What is this? There must be tens of thousands of them. I can't even count them all. Does he want me to lure all these guys out? I can't do it. How can I possibly? Just as he was despairing, a voice of encouragement rang in his ears. You can do it, Jason. You're my friend. You can handle at least that much, right? Now go give those mudmen a good beating. Up above, he gritted his teeth. I can't let Louis down, who trusted me enough to bring me here. Finally, a fireball began to condense. A stream of light pushed through the snow clouds, and then suddenly, countless stars began to fall. The sparks simultaneously created a rain of fire amid the snow. Seeing this, Louis smiled faintly. Jason, you're doing great. What everyone is seeing is called fire rain, also known as an extremely powerful third circle magic. Jason's level isn't very high yet, so the cloud wasn't as big as usual. However, since they were napping, it was more than enough to startle them awake. Louis seized the opportunity to announce, Now's the time. I'm leaving it to you. Iron also urged them on. Let's go. The situation was looking good. The mudmen were moving toward a single point to avoid Jason's attack, and the place where the mudmen gathered was none other than the side exit from the narrow canyon. Louis found this rather amusing, but I can't let them escape the canyon that easily. With that, Seda began to breathe fire. Come on! And that marked the start of the battle. Seda excitedly declared, I'll burn every last one of you. He turned into a high-powered flamethrower. The mudmen were basically being thrown into a furnace. Seeing this, he excitedly asked Louis, How are my skills? I've improved a lot, haven't I? He replied briefly, Stronger than I expected, but I think it's too early to be proud. Screams began to rise from the mudmen. Everyone realized the truth. They were climbing up the cliff face. Sensing the danger, Jason screamed, Help me! But down below, those mud monsters just kept crawling up. While Louis was at a loss, he heard Iron suggest, Please throw me up there too. He couldn't believe his ears. What? But one look at her eyes told him she wasn't kidding. For a moment, Louis hesitated. Meanwhile, the mudmen had gotten very close. Jason had already stumbled to the ground. Back off, damn it. I can't die here. I haven't even been in a relationship. I've never even had a girlfriend. Oh God. But then, falling snowflakes made him fall silent. Iron quickly seized the moment. So you've never been with anyone before? The cold air then solidified into a block of ice, and the ice pillar trapped the mudmen inside. After that, Irene asked if he was okay. Thanks to you, I learned something interesting. However, she quickly changed the subject. Just as Louis said, everything was going according to plan. The mudmen can't escape through the side path or climb the cliffs, so they will retreat towards the coast. Before Jia-sun could think any further, she interjected, That's right. From now on, it's time for the capital's army to make their move. As planned, they were already waiting there, fully equipped with shields and spears, but their faces were filled with anxiety. They're coming! From a distance, the pinkish hue of the mud could be seen, so the army shouted, The mudmen are coming! Seeing his subordinates' anxiety, the commander spoke up. Don't retreat. Do you intend to disgrace the name of the Jordan Kingdom? We'll definitely have support from the mages behind us. Our mission is to hold out for as long as possible. Following the sword, the spear was also ready. Maro shouted loudly. Under the king's sword, towards a glorious victory, he began to charge forward on his horse to start the battle. The soldiers were somewhat surprised by their commander. They gritted their teeth as they prepared to make a choice. Finally, the command rang out. under the king's sword, towards a glorious victory. Leading them were the most talented generals, but the ferocious mudmen were by no means weak. Over here, Seda made an announcement. I can hear the sounds of battle. It seems the army and the mudmen are fighting. Louis began to calculate. That means the number of mudmen over here has decreased, which also means the rest have been cornered towards the beach. He quickly gave an order. I'm leaving things here to you. I think I should go lend a hand. Seda gave him a powerful smirk. I was waiting for you to say that. I'll take care of it, go. And so, Louis quickly leaped up high. Thanks, man. Moving like a flash through the mudmen's encirclement, Louis then ran straight to the battlefield, where the soldiers were fighting bravely. But then a flash of light slashed through the mud. It was Maro's sturdy sword providing them cover. Nearby, the mighty Bova also charged in on his horse. He used his spear to pierce the hideous enemy. Their skills made the soldiers freeze in their tracks. Are they even human? But then, something unexpected happened very quickly. They looked around cautiously. Where's that explosion coming from? Could it be him? I don't know exactly what's happening out there, but one thing's for sure, it seems like someone is out there. That person was wiping out all the mudmen. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet, and even the mudmen growled doubtfully. The human side didn't dare to move either. Finally, someone burst out. Lord Louis is here. It's support from the mages. Louis used his fist to directly blow apart the enemy's body. Bova smiled at him, just as expected from the young master. Maro also shouted, Now's our chance. Advance now. Destroy every last mudman. Hearing the cheers, Louis turned himself into a drill and pierced through. His eyes were incredibly cold. Monsters that act on instinct might not remember anything, but I remember every single detail. The truth was revealed. Adele was destroyed by them 15 years ago, attacked by those very monsters. Louis's people and his mother also lost their lives because of them. The more he thought, the deeper his gaze became, scorching heat rays shooting out amidst the snowy sky. He had clearly determined that these beasts had no reason, only instinct. Louis's fists clenched even tighter. I won't stop. When the moon was high in the sky, someone hesitantly said, So what should I do next? You evil people of Jia Sun, I will destroy you, he shouted loudly. Hey lady, are you even listening to me? You look like you're dozing off. While Louis watched him ramble on, the conquest of the plains had already ended. Over 1,500 people were injured, but no one perished. And after more than 2 hours of fighting, it was a total victory for the humans. Even Maro was pleased, saying the princes would be delighted with this result. Louis was glad he seemed satisfied. A few minutes later, someone quietly called Louis's name. Seda honestly explained, I am going back to Iota tomorrow, and you probably will not believe this. But the saint has been relentlessly searching for me. I am actually a promising mage, you know. Louis replied excitedly. I knew it. You have gotten so much stronger. Then he replied, Just you wait. One day I will get you back for what you did to me. Scene change. The story shifts to a room. Louis gently closed its door after stepping out, and the person across from him immediately noticed the young master. Hearing him ask about his father's whereabouts, the butler Begin replied, He is out on the terrace, sir. He seems to have something on his mind, so I thought it best to give him some private time. That phrase stuck in Louis's head. He has something heavy on his mind. Just then, Begin quietly called for the young master, saying sincerely, I have lived here for a very long time, but today is one of the happiest days of my life. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart, for what you accomplished today is something no one in this domain will ever forget. Just as Louis was about to speak, he continued, You should go in, he is probably waiting for you. As he touched the doorknob, he thought that today's victory was indeed worth celebrating, but not everyone could be smiling. Like the vivid memory of losing his mother, his father must also be remembering that day. His father was definitely lost in memories of those days. In the face of today's victories, when his name was suddenly called, he spoke up. Father, you knew I was here? I am sorry, I did not mean to disturb you. But his father simply said softly, Come here, son. Would you like to taste some of this wine? To the invitation, Louis politely replied, Yes. Melvin began to explain. This wine has been aged for 17 years. It is called Cell Rock, but Maria and I used to call it by a different name. Louis's eyes filled with emotion upon hearing his mother's name. Melvin continued calmly, We used to call this wine Amoros Louis. That name means Lovely Louis, and I made this wine on the day you were born. And I made a promise to myself that you and I would drink it together on a day even happier than that one. Although I could not keep my promise to drink it with your mother, being here with you now makes it feel like I am drinking with Maria. Louis finally spoke. It tastes wonderful. Then, Melvin asked directly, So what do you plan to do next? Louis did not hesitate to share. I am going to expand our territory. Now that the conquest is over, we will cultivate the canyon. But just then his expression suddenly froze. because a system window had suddenly appeared. Louis's pupils shrank in utter shock, and his lips could only tremble, because the system window displayed a very strange message. Trang also appeared to report, "Something is wrong. I think something happened to Kingram." She hesitated for a moment before adding, "I know today was supposed to be a happy day, but we have to get to the academy quickly. Snap out of it, Louis, we need to go right now." He was completely bewildered as he questioned the system. "You want me to defeat a threat heading for the academy? What happened to Kingram?" Finally, Louis had to turn to his father and say, "I am truly sorry, but I have to leave for a while." He only heard his father's heartbroken voice. "Why so suddenly?" But Melvin quickly accepted it, figuring if his son was this serious, there had to be a reason. "Go on." As he blasted off the balcony, he fumed. Why now of all times? Why did the mission have to pop up right at this very moment, right after the subjugation quest? Louis gritted his teeth in anger. What the hell is going on? Meanwhile, on the other side of town, a figure in a black robe was using their power. Our boy was completely clueless about this and could only wonder, what is happening at the academy? At that moment, Kingram was enduring the pain to ask, "I can't believe it, why did you suddenly attack me? Are you insane? I've heard the rumors about you from the academy, Fire King Tehran." He, however, remained completely unfazed at being called out. After a moment, Tehran said vaguely, "Everything has been strange. Right from the moment Louis was chosen by Kunkin's Fang, how could he possibly wield power on par with an Oxter? So I started investigating and I've solved the mystery, the ancient King Oxer. Kingram, it's you. You did something to Louis, didn't you?" But right at that moment, someone else appeared. "Whatever your reason for being here, I will make you take responsibility." Tehran just smirked upon seeing him. "Tyrion Ignis, you really are something else, to notice my presence immediately." In return, the man shouted back, "How do you plan to face the consequences for this?" Tyrion Ignis repeated loudly, "Consequences?" But this only made Tehran more arrogant. "If I was worried about that, I wouldn't have started this in the first place. I sensed it during Louis's graduation exam. If he keeps growing stronger, my position will soon be threatened." He stared at the boy's face with an obsessive gaze. After a pause, Tehran continued, "If I eliminate all the key targets here, that will no longer be a worry. Then I will find Louis and finish things once and for all." Suddenly, a shout interrupted him. "Kingram!" The entire room froze and turned towards the door. Louis also froze for a second. The Fire King? And the headmaster too? What in the world is happening here? Over here, Tehran's barbaric laughter echoed. "Thanks to you, I don't have to go find you myself. Louis Adele, what is going on? How did you realize what was happening and find your way here?" Tehran looked just like a Fire King from the underworld as he strode menacingly toward the boy. He angrily declared, "It doesn't matter if you answer me today or not, you're going to die here anyway." Just then, Tyrion Ignis yelled, "Louis, get out of here now." He was casting a magic spell to form a barrier. He then continued to explain, "Listen to me, he's not someone you can deal with." But suddenly, the room began to shake. Louis screamed in absolute terror, "Headmaster!" Tehran abruptly materialized behind him. "Now it's your turn to die." His voice made the boy whip around. Over on the other side, Kingram was emitting a monstrous growl. In response, the glass cabinets in the room started to glow, as if answering Kingram's call. A blinding light then appeared right in front of Tehran. Tehran furiously screamed, "You damn Oxer!" Right before he shattered, he cursed, "How dare you!" All that remained were shards of blood-red glass. The earlier flash of light slowly faded, and Louis was knocked flat on his butt by the force of the attack. He couldn't help but curse to himself, "What the heck is going on? Why would the Fire King be here looking for Kingram?" But then, Kingram's growl snapped him out of his rage. At the moment, Kingram was equally furious, even after sacrificing all the underground artifacts. "I could only manage to banish the enemy. I'm sorry, I ended up putting you in danger." But Louis denied that. "Don't say that, I couldn't do anything at all." On the other side, Tyrion Ignis also reassured everyone, "I'm fine now. But Lewin, I could sense Tehran's energy because I was nearby. But you're an Adel, so how did you detect it?" Kingram had the same thought. "I'd like to hear that explanation as well." He had to warn them first. What I'm about to say might be hard to believe, but I hope everyone understands. After everyone understood about the system, Lewin spoke up. "I'm sorry for not telling you sooner." Then, Tyrion Ignis said, "The Fire King must not know about this, but with your growth rate, and knowing his personality, he won't let this go. He already considers you a threat." Lewin also felt scared. "It seems the Fire King is really targeting me now. I'm still a long way from being able to defeat him." Just then, the system appeared. "Mission complete. You can now break Kingram's contract. If the contract is broken, it could lead to achieving even greater power." Looking into it, hundreds of years ago, after being defeated by the principal's ancestor, Kingram was sealed into an artifact and forced to serve the academy for the rest of his life. So he immediately asked Kingram, "What does it mean that we can break the contract?" He hesitated and then replied, "It means I will return to my original form and leave this place." "Can the player's artifact break it?" Luin answered honestly. "Yes, it's a reward for this event." He seemed a bit worried again. To break the contract, you need the consent of the curse itself. Tyrion Ignis stood silently, knowing they were referring to him. After a moment he spoke up, "Do you really need my consent? Luin's will is my will." Luin looked at him gratefully. "Thank you, sir." "Then let's leave this place, Kingram." Streams of power began to escape, and the system also started to announce, "The contract between Froyan Ignis and Kingram has been broken." Light poured out from his body, and finally, Kingram exclaimed emotionally, "Even a player can break the contract." His eyes wavered. "Thank you, everyone. It seems you're very worried about the upcoming challenges, aren't you?" Hearing this, Luin answered honestly, "I'm too weak to face Tyrone." Kingram replied cryptically, "Very good. I've just thought of a very useful method, but to test that method, this place probably isn't suitable. What do you say? Want to come with me to the Celestial Mountain?" Luin couldn't seem to believe what he had just heard. Scene change. Over here, people are running away while guards are shouting, "The prison has been attacked. Hunt down the escaped prisoners." Another person's voice asked, "Who on earth would attack a prison? Is there a description of the suspects?" The answer was quite confusing. "We don't know. They looked like mages." Then finally, someone dared to speak up. So far only one prisoner has been identified, and one of them is Josh Gary Hill. The old man spoke in a grim tone. "What an honor, for you to personally rescue someone like me." Somerton replied flatly, "Don't misunderstand. It's not that I particularly like you, I just see it as a bit of amusement. Putting that aside, let's go to a new land. Many Oxters live together here." Just then, someone called out to them, "Omerat, chief." Cheers of welcome then rang out, "The great human warrior." The great human warrior has once again returned to the Celestial Mountain. And who is that standing behind the great warrior? Omerat and Hakan were quickly stunned. They looked in that direction, moved. "Kingram, have you finally returned?" He replied in a gentle voice. "I'm finally home. Back in our homeland," Hakan happily declared. "Two great warriors have appeared at the same time. We must throw a party to celebrate." Omar said fearfully, "Kingram, your arm." He quickly cut him off. "I'll tell you about that later." As for Hakan, sorry for the sudden request, but I have something to say. What Kingram wanted to ask was quite shocking. The elf tendon elixir, specially made for our dear friend, the Little Destroyer. Can you brew that kind of elixir? That item was a secret treasure of the elf tribe, considered so precious that it was used to raise young elves into adulthood. But now that Louis saw it with his own eyes, he hesitantly asked, "Do I really have to drink this?" The answer was very brief. "You must drink it. Didn't you say you needed strength to defeat the Fire King? I have my own reasons for giving this to you, so you absolutely must drink it." He began to reassure himself. If Kingram was this insistent, there must be a good reason. He closed his eyes and picked up the whole coconut shell. Whatever. But the moment he touched the drink, Louis's whole body began to change. He frantically placed the coconut shell back on the stone table. Louis barely managed to swallow. "That's horrible." Then Louis honestly commented, "This is the worst thing I've ever tasted." Kingram was only concerned about one thing. "You don't feel anything different?" Louis was a bit confused when he heard that. "What do you mean?" But very quickly, he was horrified. "What is this? My strength increased by 100? Just from drinking one bowl?" Next, he hurriedly asked, "Does this even make sense? Do the elves here just get stronger like this?" He honestly explained, "No. For elves, it only works once. After that, it has no more effect." Hearing that, he asked fearfully, "What about me? If I keep drinking it, will my strength continue to increase?" Kingram asked him back cryptically, "Why do you think Draka stayed here for 100 years? It was all because of this elixir." A thought quickly flooded his mind. "Don't tell me there's no more? I'll drink as much as you have, as long as you have it." The truth was then revealed. That was the last bowl in stock. To brew more, they needed ingredients. "But you don't need to worry about the ingredients," Kingram explained to Louis. "When I said that we should help you, everyone gathered things one by one, from heartwood fruit to stone marrow, and many other things. They all wanted to bring back the ingredients for you with their own hands, Little Destroyer." Emotion filled Louis's face as he thought about it. "Everyone went this far for my sake." Kingram quickly pulled him back to reality. "But there's one last ingredient they couldn't find, elf tendon." Seeing Louis's worried look, he immediately reassured him. "Don't worry. Ironically, that bastard Fire King has already prepared it for us." Louis didn't understand what he meant. Kingram told him coldly, "Use this. This arm of mine alone is enough to brew about 10 doses of the elixir." A look of horror flashed across his face. "But this is," Kingram told him firmly. "Don't refuse. Consider it my thanks for freeing me from my oath." After that, Louis stopped being hesitant. "Thank you." But Kingram had another concern. "If you drink too much, it will put a strain on your body. Even Draka took 100 years. So it's hard to say how long it will take you." After hearing that, he stammered, "Then what should I do? Right now, the Fire King Tyrone is chasing me. I have to deal with him." Kingram reassured him once again. "You don't need to worry about that. I already have a plan to deal with it." Kingram continued, "When we banished the Fire King Ra, do you remember when we used the power of the artifact? Among the artifact's abilities, there's a type of magic related to time, and the right to use it is still active. In short, we're going to use that magic." He began to create a magical curtain in front of them, as everything was slowly deviating from its temporal orbit. Kingram was casting a spell on the cave entrance over there. His purpose was as follows: to slow down time inside the cave from this moment on. Time inside the cave will pass slower than outside. "Little Destroyer, are you ready? You're about to go through an incredibly harsh period." Beside him, Louis replied firmly, "Ready. I've mentally prepared myself for this." He walked straight ahead with a cold expression. "I'm heading in." Trang and Kingram couldn't help but watch him nervously. Trang finally had to ask, "Are you sure about this?" Even for Louis, this will take quite a long time. He then explained further. 1 hour outside will be equivalent to 15 inside the cave. He couldn't hide his worry. Even though you don't age inside, it's still a terrible ordeal. I'm an incarnation, so it's fine, but Louis is just a human. Kingram pondered for a moment, then replied, "Little Destroyer will definitely overcome it, so let's head back. We still have things to sort out." Just then, someone asked him, "Where do you think you're going?" A foot suddenly stepped out from inside the cave. Kingram stammered, "Little Destroyer?" Louis's clothes were now caked in mud. What made him more curious was, "Did you drink all of that? Just how much time passed in there?" Louis tried to catch his breath. "I'm not sure. I counted for about 1 week, then stopped. Anyway, I can finally do what I've always wanted." The man asked in confusion, "What is it you've always wanted to do?" A few minutes earlier, Louis was lying among a pile of bottles. He was struggling with the weight of his body, but his eyes were clearly burning with incredible determination. Louis immediately told them, "Every day I made a promise to myself. If I ever got out of here, out of this damn cave, I swore I would destroy it." Next, he created a massive explosion right at the cave entrance. The shockwave quickly hit Trang and Kingram. Afterward, Louis said with relief, "Now that's much better." They were completely frozen by his display. Louis, however, casually asked, "So, shall we get going?" Currently, the system has finished its check. Power level, 20,000. But Louis was still thinking of one person, the Fire King Terran. He had a terrifying declaration for him. "I'm going to destroy that bastard." Over at the Powerhouse Castle, someone spoke respectfully. "I thank you once again, Crown Prince." Summer replied coldly, "I already told you. There's no need. I just need someone who can replace me in Louis's case. That's all." Then, Josh asked curiously, "Where's the Fire King? Isn't he always by your side?" He answered, "I'm not sure. He just wanders off without a word, even though he's my adoptive father. But to just wander off on his own like that is really... I'll make him take responsibility for this." Then, he asked again, "You said you would deal with Louis, so do you have a plan?" Josh didn't hesitate to report. "The preliminary rounds for the swordsmanship tournament are being held in the Empire, right?" The plot was gradually revealed. This is a tournament on a scale no less than the grand competition. I heard that Louis's younger sister will be participating as a representative of the Adele family. And that guy dotes on his sister, so he'll definitely come to watch the tournament. At that time, I and the Black Mages will ambush and eliminate him. If it weren't for that old headmaster last time, we would have already finished him. This time, it's bound to succeed. After hearing that, Summer Tone made up his mind. "All right, I'll trust you." However, his face quickly fell. "Don't disappoint me." Now, about the swordsmanship tournament. If there's a competition to honor mages, then the knightly world has its own swordsmanship tournament. This tournament is organized in a similar fashion, with young knights from all 6 regions competing in the preliminary rounds to select the knights who will represent each region in the main tournament. Luina was chosen as the representative for Adel. Right now, Luina could feel her body trembling slightly. She was so nervous. Melvin had also mentioned that it seemed something had happened to Louis, so he won't be joining us at the tournament this time. Luina felt a pang of regret. If only her brother could have been here. He promised he'd cheer for me. Just then, a voice called down from the stands. You can do it! Your big sister and everyone else are cheering for you, so you have to win. Whispers started to ripple through the crowd. Isn't that Iron? Her connections are incredible. Only Luina smiled to herself. Thank you, everyone. Finally, she raised her sword. She was determined to win. The referee signaled for the two combatants to prepare, and after 3 seconds, he declared the match had begun. His arm swung down swiftly as per the rules. Cheers from the stands rained down on the arena floor, and Luina was the first to attack. Both fighters swung their swords forward simultaneously. But it didn't end there, as countless blue flashes of light clashed fiercely with the orange ones. The view of the two fighters zoomed out. Little did they know they were being observed by the Crown Prince. What's going on? Didn't you say this plan would lure him out? We've scanned the entire crowd and Louis is nowhere to be found. Josh replied, panicking slightly. No, we must have just missed him. Let's keep looking. But Somerton didn't wait for an explanation. I was a fool to trust you. This plan of yours has gone completely sideways. In that case, I'll be taking my leave. The old man also replied cautiously, my apologies, we'll withdraw as well. Just then, Somerton had another brilliant idea. If we get rid of his sister, he'll come to us on his own, won't he? So let's just let the plan continue. Back at the match, Luina was gripping her sword tightly, while her opponent wasn't letting her guard down either. But chaos was erupting in the stands. It's an explosion. Run. The people who came to cheer for Luina were also stunned. Looking towards the crowd, Melvin called out hesitantly, wait. He wanted to call out to his daughter but was held back. His face was covered in a cold sweat. What the hell is going on? Why did this have to happen right when Luina is fighting? Please, please survive, my Luina. Meanwhile, Luina was still calm enough to check on her opponent. Are you okay? But she was also on guard. Why the sudden explosion? Was it an accident? Before she could investigate, disaster struck. There you are. If only that Louis fellow was here too, it would have been perfect. Suddenly, another person stopped them. Hold on. Taking out his little sister and making him suffer to the fullest is even better. He'll blame himself for not being able to protect her. Luina managed to raise her sword and pointed at them. Who are you people? Why are you talking about getting rid of me? Naturally, she received no answer. Is there any need to explain things to someone who's about to die? But we will tell you one thing. We are people who hold a bone-deep grudge against your brother. As they prepared to cast their spell, she screamed, trembling, wait! Your death sentence was passed long ago. Farewell. As they spoke, a palpable malice filled the air. Luina's vision started to dim. It was too late to escape now. She could only squeeze her eyes shut. Please, somebody, please come save me. Just then, a plume of white smoke erupted from the stands. Luina's father was frozen on the spot, while Crown Prince Somerton was thoroughly enjoying the show. How wonderful. Josh was also feeling smug. Great, at least the Crown Prince's mood had improved. But then he suddenly froze. Wait a minute. The eyes in the stands were also filled with surprise. Louis had appeared out of nowhere to shield the little girl, and he didn't forget to gently comfort her. I'm late, aren't I? Hearing the familiar voice, the little girl was overcome with emotion. And at that moment, a scolding voice rang out. Why did you only show up now, big brother? Louis gently apologized. I'm sorry, a lot has happened. But he quickly regained his cold demeanor. Anyway, I heard a rumor that the Fire King had appeared, so I came looking. But I didn't expect something like this to be happening. Then, Jaqen sneered, you've come at the perfect time. Our father will wipe you off the face of the earth. Louis replied to him in a low voice. Your father? So that bastard is behind all of this. Right now, he didn't think Louis would act so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Louis landed a direct blow. Jaqen was punched flat into the ground, and his younger brother, Miko, screamed in terror, Big brother. However, Louis continued his questioning. Who gave you permission to touch someone else's little sister? And another thing, if you don't want to share his fate, you'd better answer me right now. Josh Gary Hill, where's that scumbag now? The echo of his voice seemed to terrify everyone standing behind them. Just then, someone dared to call his name, Louis. Adele, a figure in a cloak, leaped down into the arena, roaring with fury. Someone like you dares to kill my son? A stream of fire magic flew through the air as he shot down towards the ground like a comet. But Louis managed to pull back in time, and he didn't forget to mock the old man. You delivered yourself to me? Great. That saves me the trouble of looking for you. Josh roared in fury at him, you bastard. Then, a golden light erupted from the old man's arm. And what's more, he declared, I will kill you with my own 2 hands. A golden bow was quickly materialized, and Josh, filled with hatred, screamed, Die! The arrow was aimed straight for his life, and yet Louis remained quite calm. Ridiculous. Who said I was going to be the one to die? The one who has to die today isn't me. He directly enveloped his knee strike in mana, and after kicking his leg straight up, he continued, it's you. His immense pressure immediately reversed the direction of the old man's arrow, and right now, Josh was so shocked he couldn't even move. A few seconds later, he finally reacted. Barrier! But clearly, cracks were increasingly appearing on the magical shield. Josh was fuming in his head. What the hell is happening? Before, I could still fight him on my own. And yet, after just a few months, the power gap has gotten this huge? His expression was filled with despair. Luis's coat also fluttered in the immense pressure as he coldly slammed the old man's head into the ground, and everyone watching could feel the suffocating atmosphere. Moreover, his remaining son, Miko, was also terrified beyond belief. Louis was still pressing his foot down. Then Louis spoke in a cold voice. Just one question. How did you escape the dungeon with the ruined name of Gary Hill? That should have been impossible. Right now, the old man was nothing more than a weak animal awaiting its death, and fear made Josh surrender. I'll tell you everything. Just spare my life. But Louis bluntly cut him off. Forget it. It was either the Fire King or the Crown Prince anyway. It had to be one of those two. Next, Miko called out, trembling, Dad, you bastard. First it was my brother. Now it's my father. I'll kill you. I'll definitely kill you. Everyone rushed forward to surround him. He won't be able to escape. If we don't kill him now, the Gary Hill family will be doomed. The subordinates also began to channel their power. You bastard, just die already. Louis spoke indifferently. You still don't get it? Trash tier fodder like you are no longer worthy of being my opponents. The orb of light was so brilliant it was blinding, and the scorching flames incinerated everything in its vicinity. It was 8th circle magic, also known as meteor, and his hoarse voice rang out, goodbye. Luin hurled the meteor directly at his enemy, Gary Hill. An oppressive wave of heat immediately swept past them as Somerton watched the deadly spectacle alone. But nothing could stop that furious inferno, and the observation glass was quickly shattered by the intense heat. Somerton suddenly burst out laughing. You're completely insane, Luin Adele. You really are the strongest. Just then, Tehran entered. Somerton, what in the world are you doing? He calmly asked back. Godfather, why the sudden visit? Tyrone snapped back furiously. You dare ask? Did you think I wouldn't know about the chaos in Anphi? How dare you act on your own? He asked nonchalantly. You disappear without a word and now you dare to yell at me. He growled. You saw that magic just now, and you still dare to speak like that? Somerton remained calm as ever. It was impressive, I'll admit. But what kind of spell was it to make you cause such a fuss, Godfather? Unable to take it anymore, Tehran enlightened him. That was an 8th circle meteor. The 8th circle is a realm only the most elite mages can ever hope to reach. In other words, Luin has now matched or even surpassed the Fire King, Tehran. He asked furiously, is this truly the outcome your highness desired? Sending a bunch of trash from a failing nation to provoke him? Somerton calmly tried to placate him. Why so angry? Please hear me out. He chuckled to himself. I saw it clearly. He's reached the 8th circle. Unable to stand his arrogance, Tehran yelled, Somerton! The unprecedented fury in his voice made Somerton fall silent, as Tehran continued to berate him. Your highness has made a grave mistake. You must never underestimate him. He is extremely cunning. He will find out who was backing Gary Hill. But Somerton simply scoffed. Godfather, do you really think I was trying to hide that from him? Why are you so worried about him? You are the archmage who rules over all 6 lands, and I am the crown prince of a powerful kingdom, while he's just some toy from a tiny nation. Or could it be that my godfather is afraid of him? Tehran finally lowered his voice. Your highness, you have always done as you please, so be it. Seeing his confusion, he explained. I have nothing more to say to you. I will take this matter directly to someone who will listen. His Majesty the Emperor. Scene change. This time, the gossip was in the Imperial Palace. I heard there's an 8th circle mage from some small nation, and he's supposedly only 17. The reason for their reaction was actually quite simple. Luin Adele of the Adele family had reached the 8th circle at such a young age, meaning his learning speed surpassed even the Fire Kings. That's why Luin, who was proving himself to be greater than Tehran, could be aiming for the very position that he held. In short, public opinion was building, speculating that the master of the Mage Tower should be changed. And of course, these rumors reached the Emperor's ears. Titan's majestic voice boomed. What are your thoughts? A mage from a small kingdom is threatening Tehran's position. I want to hear your opinions on this matter. One minister immediately spoke up. Your Majesty, throughout the 6 lands there are many 8th circle knights, but only one 8th circle mage, the Fire King. But now there is another young mage at the same level. Perhaps the one with superior talent is more deserving of the position of Master of the Mage Tower. Just then, someone interrupted. Do not be swayed by their words. The person striding into the Great Hall was none other than the Fire King, Tyrone. Titan looked at him, quite surprised. I didn't think you would come in person. I want to hear your opinion directly. Tyrone looked at his king sincerely. Are you really going to accept this situation? Louis, the one who was said to have reached level 8 just a few days ago, is still far inferior to me in terms of skill. So how could he have reached level 8 in such a short time? He must have used forbidden power. He definitely used every trick in the book. Otherwise, how could he have grown so quickly? He even used a strange power related to the elf species, the once respected Gary Hill family. Recently, he massacred all of the family head's sons. If someone like that becomes the Tower Master, it will surely throw the Empire into chaos. Everyone quickly wavered. If that's true, then his growth rate makes some sense. Titan pondered for a long time before replying, but something is definitely not right about this. This issue seems to not only affect the position of the Tower Master, but also the stability of the Empire. Perhaps we'll have to mobilize the army. Tyrone grew more smug. It's almost working. With the Emperor's military power, even that brat Louis doesn't stand a chance. Just then, Somerton interrupted. Father, you can't do that. Please stop, Father. Tyrone reflexively looked towards the source of the voice. Just outside the main hall was his godson. Tyrone was surprised but remained composed. The Crown Prince? Then, Titan spoke up. You still have the face to come here? He denied everything again. I don't understand what you're implying, Father, he angrily retorted. Did you think I didn't know? And yet you dared to ruin it for your own personal feelings. For a Crown Prince to act so recklessly. He calmly replied, that matter is already over. Did you bring it up again just to scold me here, Father? Titan lowered his voice a little. The fact that you're being scolded proves you still know shame. In any case, what did you mean by telling me to stop? Somerton answered concisely. Father, I've decided to kill him with my own hands. If he has to die, it must be by my own hands. I too desperately long to see him dead. After hearing him out, he growled at his son, you. In the middle of his anger, Titan felt a sharp pain in his throat, and everyone quickly asked him, Are you all right, Your Majesty? Once he stabilized, he said, You know I've reached my limit. If you've said so, then make your own choice. You may go. This stunned Tyrone. It's ending so vaguely like this, just because of a word from the Crown Prince? Meanwhile, Somerton had also called out to him, Godfather, you dragged in my father, a man who needs rest, just to catch him at all costs. What? Are you really that kind of person? He gradually lost the gentleness in his voice. My father's illness is getting worse. Even the greatest healers are helpless. In other words, all of the Emperor's power will soon belong to me. Then I'll be taking my leave, Godfather. Tyrone just felt completely bewildered. Since when did things turn out like this? I was supposed to be the wings that supported the Crown Prince, the one who would become the next Emperor. But Louis, ever since he appeared, my wings have been crushed. Absolutely not, I cannot forgive this. After the conversation, Tyrone returned to his private room. He coldly called for Doompram. His voice was monotonous. What if you had defeated Louis in the swordsmanship tournament? If I had helped you win, wouldn't history have easily turned out differently? But there's no point in saying that now. The Tower Master will change soon enough. No matter how much the Crown Prince resists, he won't be able to stop Louis. But why haven't you left me yet? He answered hesitantly. Because to me, the only Tower Master can be the Fire King. If Louis is the source of all this, then I'll handle him myself. Tyrone slowly looked up. I understand. But with your current abilities, that's impossible. But this time, things might be different. Tyrone started emitting a wave of magic. This time I will personally be your backer. Doompram was terrified by this. His eyes turned black, and then a hand poked him in the face. Don't worry. You've always longed for me to take you as my disciple. Doompram couldn't answer, only managing to make broken sounds, as Tyrone looked at him maniacally. Isn't this the moment you've always dreamed of? So you should smile. Doompram returns to the night's tournament. Luwine stood alone in the fiery arena, furious that the enemy had made an enemy of Luwina, and even dragged civilians into this. Who on earth is behind this? Is it the Crown Prince, or the Fire King? But it seems that doesn't really matter anymore. Luwine flared with intense killing intent. I'll crush them both. A moment later, he had only walked a short distance before being called back. Where are you going? Luwine had no choice but to explain. This was orchestrated by either the Fire King or the Crown Prince. Both of them are openly targeting me now. Seeing Irene's surprise, he became even calmer, but now that it's come to this, the only way is to see it through to the end. She asked worriedly, What do you mean by that? He replied coolly, You saw it yourself. They dared to brazenly attack in the middle of a crowd of civilians. If we just let them run rampant, not only Adele, but the entire empire will fall into chaos. Irene swallowed the words she was about to say. I can't believe the Fire King is targeting you, but the overwhelming magical power you're displaying right now has definitely reached the 8th circle. Right now, you might be the only mage strong enough to confront the Fire King, but what exactly are you planning to do? Suddenly, Lewin shooed her away. Please step aside. Irene asked blankly, what are you talking about all of a sudden? But then the atmosphere froze. Doompram was standing in front of them. Lewin immediately called him out. Long time no see. Did the Fire King send you to kill me? He angrily retorted. Don't you dare mention his name with that filthy mouth of yours. Lewin, not to be outdone, shot back sarcastically. You, Fire King fanatic. Doompram was furious, but didn't dare to argue further. You bastard. Finally, he decided to strike first. I, Doompram, will never let you get near the Fire King. Lewin blocked it with ease, still the same fanatical attitude, but then he was startled by something else. What's wrong with this Doompram guy? Flashing back to earlier, Tehran was slowly replying, even if I grant you power, I know full well it still won't be enough. Therefore, you have only one mission, stall for time. That is your sole purpose. In the present, Doompram was going berserk because of that command. Then he started swinging his sword. A searing slash quickly grazed past his back. Next, a sword wave shot towards Irene. Although she managed to dodge, she was still terrified. I can't believe it. That's definitely Doompram. He used to be one of the strongest among the 11 children, but now he's on a whole different level. What the hell is going on? Her face showed clear confusion. Then Irene warned him, be careful, his appearance reminds me of something. I read about it in a book once. Doompram has undergone demonization. That also makes it painfully obvious who's behind all this. That really is a cowardly Fire King. Doompram is no longer sane. He's probably lost all reason due to the demonization. In that case, I know exactly what I have to do, subdue him and help him regain his sanity. Doompram was still screaming. Let's end this, Louis Adele. Another sword slash tore through the air. Doompram was striking the ground with all his might. Just then, Lewin spoke softly. That was almost too much to block. Because you swung your sword so hard, I got the chance to use something I've never been able to use before, and the system quickly brought up the Steelbreaker skill. It can unconditionally destroy anything made of steel one time. He also cheekily raised his elbow higher, followed by a playful declaration. Now it's time to end this. A pillar of light suddenly shot up, all from the pressure of Louis' sword-breaking strike. Right after that, a fist shot towards him, and even though he was hitting him hard, he was still polite about it. Sorry about this. I'll try to hit you without killing you, so you better try to hang on until the end. Meanwhile, someone else was running in a hurry. He burst right through the door. Your Highness, you must retreat immediately. The Fire King outside is. But before he could finish, something hard smacked him right in the face. With no one left to bother him, Somerton thought nonchalantly. So in the end, Father still chose to play it this way? My godfather, the Fire King? Facing him, he still maintained his arrogant demeanor. On the other side, Tyrone spoke calmly. My apologies. In the end, I had no other choice. Somerton's lips curled into a slight smirk. This is absurd. Why on earth would you do this? Do you think getting rid of me will win you the Tower Master's position? Tehran's voice boomed as if from the depths of hell. I'm not satisfied with just that anymore. Because my position as Tower Master is threatened, there's only one path left. I must seize overwhelming power. To crush Louis with absolute force, and not just become the Tower Master, but to rule the world. And that power comes from the latent energy within your Highness, the successor to the throne. Do you remember what I taught you as a child? Never back down from your beliefs. And just as I taught you, I will make everything go exactly my way. Somerton shouted in panic. You think just saying that will make me give up? Guards, seize him! The guards quickly yelled and followed their master's orders, but Tehran was no ordinary foe for them to handle. He cast his blank white eyes towards the enemies, and in the next second, magic began to crash down on them. The guards were engulfed by his spell. The madness was clear in Tyrone's smirk as he spoke nonchalantly. Are you done talking, Your Highness? Somerton laughed, but it was a laugh of despair. So this is how it all ends? Fine. Just you try and take down Lewin. Even in death, I will curse you. Back with our heroes, Lewin and Irene were looking down intently at Doompram, and Irene was a little worried. Will he be okay? He's been punched so many times. Lewin quickly reassured her. He's still alive. He's probably fine. Getting punched is better than living as a demon. Just then, someone else chimed in, right on cue. He wasn't strong enough to stop you, but you did well, Doompram. This platinum blonde hair belonged to none other than Tehran. He spoke with satisfaction. You have faithfully fulfilled your role as I commanded you, to stall for time. Irene looked at the opponent hesitantly, the Fire King. Meanwhile, Lewin declared resolutely, You've finally shown yourself. I'm going to destroy you. But then his eyes caught something amiss. This power is far beyond the Fire King I once knew. It was a surge of energy that was many times stronger. Then, Tyrone let out a sinister laugh. Luin Adele, you can never defeat me. Luin sensed the dark energy and yelled, Irene, get back. A second later, a massive explosion tore through a part of the arena. Everyone was terrified by the strange event. Only Luin's family held their breath, praying for him. Luna also recognized that it was her brother and sister Irene. From above, Luna flew out carrying both Irene and Doom Prom. She then shouted a loud warning, Run, it's dangerous. Get the civilians out of here right now. Immediately after, Louis successfully put them on the ground, not forgetting to confront his enemy. What are you doing in a place full of civilians? He casually shot back. Why should I care? You'd be better off just dying anyway. And so, Tehran unleashed his next attack with a demonic smile. A powerful shockwave erupted and quickly spread, forcing Louis to use both hands just to push back his orb. He couldn't help but get angry at the whole situation. What is going on? I thought I could finally face this bastard, but this power is just overwhelming, and the Fire King Terran's laughter only grew louder. That's right. Give it everything you've got. As for Louis, he was horrified. What did he do during that time? Wait a minute, I'm sensing a very unusual flow of magic, this energy. It can't be? The Crown Prince? He absorbed the Crown Prince's life force. Tehran, completely unaware that he'd been exposed, continued his frenzied charge, while Louis seethed with rage at him. For the sake of ambition, would you really stoop to anything? After falling back, Tehran suddenly spoke up. Thank you for angering me. Thanks to you, I can finally become a demon god. Only then did Louis understand that because of envy, the man had dared to touch a forbidden power, an energy so monstrous that he couldn't even recognize it at first. How many people besides the Crown Prince were sacrificed? Unforgivable. People like him shouldn't exist. If he's allowed to do as he pleases, this world will be swallowed by chaos. Just then, Tyrone heard Louis call out his full name as he snarled, word by word, I swear I will stop you, no matter the cost. But of course, the demon's smile only widened, and at that moment, the system issued a quest. Defeat the demon god and save the world. At the same time, a girl's voice cried out, Sister! Irene looked bewildered. So Luina explained, he asked me to lead the remaining civilians out of the capital. But it's not enough with just us, sister. What do we do now? The only thing on her mind was the image of Louis, and her sobs grew heavier. He's fighting all by himself. Irene quickly placed a hand on the girl's shoulder, Luina, but then a strange sound came from behind them, as the civilians in front of them began staggering closer. But upon a closer look, Irene realized, demons. So Jadam Pram wasn't the only one who was turned into a demon. They planned to wipe everyone out from the start. She then urged everyone to run, but Bova unexpectedly stopped her. Everyone, fall back. It seems this old man's final resting place is right here. Ari quickly volunteered, I'll fight alongside you, but Bova shook his head. The young master would be heartbroken. However, she cut him off. My mind is made up. All the while, the human demons were shrieking fiercely. Irene affirmed once more, if we can't protect the people here, I believe I will regret it for the rest of my life. A bright flame suddenly appeared before them, or, more accurately, fire magic erupted out of nowhere, as an elderly voice echoed in their ears. We have arrived late, my sincerest apologies to everyone here, but in order to bring such large reinforcements, I didn't expect it would take so long. And with that, everyone sprang into action. Then we shall fight alongside you. The heat from the explosion sent the demons flying, but the humans fearlessly pushed forward, with the skilled knights drawing their swords. They unleashed the techniques of a lifetime to slay the demons, with Han in particular urging everyone on, we need to finish them off quickly and go help Louis. His face suddenly froze because up ahead, a thick cloud of dust and smoke had suddenly appeared. Seeing Tyrone flying high into the air, he frantically searched for Louis, only to find his friend collapsed on the ground, gritting his teeth in pain. I'm not even on his level. After all that hard training, is this how it ends? I have to protect everyone. Just then, the enemy's savage laughter echoed. A fitting end for you, trash. Your desperate struggles are meaningless now. I, who have reached the realm of a demon god, will wipe all of you out. His silhouette looked incredibly desolate in front of the man. In contrast, Tyrone's delight grew even more. Now then, farewell. His face was devoid of any human emotion. The heat from the fireball was about to scorch the earth. Its target to crush was none other than Luin below. Irene stared at him, stunned, while as for Luina, the little girl, cried out his name in terror. All hope had drained from Luin's eyes. Is this the end? Just at that moment, a voice echoed from somewhere in his mind. Protect them. Even if I couldn't, you can. Tyrone also seemed to sense that something was off. This energy, impossible. Then, the surrounding area was engulfed by a mysterious light. The destructive force rapidly spread everywhere. The light erupted more and more violently, and Tyrone, taken by surprise, stopped all movement. He screamed in panic, "Impossible! How could you possibly block a demon god's attack?" Luin gave his opponent a mysterious smile. "A moment ago, I couldn't. But it's not fair for you to be the only one to become a demon god, right? Now bring it on, Tyrone." Luin was completely enveloped in an overwhelming aura. Tyrone couldn't help but look up at the weakling who was just under his boot a moment ago. "I am still the bloody storm of the capital." Luin became one with the power he had just summoned. "Now, let's have a proper fight."